Okay, we are here for the discussion. Once again, I'm going to do a brief little thing right here, and then we will launch into the much bigger, longer, rambly discussion that talks about everything, and I don't expect anybody to get through.
Oh, boy.
I know some people, actually do watch it. As there's going to be an MP3 for this one as well, seemingly.
Yeah, you shared with me that one person who was like playing Minecraft and also listening to it.
Yeah, that's how I expect. If anybody gets through this, dear God, don't just fucking watch it. What's wrong with you? There's nothing interesting happening here.
I mean, to be fair, we're not like putting up visuals or anything.
Yeah, I put up visuals at the very end of Infinity War when I was doing my ranking of like the things. But I mean, like I went over in audio, went over it so many times that it was fine either way. So, either way, listen to this. Don't watch it. I have to say it every time, but I feel like if I don't say it, some people are like, I have to watch it.
Yeah.
They want me to watch this whole thing? Okay, so, Endgame is probably not my favorite movie of all time, but will be like one of the most memorable movies of all time to me. When I try and think about movies I like, it's very difficult for me to even remember them most of the time.
Right.
When I'm like, what movies do I like? Immediately what comes to mind is Aliens, Watchmen, Pineapple Express. Those three. I don't know why. Pineapple Express is not a great movie or anything.
Yeah.
It's just one that just always comes to my mind. So, I have such a hard time remembering movies. I feel like Endgame is definitely going to be up there on like the ones that I will. Anytime when I think of what movies I really love, that's going to be popping in my head immediately.
I'm honestly really glad to hear that, because most people would not put Endgame in their favorites.
Yeah.
And I think a part... Yeah, go ahead.
But no, keep going.
Sure. A big part of that, I think, is just the way it is as a movie. Like, a lot of people can't really think of it as a movie. It is more of like an epilogue. It is like an ending. It is like a new form of media that can only exist in a cinematic universe.
I have a lot of problems with it, but that's why I'm doing this first. I probably enjoy Infinity way more on a narrative scale, whereas Endgame I think is a lot more memorable. It has so much more. It has a lot of iconic scenes in it. I feel like that I'm going to constantly remember and everything. And it is just like a conclusion to this big thing that I have been watching for on this whole journey here. To me, I always enjoy a universe more than than something tight.
Okay.
I can appreciate something tight. Like I can look at it and go like, that is really well done. I can respect how tight I keep saying tight, how just good the writing is. And everything. But I will always love a universe more because I can talk more about it. And I think that's why it's hard for me to say, like, is Endgame my favorite movie? Because Endgame is probably going to be the one I'm going to talk about the most out of any movie I've ever seen. I mean, Alien I talked a lot about over my life, but not in the way that I would be talking about Endgame.
Yeah.
In that there's, I can say that Endgame is my favorite because it is tied to everything else.
Right.
It's weird to say that it's my favorite because when I say that it's my favorite, it is with the added, knowledge of all the previous movies that are tied to. It's weird to so that's all that is. Me personally, I always love a universe, which is always, hard because then I know, like, I can't just get into, like, I can't just watch a thing, if I'm gonna watch a thing in that thing, I'm into the whole universe now. Here I go. That's how this all started. I was like, well, I'm watching all the TV shows and everything in order, and it wasn't until some of them started breaking off that I was like, okay, now I'll, now I'm getting a little bit. But, like, that. You were trying to get me into Kamen Rider, and I was like, I will only get to Kamen Rider if I watch all Kamen Rider.
And I did show him all the first episodes.
Yeah, I mean, you had to fight me so hard to not want to watch all of Kamen Rider from the start, through. I am that kind of person. I get wrapped up in the universe. So I have to, like, stay away from a lot. That's also why, I purposely am like, I'm not going to watch anything Star Trek because if I watch it, I'm going to get wrapped up into it. So let's save it for, a YouTube channel thing. But yeah, it's not something it's something that's way in the distance.
Right.
Anyway. Yeah, I do think I would say, I'll say it, Endgame is my favorite movie.
Okay.
Because of everything I just described. Yeah. Because it is tied in everything.
All right.
Yeah, it is going to be the thing I'm going to talk about the most. Again, I have a lot of problems with it. I think it, for certain characters, it was like a big, powerful, emotional, climax and resolution with them as well. For certain characters. But yeah, I think that is the main thing I wanted to say. I do really love just the MCU overall and talking about it, and it's going to be a big, huge part of my life now. I mean, it's a massive thing. It is like One Piece I probably talk about the most of any piece of media, and the MCU is probably going to be second, honestly.
I can see it.
It's just so much. And then there's also like the comics, which is like a whole nother side of the universe sort of thing. It's so much. It's a big part of me now.
It is this big thing that it can never stop because it is tied to Marvel, like it's tied to the comics, but then you also just have like the TV shows, you have all the other spin-offs.
That is also extremely important. Yeah. More so than like universes, it is something that I know will always be there for me.
Right.
You know, I am terrified of One Piece ending. I don't want to never want it to end. I am the kind of person who would be more happy dying before One Piece ended.
Right.
Because I like the idea of always having it out there. Kamen Rider, it's always going to be out there.
Yeah.
And yeah, the MCU or just Marvel stuff, it's always going to be out there, and that feeling is very good. It's also a kind of terrifying capitalist feeling, but it's a good, it's a comforting feeling as much as it is terrifying in other ways.
It's the Disney problem. It is you like Disneyland, but at the same time, Disneyland is emblematic of like this enormous juggernaut that can never die.
Yeah, it is like the oh, cool, the X-Men are going to be in the MCU now. Oh, that's so cool. That is pretty concerning on a capital. Like, they get buying up a lot of this stuff, but it's always the
it's always concerning when I look at my oranges. I talk about this every year. I look at my oranges or I look at my bananas, and I'm scared that I'm going to get spoilers for Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
It's like I can't believe it. Why?
But yeah, I mean, and that is what this, pre-discussion thing is, like ramping up to. But yeah, just really quickly, stuff that don't end is what, launches this even higher up into my thing. Watchmen is very tightly written. It's very great. There's plenty of stuff that I'm sure I haven't read the comics or anything. I know some stuff about the comics, but I haven't read them or anything.
I think you would really like the TV show.
Yeah. But yeah, there's some other stuff now, like TV shows continuing. But yeah, for the most part, is pretty tight. Is pretty concise. Yeah. What's the guy's name?
Alan Moore.
Alan Moore. He's very. I want this to just be this. So like, I can appreciate that sort of stuff. But it's always I think about it where it's like, yeah, that was a really good movie, but I don't talk about it that much.
Right.
So the MCU. We love it. It's great. It's fun. It's a romp. It's a huge part of me now. It's also the biggest amount of propaganda that we have in the world right now.
It is.
It is terrifying on a global scale because it is, the most global movies as well. Like, it is not just American propaganda. It is not just military propaganda. It is, both of that for the entire world, overall. And just, allowing people in their own countries to extrapolate it for their own governments or their own militaries and stuff. Also bowing down to the Chinese overlords with all the like extra scenes and all this like all censoring of this blah blah of that release and all the like it's a problem, and it really we have talked about it a lot in the sense of mentioning it here or there. Oh, this is fucked up, that's fucked up, blah blah blah. But we have not really addressed it in a big way, and I think Endgame is, before we get into the discussion of Endgame, we have to have this discussion, and we especially have to have this fucking discussion, because we are recording this on January 8th, 2 days after the terrorist coup in the fucking Capitol, where they were, wearing actual, like, the Civil War title font shirts that were, all this was, planned since December, and nobody fucking did anything about it, but it's like, this is actual shirts being printed, being, we are, like, the Avengers were doing the same shit that they would do. Yeah. It is not a problem. It's not just a problem. It is. I mean, what is a problem but it has happened? What is a word for that? Like, it's happened.
I mean, it's happened and it is happening.
It's happened. It's going to happen again. I mean, it's on Inauguration Day. It's going to happen again. People act like it's not going to happen again when this was not the smaller one.
It's the kind of thing where you can't just drill down and say, cops wearing the Punisher outfit, or, cops wearing the Punisher logo on their cars. Yeah. Because it is emblematic of the bigger, like, everyone.
Yeah. And, like, saying all cops are bastards at the beginning of my video, it gives you my stance, but it's also not like it is just me saying all cops are bastards. It is not me saying cops are white supremacists. This is not me saying cops continue to allow Nazi shit to go on constantly. It is not me saying that, you know, Disney are fucking allowing this shit to go on.
Yeah.
And all these people, the actors themselves and everything. I said at the end of this reaction, like, I was like, Captain America came up on screen, and I was like, oh, I love you. And I realized immediately after, I was like, oh, that was probably a really bad look, because it probably seems like I said that about Chris Pratt. You know, and it's like...
Chris Evans.
Chris Evans, yes, not Chris Pratt.
Yeah, yeah, still.
Yeah, but, you know... And, like, yeah, I don't want that to... Yeah, that was not what I was doing. I was saying about Captain America. I want to make that extremely clear. Like, and again, it's the... It's I feel weird about it, because it's like... Chris Evans, you know, he at least comes out and, like, says shit about this sort of stuff of, like, you know, this sort of coup would not happen to these people, we're not white, and blah, blah, blah. But then at the same time, you know, they'll say shit like, there's so many people that enabled this. But it's like, you are one of these people.
Right.
You know, and, I mean, all these actors are these people. I mean, like, definitely some more than others.
Sure.
The big ones, for sure. I mean, like, Chris Evans is literally, like, he's a real-life Tony Stark. Like, how do you watch... how are you in the franchise that had Iron Man 1, and then you sign your name on a bomb that's going to be killing children? Like, what do you... How do you...
It is buck wild.
And... Yeah, I mean, I just...
Yeah.
I don't know what else I have to say, but the actor side of things, other than just, like... Stop lionizing any, you know, celebrity at all that smiles, you know? If they smile, then they must be a nice person.
I mean, it's the constant problem of, oh man, I hate that this celebrity was bad, but don't worry, we have this guy. It's safe to talk about this guy. It's safe to lionize this guy. Oh no, wait a minute.
Like, it does not matter whether they are, you know, TV, movie, internet celebrity, music, whatever. Like, you can enjoy the media without, you know, specifically, like, you know, I think lionizing is a great word, like, you know, putting them up on a pedestal. It is one thing to be like, you know, to say, like, oh, Chris Evans is a good actor. That is like a, you know, just, you know, not a, I mean, it is an opinion, but it's still like a just, like, you're not saying anything about his character.
Yeah.
You know? And, like, yeah, it's just... You can love the characters. You can love every character they've done and not, like, love them, you know? Yeah. It can, like, that. There's also, you know, there's so much, like... There's so much that goes into the character versus the person that it's wild to be like, I love this actor because they played this person. Or because I've seen them on interviews in this extremely, you know, sterile environment.
Like a character
like me too. You guys only see me in a very sterile environment, you know? You should be looking up to me. I'm not a celebrity. I mean, I'm not. Nobody does. But I'm just saying, you know, I don't want to sound hypocritical here.
Sure,
like,
sure.
You know, if you're only seeing somebody in this sort of, like, in a way that they're always the ones presenting, you know, the ideal version of themselves. Like, of course, that's why every fucking internet person is getting all this shit, you know, now that they're, I mean, there's so much just, like, DMs that are going out. DMs are such a great invention, and there's allowed so much to come out. Anyway.
Don't make false idols.
Yeah.
I mean, it is as simple as that. People will be popular. You just don't have to idolize them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, absolutely. You know,
that and also, like, much like jazz, if we're gonna talk about what the MCU does, you also got to focus on what the MCU does not do. Like, allegory goes both ways. I remember talking to you about Winter Soldier and saying specifically, like, I really like how this is a takedown of, like, you know, of the government.
Yeah.
And you know, you can still read it as that. That is how it is meant to be read.
However, it is how it is presented to the audience.
Yeah. It is the safe taking down the government. Because I will say, in Avengers 2012, the government pulled out of it. In Winter Soldier, they came back in. In Avengers 2012, they pulled out because they were like, we don't understand what S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Like, we don't understand how S.H.I.E.L.D. relates to us. If we make S.H.I.E.L.D. look cool, are people going to understand that we are cool? Or, like, are they going to think that S.H.I.E.L.D. is cooler than us?
Yeah.
Whereas in Winter Soldier, they backed S.H.I.E.L.D. as a concept specifically because S.H.I.E.L.D. was Hydra. They did it specifically because they wanted to have the, like, not the statement of the military is not Hydra. They wanted the statement of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra. And by saying that, because they didn't take down the entire government, because they didn't take down the entire government, the implication is also that Hydra has not infected any other part of the American government.
Yeah. It's especially with the scene in this movie with Howard Stark, you know, being like, "Hey Arnhem, you down here?" Like, yeah, it is very clear that they are trying to do a distinction between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, despite that being what S.H.I.E.L.D. is supposed to be emblematic of. And, you know, finally, back, you know, in Endgame now, we're able to say the S.H.I.E.L.D.s are fascists. Like, I want to say, you know, I don't think any people that actually, like, are, you know, give a shit about S.H.I.E.L.D. are still watching my reactions to this point. But I do, especially not the audience that I'm going to be responding to. But for my own sanity, to get something off my back, I need to finally say, Nana Nana Boo Boo, I told you so, suck my fucking dick. All throughout season 1 and 2 of S.H.I.E.L.D., it felt like I kept being like, okay, they're doing the thing of, should you trust the system or should you not trust the system? Clearly you shouldn't be trusting the system. And the whole audience was constantly telling me my reactions, just trust in the system, man. Why aren't you trusting in the system? You've clearly never had to have a job or you've had any management. I definitely have. And, and yeah, like, I thought that they were just trying to get me to not, like, to see it from that perspective, like, he's on to, like, what the show wants to do, and especially with Winter Soldier, I was like, okay, so now, like, what the movies wanted to do with S.H.I.E.L.D., like, what, like, the show S.H.I.E.L.D., was have it be a, you know, vigilante group that isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. They started as S.H.I.E.L.D., and then they're anti-S.H.I.E.L.D. That's, seems like what they wanted to do in season 1, and then they kind of, I mean, like, all throughout season 1, you can definitely still see the fascism sort of thing. The TV show wanted to do their own thing, and the movies thought they were doing their own thing, and they were working with them more during season 1. This is all speculation, but it's so clear now with Endgame that this is what was going on. Where, like, the movie side of things and the TV side of things are just, like, you know, the movies think they're doing one thing, and the TV shows are just kind of lying to them about what they're gonna do. Not really lying, but, you know, just like, we'll do that. But, like, they know they want to do a S.H.I.E.L.D. is cool thing.
Right.
And, you know, it really felt like they were expecting the movies to eventually get back to S.H.I.E.L.D. at some point. Especially with, you know, Hydra and Ant-Man and stuff. Like, you know, they sort of felt like they're gonna bring back S.H.I.E.L.D. probably. Because I do know that they were not told shit about the movies past, like, season 1 or anything.
Not at all.
So, like, they probably were thinking, like, well, they're gonna bring back on S.H.I.E.L.D., and then, you know, our guys can be the smaller, you know, version of S.H.I.E.L.D. when they bring back Fury and everything, and, like, there's so much Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D., but there's not much Fury in the movies at all.
And when they bring back Fury, it is not, like, as a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's sort of, like, this weird middle space.
And that's what I was so worried about, and I think that really, like, hampered a lot of, like, me not liking Fury because of Fury or just them talking about Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D. and the the narration really feeling, or not narration, the narrative really feeling like we were going in a direction where Fury was going to be a big part in resurrect S.H.I.E.L.D. And Ultron hadn't really worried about that too. But it's like, that's not what the movies were doing, and S.H.I.E.L.D. really fucked me up with, you know, putting that in my head. Anyway, I am, you know, the amount of times where I had called S.H.I.E.L.D. a fascist organization and the audience constantly was like, they are nowhere near a fascist organization. Meanwhile, the movies are like, yeah, they're they are legitimately just a fascist organization. How did anybody believe, like they're literally, this is before season 1 of S.H.I.E.L.D. and they're like, how does anybody not see these people are Nazis? Meanwhile, I'm watching season 1 of S.H.I.E.L.D. going like, why am I supposed to like all these people in the, like, you know, main S.H.I.E.L.D. branch? And then, of course, I did like the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. because, like, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. group, because they were semi-anti-S.H.I.E.L.D. and they got rid of all of that. So, I am glad to say, I will give the MCU one, like, I am glad they have distanced themselves entirely from that show and have made statements about it throughout the movies. Like, especially with this one. This one felt like they were directly, like, stating, like, we do not want to, like, we're doing S.H.I.E.L.D. because we're doing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because it makes us money, but as far as canonical stuff goes, like, we're not really touching on the canonical stuff of it, we're just saying we don't agree with it. You know, that's sort of like what the stance was. We're going to continue to make money off of it. We're not going to say, you know, we've done so much stuff to where it cannot be canon, but we're not going to outright say that. Because that would, how would you even do that in a movie? Like, how would you just say that?
I mean, that is also the big thing of, like, how do you explain a negative.
Yeah. But then at the same time, like, they had Jarvis's actor from Agent Carter come in, which was really nice.
Yeah.
You know? And tying that back. So it was a really, like, that's what solidified it. That's what made me want to do this Man in a Boo Boo. It's like, they were like, we'll bring back the Agent Carter stuff. Yeah. We're not acknowledging the fucking S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff.
Yeah.
Especially even with Coulson and Captain Marvel as well.
Yeah, like
that was all so different from the Coulson in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Like, it is a big, here is our Coulson, here is our Nick Fury.
Yeah.
Like, you can take these characters and slot them into Phase 1. Like, and you can understand how they would grow into that.
Yeah.
But they don't fit with the TV show.
Exactly.
Like, they are two different continuities.
And so I appreciate that the MCU is not, you know, willing to take the most fascist stance. Like, they are not, like, they're willing to at least be like, okay, that's a little bit too fascist for us. Sorry, guys. Once again, this is, I have to mention it again, this is, for people that are not watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the show that just did Project Insight, like, had the technology of Project Insight, just casually mentioned that they had it. Not a plot point. Just, they went, the entire movie being about this being a bad thing, we're just going to say, no, we have it. And it's fine. So, yeah, I feel like I just wanted to acknowledge the, you know, insane amount of, first, the propaganda towards the military and everything like that, on top of stuff like, the immigration is really fucked up in the MCU.
Right.
Like, that is something that I feel like is really insidious. I don't know. You know what? I don't know if I want to say it's insidious. It's accidentally insidious. Sure. If it is accidental. Okay. I don't know if it's accidental, but I could see it being accidental. What I mean by this is the reoccurring thing of we are immigrants, or we are like refugees, we are seeking asylum somewhere, so we are going to go and be at this place where there is nobody. Right. You know, and they can write it that way if there is nobody there. You know, the Skrulls go to some place where there's nobody. The Asgards go to, that was supposed to be, you were saying, that is supposed to be a place where there's nobody there, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was the cliffside. There's a lot of instruction for 5 years. That's pretty crazy. But, you know, if that is what was supposed to be the case, I thought they kind of, like, took it over. Or you know, not took it, I thought they were just kind of like, hey, we're going to live here. Okay. You know. But, yeah, I mean, what, they took it over, is what, I keep saying, oh, I thought they took it over. I'm not gonna, that's what I thought.
Sure.
But no. Anyway, it is a weird thing to be doing this thing of like, we're going to go here to this place and there's going to be no people here. It's an extremely colonialist idea, and it, you know, it is the, like space colonialism sort of, like, a meme sort of thing. Like, it is the, so many things, once they get to space level, just start doing colonialism again. Right. Like, even if they were against it in the beginning of the MCU, and they just start doing it. And, like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know if it is accidental or not. Because there are probably I would imagine most people probably think that there are plenty of, like, you know, like the what am I trying to say? Like, a good example would be, like, Hawaii. Right? Okay. Hawaii was like Polynesians going out to sea, and it was like it's in the middle of nowhere. It was one of the last places ever to be, like, you know, to have people start settling there.
Right.
Is what most people like would say about Hawaii, but there was still people there before that. Like, you know, there is records of, like, you know, images of people that were there when they got there, and they were like, oh yeah, there was these weird people, and then we, you know, we're scared of them and everything. And it's like, that is emblematic of almost every, you know, civilization and settlement. If you look far enough back, you know, to, like, hundreds and thousands of years ago, there was still other people there that we don't have any record of anymore. Even farther, going even farther back, not even necessarily humans, but other, like, you know, human-related, you know, things. Like when we were just a bunch of fucking Neanderthals, they're all different types of whatever the fuck they're called. Like, there was always somebody there. And the idea that there is not somebody there is really insidious if that is, you know, if it's not done accidentally. Right. You know? If it was done accidentally, it's still a bad thing. But it's not like, you know, I'm not saying they're bad for doing it accidentally, but it's still, like, yeah. It's something that has been, like, I don't want to say whitewashed, because it's also, it's just been, like, washed throughout a lot of history because it's just washed through also time. Sure. You know, it's like even like the Hawaiian thing I'm talking about. Like it's like maybe like it's like 80% like there was probably other people there before the Hawaiians. You know, we don't know for sure because it's not like they're alive. We just have to go off of verbal stuff that was told throughout, history or like, images or carvings and statues and stuff. And it's like, probably, 80%. Yeah, there's like, it makes sense based off of everything else that you have to extrapolate. And yeah. So that's what I mean. Like, maybe it's not Insidious, but it is something I have to mention at least.
Yeah.
Because, again, the fact that most people probably don't know. Most people probably do have this idea of, like, there's some places that, there weren't people and you could just go.
Yeah. Like, again, speaking to the things that the MCU does not say, I would say a big part of it is the MCU's desire to take the safest possible path for a lot of things. That's why we've got things like the Ancient One, where it was a, like, we don't want to do any Asian characters because we can't think of a way to do this that isn't racist. So instead, we're going to make her white. Like, in the same way, I do think, like settling somewhere where there is like no record of anyone else is the easiest way to do immigration or to do like refugees without tackling like, okay, what if they go to somewhere where they are taken in as refugees, or what if they have to live with another culture? And I do think it is something where if they wanted to, they could have slipped in a line where they said, we are here because we talked to the government here and they gave us a place to live, or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, by leaving it completely unsaid, it does, like, it asks you to assume the best.
That is the thing. It gives you this idea that everything will be okay, rather than giving an actionable message in any of their movies.
Right.
None of the MCU movies have an actionable message. The message is always, things are okay and things are going to continue to be okay.
Right.
And that's a dangerous outlook to have, because then we get literal terrorist coups happening with the merch of your own series.
I mean, there's also the danger of, the great man aesthetic, which is inherent in movies. It is the, like, Captain America will take down Hydra, therefore you don't need to take down Hydra.
Oh yeah, that is big problem, and now we have it with even Carol as the great woman, like, and then all the like the women Avengers coming in. Again, it's weird calling them Avengers because the term Avenger, I don't know what counts as an Avenger anymore. They just say Avenger symbol for everybody, so I guess I can just count them all as Avengers now.
I'm gonna have to push back on that one.
No, they're all Avengers now.
No.
Every single person there is an Avenger. Howard the Duck is an Avenger. But anyway, it's that, like, it is this, like, that was a very, like, here is all the women in the Avengers.
Right.
That will do this stuff for you, the women who are actually suffering. You guys don't have to do anything. Like, you just have to sit back and relax and things are going to be okay, because Carol's going to do it for you.
Yeah.
Like, and those characters, when they don't have to face any kind of real problems like that, it's a problem that, we talked about in the Spider-Man movies of, like, Spider-Man should be, like, it's fun when Spider-Man faces real problems. And, like, most of the adult characters don't face real problems.
Yeah. Like, it strikes me as, here are two things that are really, really similar, but there's one thing that I think is important, and you can push back on me if you think this isn't. Okay, so, in the comics, in Captain America comics, Stan Lee, Steve Ditko specifically wanted to make an integrated military. They were both soldiers in the actual American military, and they knew it ain't, it's not integrated. Yeah. Like, there is segregation within the military. They specifically depicted an integrated military because they wanted to both say, this is the way, like, black people and white people should not be separated, and simultaneously, we are going to do plot lines where there is racism. Yeah. We can't do the racism, in a way that makes, like, we would have to bring in a black battalion to do it, as opposed to, there's a black person here, he's going to have to fight this, and, Cap's going to stand up for him. Like, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
In the movies, they also have an integrated military, going back to World War I. And we don't really see that. It is just, like, the Howling Commandos just have a black guy, Gabe, I believe.
Yeah.
And they just don't talk about it. And that is a thing that is not being said. There is no, like, this is a problem.
Yeah. There's not a message there.
There's no racism. There's no message. It is just
You don't even need to have racism for them to be a message.
Yeah, I don't want to say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, they could have made a message, but they specifically went with the easiest option of just, this is the way it always was, and that is inherently dangerous.
Which I am, again, I said I commended them on bringing back stuff from Agent Carter, but not bringing back stuff from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. being very pro-fascist, while Agent Carter being very, we'll talk about racism, we're going to talk about sexism, and, you know, how that shapes these characters and creates villains.
Yeah.
You know, and, like, I'm glad that is what they brought back, you know? Could have had more of that in the movies.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like, I'm glad they were acknowledging it as, like, loose canon, you know.
Right. It's...
Agent Carter's weird with canon because of the time, you know.
Yeah.
It's more that the one-shot for Agent Carter's weird.
Yeah.
That one is the more weird one. Actually, the TV show lines up fine. It's just the one-shot that's kind of weird. But, yeah, I appreciate that. Did you want to continue with what you were saying?
I guess that it also continues on to Captain Marvel, where we focus on a black woman in the military and a white woman in the military, and all the sexism is specifically kept to the flashbacks, which are also presented in a non-linear way in order to minimize them. Like you're supposed to focus on, oh wow, Carol's really badass, and she had struggles, but we don't really focus on struggles. Struggles aren't real. As opposed to, like, she would be facing tons and tons of struggles that they don't really talk about. They just minimize it. They also, you know, get across the idea of she's supposed to be angry, which is, like, more of a comics thing. And then we don't get it. So we get this is a woman who has gone through a lot of struggles, but we're not going to show you the struggles because we don't want you to think that if you go into the military, you're going to struggle as a woman. And then we have her best friend, who is a black woman, who is even more, like, who should be even more put upon, but she isn't.
She also has the kind of, Carol has the kind of backstory of the, like, you know, we can only have a woman be this powerful and be this, like, willing to fight people and be, like, strong emotionally, you know, if they have had a, like, horrific, if they've gone through tragic backstory stuff,
right?
Like if they've had their humanity ripped from them, like she's had like her past taken from her, and it's not like she gets it back. You know, it's not like she remembers all of her past or anything. Like she does inherently have to have her humanity taken away from her by nature of her just being in space the whole fucking time for no reason. Why? She's a person. Like she's not like a, you know, Vision. Like she's not like she's like weird mentally. Like in terms of like a. She just seems like the kind of person who just flies around space and solves problems, and it's kind of like there's no personality there.
Right.
She feels like a robot. Like she just feels like I am, you know, programmed to solve problem.
Like it's a problem that comes up in a lot of like, especially a lot of 2000s fiction. But I mean, it's common even now, where you have female character and they are strong female character because you're like, well, we can't give her any problems because we're scared that we're going to screw it up. Yeah. And that comes from the same well as the we can't do.
I mean, well, they did fucking screw it up pretty goddamn well with Black Widow. So I get why they're afraid to, because they have a track record of fucking it up. But yeah. Like you know, again talking about the integrated military thing, Warriors 3 as well. You know, Heimdall. I talked about that in Ragnarok. Like. Heimdall, to me, is such an example of, like, just constantly showing that they have a prominent black character, but they're not really doing anything with it.
Like, he gets to be really badass. Everyone likes Heimdall, but he doesn't get a lot of time. And most people will say, like, you know, as of Infinity War, he was a wasted character. Yeah. Even though he did stuff, even though you can point to it and say, like, hey, here are 5 really big things Heimdall did. It still doesn't, you know, he doesn't feel like a character in the way that a lot of the other, like, minor characters do.
And I would say that, Valkyrie, is that just her name?
She has a name, but it's never been said in the movies.
Okay, well anyway, Valkyrie, I feel like is the most egregious example of it, where we are supposed to, you know, get to the vibe of, like, it's an integrated army now with, like, gays and stuff like that.
Right.
But you would only know that. I only know that because of, like, out-of-universe stuff. Oh. There is nothing in universe that would lead me to believe that she was gay in any way.
Ah, so you're spoiled on that.
I mean, I'm spoiled, I guess. I mean, if it comes up in something else, maybe, but the only other thing that's out right now is Far From Home, so
sure.
Unless she shows up in Far From Home and fucks some chick, I don't know what I'm gonna be. You know, I don't know why I would think.
Fair.
Yeah.
But okay, so, yeah, good. I'm glad we can talk about that, by the way.
Okay, yeah.
It'll come up later in the rest of the discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I, like, you know, that is the most egregious example of, like, we're supposed. I assume they wanted me to also think that in Ragnarok. I got a comment about that in Ragnarok. That's actually how I know.
Okay.
Because somebody was like, "Oh yeah, they were supposed to make her gay in Ragnarok and didn't go through with it." So that's what I mean by like the
sure.
I don't know if she's canonically gay or whatever, but like that's what they're trying to do. It's very obvious. But yeah, I think that's the most egregious example of the like, we're just gonna put it here. We're not gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
We're just gonna assume that and know that none of you are really gonna care.
Yeah.
None of the people who should be being told this, who like the message should be for, are going to look at this and give a shit that this is an integrated army in any way. Also, it's an integrated army.
Right. Like, that is also the inherent, like, it's good because it's the army.
Yeah, like, it's so hard to talk about this shit, because there's so many layers of bad. But, anything else that I have to say about this? I think we're done. One last thing I will say that is, the one of the big reasons I wanted to bring this up for Endgame and Infinity War is Thanos. Thanos is, like, feels like they're really trying to make us sympathize and, empathize with this, monstrous colonialist, like, piece of shit. Versus every other movie where they're so much more willing to let the bad guys be, like, how do I put it? Let them be quirky, but not, like, quirky. Have them have, like, I don't know how to put it.
Like,
let the characters, I don't know how to put this. There's so many moments in both Infinity War and Endgame that make it feel like they want you to go, Thanos is cool in a hero way, and not in a villain way.
Yeah, like I said in Infinity War, they did an initial draft that wasn't supposed to be the movie, but they did a draft with Thanos as the hero. Yeah. And that makes sense for Infinity War as a, like, we haven't really fleshed out this character at all, so let's put it through his eyes.
Yeah.
And I do think in Endgame, which was not part of that drafting process, it feels 10 times weirder. Like, it feels weird in Infinity War as well. I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah.
But, like, in Endgame, it feels strange that after we have,
really quickly, I want to say, I'm specifically at least talking about the second Thanos of the movie. Like, the Thanos that they kill, I think that was fine. They didn't, like, they did a little bit, but the second Thanos was the more egregious thing.
Yeah.
Where it was like, they're really trying to make this one, who doesn't even have the emotional, like, shit going on of all the other stuff, us all, like, or not the emotional stuff, but like the personal connection to all these people.
Right.
They're still trying to make us feel like, we should be a little bit, like, saddened by him dying in a, like...
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird.
It's weird.
It's weird. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about that. But we continue on with what you were saying.
I don't remember.
Shit.
That's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, the first one, the stuff of him, like, dressing up and playing poor, which is a big thing in this movie.
I mean, we gotta talk about that one.
Oh, yeah. Like, Thanos, Tony, not really Hawkeye, but kind of Hawkeye. Not really.
Not really.
Because it was made for him by S.H.I.E.L.D. and that, but it's still, like, the sort of, like,
Yeah.
Hawkeye's just weird,
Sure.
But, yeah, with Tony and Thanos having this parallel of them being, the worst people in the universe, and then being like, all right, well, I'm gonna go sit back in the country and relax now. Done everything. It's, yeah. Like, even with the Thanos having all the armor outside, like, hung up and everything, and then Tony having, like, the armor in the garage and all that the kid brings and everything. Yeah, there's a lot of parallels, and do you want to talk about it? Because I don't have much to really talk about the parallel there. Let me say...
Okay.
Let me just get all this.
Yeah.
Tony, I really loved him in Iron Man 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
It was so good. I was like, man, this character arc, like, this is really interesting in the way this is going. Normally, I hate this kind of, like, person, this kind of, like, trying to make you sympathize with a war criminal sort of thing. But I thought they were doing it in a really interesting way, especially in Iron Man 3. And I have to say that I think that Tony Stark is one of the most disappointing character arcs in I've ever seen. I'm really disappointed by it. I have not liked Tony really since Iron Man 3.
Sure.
And it's just been going more and more downhill. The kid thing is so hollow. They've been building it up for a while, I know, kind of, but it's like, it's just... and it just felt hollow for something that, like, you know, I kind of forgot, like, how much I've been building it up, and then now I got it, I was like, oh, like, it was a shock, but then it was also like, didn't do anything that much with it. And, yeah, I am way more fascinated by everybody else watching Tony's story than I am Tony's story.
Sure.
And even then, I not anymore. You know, I said that before, and that was true for, like, Iron Man 3 up till now, of, like, seeing it from Rhodey's perspective, seeing it from, like, not Peter. No, I mean, I wouldn't say that. Really just Rhodey. Really just thinking from Rhodey's perspective was, you know, really fascinating to me. Or, you know, from Cap's perspective. But just the way it ended, not a fan of it. Hate Tony Stark. God damn. What a shitty character in the end. Like, I really liked Iron Man 1 through 3, but it's just, they fucked it up. And, you know what, overall, as a total character, what an awful character. Like, I'm not saying what an awful person. What an awful character. Like, oh, just so bad writing. I am, I think, done talking about Tony.
Okay.
Like, I was so fascinated with what they were going to do with Tony past Endgame, and this is the most cowardly thing they've ever done. You know, they're not letting him atone for any of his actions. He dies as the worst person in the universe other than Thanos. And it's just... fuck, man. Like, God.
Now, big question. How much Tony do you think we're going to get after this point?
Probably still a lot.
Okay. Like, I'm not talking about just the character, but, you know, like...
flashbacks and, like, stuff relating to Tony, and Stark Industries is going to be a whole big thing and everything like that. But I am not, like, you know, it's not like oh, well, now Pepper's going to take over and she can do Stark Industries better. She's going to do it worse. She's going to do it way worse. Pepper is just as bad as Tony. I hate Pepper. I hate her so much. I hate Pepper Potts so much. God damn. I have never really liked Pepper. Like, ever. You know, I was really Iron Man 2 made me like her a little bit more, and then after that, I just haven't really liked her since. You know, she's just been so annoyingly hypocritical.
Sure.
Especially now with her fighting in this fight. Like, just the most hypocritical character in the world. I am terrified for this world with her under Stark Industries, because she is just, like... It's almost implied that Tony wouldn't have secluded himself so much in the woods if it wasn't for her pressuring him so much into doing it.
Right.
And that's a fucked up thing to say, too. Like, it's just... everything with Iron Man, this movie, I hated.
Okay.
I just blanketly. This was... this movie I would have loved this movie even more. Like, you know, so that's my favorite movie. This movie was incredibly enjoyable, but god damn, I'm just gonna be skipping all the Iron Man scenes every fucking time I rewatch this movie. They're so bad. Okay. Yeah. Now, I'm done talking about Iron Man. If you want to talk about Iron Man, please talk about Iron Man. All right. You are free to. I might, you know, say like this, but like, I, for the most part, am done with Tony. I'm done. He's dead, and I'm glad. I'm not glad. I wish he wasn't dead. Not because I liked him, because I wish that his character went somewhere interesting.
Okay. All right. I will respect that. But yeah, I do like that we start off the movie with, like... They do a lot of parallels, so I'm not going to talk about all of them. I do like the, you know, Tony is now Nebula's dad in the opening. It is the, like...
really quickly, I will say.
Sure.
Tony's still funny.
Okay.
Tony's still funny, guys, okay? I can admit it. Tony funny. I laugh at Tony joke, okay? But no, I think that's also a big problem. Like, I say that I don't like characters, but I'll also laugh at them, or like say, I can agree with the character on a line, or I can, you know, like a scene that a character's done without liking the character, you know? And I just want to say that.
Fair.
Tony is funny. If, you know, as much as I hate Tony, he's very funny. He's still one of the funniest. Give him that.
Okay. I really like Tony as Nebula's dad. I do think that's a real, like... What I wanted from the MCU was a big ol', like... let's see his characters mix. And we spent a lot of time with them very separate. So I was really, really happy to see Tony and Nebula just bouncing off of each other. And I mean, it's not like Nebula bounces a whole lot, but you could see her emote so much more. Like, she was finally getting that fatherly attention she always wanted. And it's in a weird way, sure. But I think also, like, the fact that she hadn't interacted with Tony, and the fact that Tony has this... How do I put this? He has powerful uncle energy. He has the big, like... If you hang out with him every once in a while, you will love him. If you hang out with him a lot, you're going to see the cracks. That's, you know, like, that's the arc we got in Homecoming. That is, you know, like, that's the arc we get with so many characters. That is why he has, you know, he leaves a trail of people who don't like him behind. Because he does, like, he has enough charisma to pull them in the first place. As opposed to someone like, you know, like, all the Hydra guys, where, like, most of them have no charisma, and therefore it is a big ol', like, I don't understand how this happens. I don't know why anyone's talking to this person. With Tony, I understand why every single person who interacts with him does interact with him. I understand why he's the only human being on the planet who could have done the Avengers. And why, you know, the Avengers were not S.H.I.E.L.D. Because, yeah. Like, he needed to be the one who pulled it together. He is, like, the Avengers exist as a non-governmental entity that, you know, polices the world solely because Tony has that charisma. And he does sell that to me. Yeah.
Before I forget it, I hope that one of the what-ifs is a what if the Avengers were S.H.I.E.L.D.? Like, we're still under S.H.I.E.L.D. the whole time. But yeah, continue.
So, with that, I think that branches off into Thanos, not in the sense that Thanos has charisma, but that we have the, like, I mean, the big obvious parallel is the, I'm the only person who can fix the world. For Tony, it is literally my world is Earth. I need to protect Earth. I only now have realized how scary, you know, the threats are. We need a suit of armor to protect the planets, and no one is talking to me, so I've got to do it myself, or I'm going to do it with a banner, or I'm going to do, like, whatever it takes in order to protect the worlds. And then he gets the big catharsis at the start of this movie, where he's like, you motherfuckers, I told you, we needed a suit of armor. I was right all along. In the same way that we get, you motherfucker. If you said you were done with Tony. You said you were done with Tony.
I thought I was! Okay, I've already said it in my reaction.
In the same way that Thanos has the exact same moment later on, where he is like, I've said we gotta, you know, get rid of half the world, and, you know, early, how do I put this? Like, the first movie is him saying, I said we need to get rid of half the population, no one listened to me, my planet suffered, I'm going to keep on doing this because it works and I am right. And then at the end of the Endgame, his thing is the, like, it's not that he is wrong, it is that he is like, okay, I've changed my plan. I understand now that getting rid of half life won't work. However, I fundamentally can still fix it. It is just now, like, it is the Doomer vision. It is the, I need to get rid of all life and just remake the whole thing. Like, it is the evil Tony. I do think if Tony, like, lost faith in humanity, he would go to well, we have to do AI. Or we have to do, like, you know, World of Machines. Yeah. Like, it is the only way to do it. They both, they're both burdened with purpose. And, like, I think it works really well to then have them be, you know, like, we have two people who are burdened with purpose who have the gauntlets, and then we have Hulk, who is right in the middle, who is the, like, I was made for this. I'm going to do the big sacrifice because I make the most sense in terms of a, like, will I even survive this one thing?
Yeah.
Whereas the other two extremes on either side of him are the, like, there is a thing that needs to be done, and also, like, I'm the only one who can do it. So.
Yeah. Really quick tangent. How did you feel about the gamma radiation thing?
That was fine.
That felt so, like, it was something I'm willing to just be like, okay, yeah, whatever, okay. Yeah. But it's so, like, the Infinity Stones mainly put off gamma radiation? Why? That's so random. Like, it's literally just, it's so forced, but it's whatever.
There's a thing I really hope they do with that, in, like, that is based in the comics, like, about what gamma radiation is.
Okay.
Which is one of those big old, like, hey guys, you know this thing that exists in real life? Comics is different.
See, okay.
So I'm curious about it.
That is, when I first got into Hulk, I thought that gamma radiation wasn't real because of that sort of shit.
Right.
Like, I'm like, but I know, when I think of gamma radiation, I don't think of actual radiation. But then I'm like, yeah, I guess that is gamma rays. I just don't think about it as, like, gamma radiation.
I mean, this is also a big, like, modern Age of Comics thing of the like, in the past, they said this thing, and it's very, very wrong, and we kind of have to commit to it. So now we're going to zig and say, actually, we're going to do the big correction. This is just a different thing altogether.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that, of like jargon that is just a normal word, but because you are saying it shortened, when you say it shortened, it means something entirely different. It means the fictional version of it.
Yeah.
When you say gamma radiation, most people probably are thinking of the comic version as opposed to like...
Yeah.
Or yeah, you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Anyway, still Tony and Thanos.
Tony Thanos. Oh boy, what else do I have to say about Tony? Oh yes, they didn't include it, and I'm glad they didn't, but it does make Infinity War and Endgame feel really lopsided. They filmed a scene with adult Morgan, or like teenage Morgan, his daughter.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be a parallel to when Thanos snaps the gauntlet and he like goes into the orange space and he sees Child Gamora.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be the same thing, but with Morgan, and it was going to be Morgan saying, you know, it's okay to die now. Yeah. And I really wish they had either removed the one from Infinity War or kept the one in Endgame.
Yeah.
Because it is like...
Hulk also doesn't have one either.
Yeah. Like
that is weird, because that is more of a Soul Stone thing.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that the orange was supposed to be like, oh, Thanos is now seeing in the Soul Stone. He's seeing the Gamora who was sacrificed. And I do think the Morgan scene was supposed to be what Thanos saw was not the Soul Stone. Like, Morgan saw in the Soul Stone.
Yeah.
That was just a hallucination. Or, like, either it's a hallucination or it is, like, the Soul Stone, which is special, like, talking to the person through the guise of someone else.
But not the Hulk.
Not the Hulk. I mean, to be fair, we didn't ask him.
I mean, yeah. Sure. Well, I mean, what do you mean we didn't ask him? We didn't ask Tony.
Fair. But yeah, I wish we had kept that for the parallel.
Yeah.
Like, I would have been fine even with, like, not having it for Hulk if it was this probably isn't even a real thing. They're just both having the same experience because they are very similar.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, Thanos wants, you know, his little baby daughter that he actually loves, and he wants to see her as a little kid, not as a warrior, and he wants her to go, like, what did you do? What did it cost? Whereas what Tony wants at the very end is a, like, I want someone to tell me that it's okay to die. But yeah, like, I'm not going to go too far on, because, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's so much out there for Tony.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to recommend going to watch it.
Fair.
But I'm sure it's out there. Why would I recommend you go watch it? I don't like him.
Now, if we're talking about Thanos...
Yes, Thanos.
We have, of course, the big reveal that 2014 was the height of Thanos' power.
Yeah!
Which is something that a lot of people theorized, but at the same time, it was a, like, we can't say that, or, like, the MCU is never going to confirm that, right?
Why would people think that?
Because that was... 2014 is right before the Maw dies. Or not the Maw, the other.
Right, but I mean, like, why would people...
Like, after Infinity War, it was this big old, like... Okay, so Thanos doesn't have, like, tons of armies. He doesn't have slaves. He has these weird
so you're saying
guys.
after Infinity War people thought that.
Yeah, after Infinity War.
I thought you were saying, like, when, you know, during that time, people were like, this is probably when Thanos was at his most powerful. No. I'm like, why the fuck would people be thinking that?
Sorry, not that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, that's people who are knowledgeable about outside universe stuff. There's nothing in universe that would lead me to know that Thanos' best friend controlled the
T'Chari.
Thanos' best friend being, of course, the one that Ronan killed.
We have only ever referred to him as Thanos' best friend, I think.
You have referred to him as multiple other things. I always refer to him as Thanos' best friend.
Fair. But yeah, a big one was because with Endgame, no one knew, like, how Thanos was going to pose a threat. Like, is he just going to be spamming Infinity Gauntlet the whole time? Or, like, does he have a much bigger army? If he had a much bigger army, why weren't they in Wakanda?
Yeah.
So, like, this was a bit of a reveal that, yeah, like, a theme of Infinity War was, like, Thanos giving up everything. Like, he loses all of his generals, he loses all the Outriders, he is by himself by the time he uses the stone.
I didn't even notice that the generals were in this fight, by the way, until, like, rewatching it. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, shit, yeah, the generals they just get stomped, like, you know. Oh,
yeah.
That's great.
It was a real problem they had with that fight of, like, how do we give people focus? Do we just have to assume that these people just aren't going to get any focus? Also, like, how do we fill out the scene? Like, are we going to just, like... Are the Ravagers going to show up? Okay, if the Ravagers show up, that's a lot of people. Do we then, like, make them look cool? Like, you may have not noticed him. I guarantee you didn't notice him. Kraglin is in that fight.
He was?
And he has a brand new, like, thing on his head that is silver. that controls the arrow.
Okay, I mean that's gonna be something where it's like I can go back and see.
Like, I'm gonna say right now, you can only see it in the actor's like Facebook photos where he's like testing it out, because they did say like hey, you're gonna be in this fight, it's gonna be really big, here's this new thing, here's your backstory for how you got it. And then you see him very blurry in a couple of shots, but he never gets focus.
Yeah.
Like, it is a straight up, like, there's too much going on.
And that is, again, the thing we've talked about for a long, long, long time. The thing that very few of the movies have not, or have done differently.
Right.
Spider-Man, and there was another one that was...
You liked Black Panther a lot. But Black Panther also had a lot of...
No, the fighting, I do remember. The fighting was actually like Spider-Man, in that it was very following the action.
Yeah.
Infinity War is what I meant to say. Infinity War actually had so much, like, the following the action and everything.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Endgame went right back to the old style of just, we're just going to have the camera do this as a lot of stuff happens.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to know that you're going to rewatch that scene a lot. As opposed to, like, Ultron does that scene, if the original Avengers does that scene, They just do you're going to rewatch this and there's a lot happening and you're going to just keep, there's so much stuff to look at. As opposed to, on a first viewing, we're going to, like, give you some emotional resonance towards each of these attacks.
Yeah.
The final fight has so little emotional, it made me cry because of how hype it was, and because
you cry when it's hype.
I always cry when it's hype instead of when it's sad. Also, I cried at just seeing M'Baku. Like, M'Baku was one of the only ones that they were like, we're gonna prominently put them like right here in the front and everything. And I was like, I'm so happy. But yeah, there was just not any emotional resonance to any of the fighting in any way. Even the fighting Thanos, there's no real, it's just kind of we have to do this.
Right.
There's nobody feels like they are remembering the reason why. Right? It's especially weird with the Steve looking at the locket of Peggy. Also, I think, I liked it in the movie, but like I liked it in my reaction, but like that's also, I have a hard time talking about some stuff because it's like I'll react to it one way, but then once I've had some time to like think about the movie in retrospect, it's fucking so weird to me. Like the 5 years later, we cut to the meeting and everything, and then they're all talking about who they have lost during the snap, and Steve talks about Peggy, a woman that he has lost decades ago, and then got to see a decade ago, like die peacefully at the end of her life, and he's like, some people you just lose, and it's like, but you've lost like Bucky and Wanda and Sam, and
that's
like,
real weird. Oh boy, well, as I have you on a angry note, I'm gonna make your blood boil, I'm gonna make you poop your pants.
Oh no. But yeah, that just like in the moment, it's the kind of thing where it's like, I know why they did it, because on a first watching, they want people to remember the Peggy stuff and connected it with the narrative stuff at the end. But it feels really weird for Steve to be doing that sort of shit.
Yeah,
I think it would have been more emotional if he was reminded of it through Peggy, seeing her like in real life, and that brought that back, instead of feeling like he just can't move on, and when he says he can't move on, he means from Peggy, not all the shit that just happened in the world. Yeah, but okay, now I'm gonna poop my pants.
Okay, so before this movie came out, the Russo brothers made a big announcement stating that Endgame would feature the first LGBTQ plus character in the MCU.
Okay.
The first.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. Can I guess? Wait, is this just a Valkyrie?
No.
Okay. Is this the guy at the meeting?
It is the guy at the meeting. Oh, it's coming out. The poop's coming out. Now, the guy is also, because this is a monumental occasion...
Of course, the hide your gays guy. The guy who can be gay but not be allowed to say he's gay. I hated that scene so much!
Because it is important that this is the first LGBTQ plus representation in the MCU, was played...
Is by straight man, wasn't it?
By Joe Russo.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to sacrifice you. There's nobody else around. You're dying now.
Who else will talk about Tony?
If if you die, nobody's gonna talk about Tony.
If I die, a Soul Stone is going to show up, and the animated Soul Stone is going to talk about Tony.
I am speechless.
Yeah. It was real disappointing.
Russo, die.
This was so egregious that last Pride Month in 2020, Marvel put up a top 10 characters, top 10 LGBT characters in the MCU, and Joe Russo did not show up on it. They filled it out exclusively with TV characters.
I mean, like, as much as we got from that fucking, I'm so mad at him.
Yeah.
As much as we got from that scene of that gay character, I don't want to call him a gay character, I just want to call him that Joe Sue asshole.
Yeah.
It was Joe, right?
Yeah, it was Joe.
Anyway, the amount of gayness we got from that is the amount of gayness we got from Joey in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like, it's that...
Yeah.
The fact that it's like, we'll mention other ones from TV shows, but it's like, that the ones in the TV shows are also nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing!
Yeah. But yeah, it was one of those things where it was disappointing, especially because they hyped it up. Like, this is one of those classic... Gay people were very upset about it, and then a bunch of straight people were like, I don't understand why they're so upset about it. It's just random representation. And it's like in without any context, sure, it's just random representation. A lot of people were like, it's fine as random representation.
No, it's not.
Fine,
I would so much rather not have that shit. When the person has to just when they have to do it in a, we're going to do it in a subtle, natural way where we can include a gay character only in one scene where we will not acknowledge they're gay besides them just saying that they are a man and they went on a date with another man. And it's like, but if that's the extent that you're going to do for the entire movie, for the franchise, die. Anything else about that?
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
Jim Starlin, creator of Thanos, was also in the therapy scene. Not as a character. He was the guy who then asked Joe, how did it go?
Okay.
It's like a one scene thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Don't care.
He was happy to be there.
So mad. So fucking mad. Okay, I'm done pooping pants in anger. What the fuck are we talking about? Are we still in the brief pre-discussion? What is this?
I assumed you moved on once you started talking about Tony.
I guess, yeah. Yeah.
Now we're just talking about the movie, I guess.
I was mainly talking about Tony because Tony is the most exemplary of white supremacists' ideas and, ideals and all that shit.
I think we just transitions.
Yeah. So. It's a pretty smooth transition from white supremacy through Tony into the movie. Yeah. Okay, so let's go through the movie scene by scene. We kind of already talked about, the Tony stuff.
Sure.
Is there anything else to say about Tony? Any of the Tony scenes in this movie. Go over them all. Go over them all or never.
Oh no.
Or never in your life.
Okay. Let me muster up the Tony energy.
The Tony science scene where he discovers time travel and the most I hate the way MCU does jargon and this pseudoscience stuff. It's not fun and it's also not sensical. It doesn't make sense, but it's also not nonsensical enough.
It is the you gotta choose one of the two. It is the either this is gonna be some hard sci-fi, in which case there's still a limit to it, but you can pick it apart. Or it's the soft sci-fi where you're not supposed to pick it apart. This is Star Trek with we have a machine that just does the plot. Yeah. Don't think about it. We gotta do the plot, and then you go, okay, I'm gonna exempt that because I like the plot.
Yeah.
Whereas this is I don't know what he meant by if you turn into a Mobius strip, you can then travel through time.
It's nothing. It's just jargon, as opposed to there's a lot of similarities between the Infinity War Endgame back-to-back plot line and Gurren Lagann.
Sure.
There's a lot of parallel, between them, especially with the just the ramping upness of the also like who's been to space, those sort of shit. Like there's a lot of similarities. Yeah. And I think like Gurren Lagann does like quantum shit as well. Like there's a lot of quantum shit, but it's all based off of the theoretical stuff of quantum physics,
right?
Rather than just saying you're doing quantum physics and then just saying a bunch of other words that don't have to have anything to do with quantum physics, or could just be complete. And like it's nothing. It's just make a movie a strip, make it inverted. Oh, time travel! I got it.
I was hoping they'd go softer, because like in Ant-Man and like bleeding a little into Ant-Man and the Wasp, but not really. We had the idea of like hearing someone's voice and then being able to use that to either go to the quantum realm or to leave the quantum realm.
Yeah, it was a little bit more supernatural.
And I was hoping that we would lean into that, whether it is like the you hear the voice through time or something.
Yeah.
Whereas like I don't really get how this works.
They try and do a thing of you should be fine with this because almost all the characters understand it, and there's so little. How does this work? What are we doing? But like all the characters just get it, and it's like, what do you mean? All the characters understand you go small enough to go through time. What do you mean they understand that? You're telling me it's really weird.
God, I really, really liked the scene where they were developing not the time travel, but the time heists. And we went through over the course of, I think, like a day or two. But they're all still in the same room, and we go through, like, they order out, they're, like, looking at stuff, they're trying to, like, sleep on the table.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for the, like, we are in one room, and we have to, like, come up with a plan, or, like, we're barricaded or something.
Yeah.
Like, any of those, like, bottle episode things.
It was good, too, because I thought it was going to be like, okay, this actually be fun. We're going to be having to think about what are all these places we're going to do, what are these different timelines. I thought it was going to be this long, sense of thing, and then you have, like, there's 3 of them in one location if we get the right year, and like it's like I guess we don't really need to do the whole long thing here. Like it's actually not that difficult to be like, oh, where were they in this time and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I actually like that. But
it's going crazy. No, am I still doing Tony?
Oh yeah,
I'm still gonna do Tony.
Okay, you're still doing Tony?
Yeah, I'm still doing Tony.
Okay, well, what's Tony about that?
I mean that was Power Tony.
Okay, sure.
I'm doing everything as Tony, as you said.
Okay.
The time travel suits are a combination of 3 types of technology.
Yeah, hold on. So it is the Ant-Man technology. It is the Iron Man technology where it comes out of the chest and like envelops the whole thing, and then it would be, what's the GPS thing?
GPS. Tony made the GPS.
Okay, but that's also not like. I guess that's a third part. I mean, so 4? Do you mean?
I guess so. I wasn't counting that.
GPS is a big part of it.
Sure. Well, next, I would say there are 3 sources of stuff for the suit, and one of them is Tony.
Sure.
So I would say the GPS is from Tony. Way it comes on is Tony. Also, a lot of the designing on it is very Tony. Like, for the movies, they made this is how Stark Industries designs things. Yeah. And the suits apply that design work, as opposed to Hank Pym's design work, which is more like bulky.
Yeah, so instead of, like, saying, like, the Ant-Man, I'll just say, like, sources, Hank Pym, Tony Stark, and then... Oh, what am I forgetting?
This last one's kind of obscure.
Okay, go ahead.
It is the technology that the Guardians use to like put a force field around themselves.
Oh yeah.
That is specifically the visor. It is that barrier technology.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, they focused really hard. Like the real world designers spent a lot of time trying to do this, and that is why there are no practical like versions of those suits. They filmed all of that without the suits. And then, like, in post-production, the designers were still trying to figure out, like, how do we make a suit that is the Avengers suit? Like, this is going to be the first ever, like, uniform for the Avengers.
Yeah.
So how
that was really cool to see.
So, like, how do we make something that encapsulates all of them? Do we put in Asgardian stuff? Do we put in, like, do we touch on every single person? Or do we, like, limit it to a couple? And decided to limit it to just a couple with the idea of, like, why would Thor know about Asgardian technology? Why would he put Asgardian technology into it?
Yeah.
It is the, like...
I mean, like, sure, they could have done, like, shoulder pads, maybe, but again, that probably wouldn't have looked as... why? You would want it to be sleek.
Yeah. And they also wanted to make it clear, like, when the helmets come on, they are Ant-Man-y helmets, but they don't all look like Ant-Man.
Yeah.
And,
I did love that. Just seeing them, it was the thing that I had been talking about forever, of the put them all in these suits. And the fact that it's like, okay, we put everybody in an Ant-Man suit and an Iron Man suit. It's like, yeah.
There's no reason not to.
There's no reason not to. Yeah, it was fantastic. You know, it like, and also like limiting the ability to be able to like to shrink. Like we only have this much left, so it's like it wasn't. You know, it's like, oh, you're not going to get to see Hulk do like a big like, you know, Ant-Man fight where he gets smaller and punches the Hulk strength or whatever.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, that would have to be its own movie. Like, you know, like you could not have them be possible or be able to do that and this movie be as condensed as it is. There would just be, it would be a plot hole if they're not having fun with it constantly.
Right. We also have to acknowledge that Ant-Man has a secret stash of like Pym particles because he can grow and shrink in the final fights. After they said, we've used all the Pym particles, or like, you know, we only have enough to, you know, make one-way trips for each of us.
Yeah.
And B.
That's a good point, because when he does the shrink thing, he does say one less. Yeah. I was thinking that was like a, you know, when he does the shrink, it's not using up all those Pym particles, because that's traveling through time amount. Right. But you're right, that actually, no, it's not the case. That amount is just shrinking, regardless of how much you shrink.
B. When they are setting up the secondary quantum tunnel, like the one in his van, they also needed Pym particles to do that.
Oh, yeah.
So, he's got a secret stash.
he's just lying to them.
Now, this is complicated by the fact that, now, I don't know if this is canon or not. They've never said if this is canon, but when he is working on the quantum tunnel, in the background, you do see Giant Man. Or, like, not in the background. It is, like, they do cut from that shot, but he is still working on the, like, the secondary quantum tunnel in their, like, in the car. And in that, if you look at the fight, in the fight, Giant Man is still fighting.
What does that mean?
There are 3 options. 1, he was working on the tunnel, and then he also ran off and quickly became Giant Man and kept on fighting. 2, that was, Hank.
Or Goliath.
Like, one of them might have had some spare particles. Because Goliath is in hiding. Hank is, you know, he would have just come back. But if he had just come back, he may have had some particles on him. Yeah,
I mean, would they've had 2 suits?
I mean, they wouldn't have 2 suits that look like that. Hank's suit is still very different.
Yeah, like they would have to have made a suit in that amount of time.
Yeah.
But, I mean, to be fair, well, no. I was going to say, you know, maybe Scott made a suit, but no, he's in the quantum realm. So, like, nobody would have possibly made a suit.
There's also the gag answer of Luis. Because he wanted a suit. They could have given her a suit, but then...
But again, actually, maybe, you know what? That is the most plausible answer. If Luis said he wanted a suit, if they made him a suit between the end of the Ant-Man movie and, like, the end credit scene of the Ant-Man in the Wasp movie. Like, sorry.
Yeah.
The end of the Ant-Man and the Wasp movie and the end credits of the Ant-Man and the Wasp movie.
Yeah.
In between there, if they made him a suit, that's possible. Or if they just were making a suit for him, and then that's where the suit... But, like, that is the only possibility. They made a suit in that little window right there. Because, there's no reason why Hank, at that point, wouldn't be like, all right, let's start making some more suits, that way if one goes missing, it's not a problem again.
I will say it's almost certainly not Hank, because the writers said that they wanted to purposely remove Hank and Janet because they thought there were too many characters. Like,
but Kraglin
is very important.
It was really weird that Janet wasn't there.
Yeah, because she also has, like, the Healy powers.
I was also very surprised that Ghost wasn't there, but to be fair, I also thought Ghost was in her, like, 20s, but you're saying she's, like, underage?
I believe
she's still a child? I mean, a teenager or whatever, but, like, still, you know, in the same way, I don't want Peter here fighting, but he still is either way. But, I mean, like, I'm not... If Peter wasn't here, I wouldn't be like, where's Peter?
Then also we have the plot thing of Doctor Strange being the one to make the portals, or, Doctor Strange and the other sorcerers making the portals. Yeah. So if they don't know about Ghost,
but to be fair, they... Okay, so let's think about this. We have to think about this.
Okay.
Who contacted the Ravengers? Assumingly, they contacted Kraglin, and then Kraglin contacted them. Yeah. But why the fuck would somebody contact Kraglin? It would seem more likely that they would just contact the Ravengers. It's like, can you help?
Right. It depends.
You know, why not just send out a universal, like, here's Thanos, come help us?
It really depends on what they were doing in those 5 years. Because we do see that, like, there are, like, the Avengers as they are now are doing like space missions and stuff. Like they've got Carol out there. They have like Rocket doing something else on different planets.
Yeah.
So they could like they're not in contact with the Ravagers. Like they don't talk to Kraglin in that scene.
Yeah.
Or like any of or like an actual Ravager leader. We keep on saying Kraglin because I checked the wiki and the wiki does list Kraglin as a commander.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't like. Okay, so yeah, they may have been working with them in the 5 years. So when this happened, they were like, "Hey, come help us out." Okay, potentially. Then there is who were we just talking about? Hank and Janet. You were saying like, why would Doctor Strange not like why would Scott not say sorry, not Scott Hope, like she would if Doctor Strange is going to her, wouldn't she also be like, Hank and Janet are right there because I am right here when I got dusted and they were right there.
That's a big one. We see Hope. Hope is in that fight. Which brings up the question of why not. I mean, maybe it was my parents are old.
But it's like, Janet is magic.
Yeah.
She could help.
She could help.
Not everybody needs to be fighting even, but she's a healer. We don't have healers.
Yeah, like, I will defend most, like, normal people not showing up just because it is this place is insane.
I will not defend Hank not showing up because I don't believe that Hank wouldn't show up. I don't believe that Hank would not want to, just watch it,
Oh, yeah.
Hank's that kind of person.
Hank would want to show up.
Yeah.
Hank would probably hear about the quantum tunnel thing and go like, you mean what? I'm gonna go fix it.
Yeah, that's true. He would be like, what? I gotta go kick their asses for using my tunnel while I was dead.
I'm kicking him through time. Gonna slap my wife through time.
No. She's right next to you. Okay, anything else, Tony?
Okay, so after that, I did want to confirm for the audience that yes, we do see the suit that Pepper wears in the scene where Tony and his daughter.
Oh yeah. The daughter thing was so just enrapturing that I wasn't like I didn't hear him say like, oh, I was. Even if I did hear him say that it was built for your mom, I don't remember if I even reacted to that at all. Maybe I did hear it, but either way, it didn't connect with me in the end. You know? So yeah.
It is. It does feel really weird to me, even, that Pepper has the suit. It is. I'll be calling it the rescue suit because in the comics it's called the rescue suit. I don't think they name it in the movie. It is.
Is it not the just suit from Infinity War? Like repainted, basically.
No, he does say it's a different thing.
Oh, okay.
Like he is building, like I'm building a new suit for your mom.
Well, sure, but I mean, is it not like that but upgraded? It seems like it had the same moves as the one from Infinity War.
It does have the same moves, but I don't think it's the same suit.
Okay.
But yeah, it is fundamentally basically the same suits.
I will say, I fully thought it was Agent 13. I was like, that's why I didn't want to say anything, because I was like, if I don't say who this is, then it won't happen.
There's definitely a scene in the reaction where you say Pepper right as I scream Pepper.
Yeah, because it was after I said, like, who are you 3 times?
And I didn't respond earlier because, I thought that, really, really soon we got both her face and a secondary shot of her face, in the cockpit.
Yeah.
But it was more spaced out.
Yeah. But,
yeah.
Fully thought that was Agent 13. I was like, oh, no!
That would be a real wild one.
I was expecting it.
Agent 13 isn't in the movie, right?
I don't know.
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
I mean, I could probably check and make sure.
I didn't see her.
I did look through the list. I'm pretty sure she's not there.
Okay.
I think they kind of dropped her when they were like, we're going to focus on Peggy, which means we also don't want to have the implied question of, does Cap go into past, meet Peggy, and then go into the future as an old man, and then go to Agent 13 and say, listen, I got to break up. This ain't working out.
The Agent 13 thing is so much weirder now in retrospect, because, it's at the time was he has gotten over Peggy, when very clearly he had not gotten over her great grandmother, or was it grandmother?
I believe
grandmother, right?
I believe it was great aunt actually.
Oh, great aunt. Oh yeah. You're right.
Not.
Yeah. It was aunt. But anyway, Yeah, it's really weird when we now are saying he was not over her at that point. That was real weird, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I fully accept that reading of, like, he was in love with her, not because he was in love with her, but because he was like, oh yeah, you are related to Peggy.
Yeah, it's... Don't like it. Never liked it, still don't like it.
But of course, I'm glad that you did understand, like, even right after the movie, I didn't have to tell you this, that it's not incest.
Of course, yeah.
Because that's not how the time travel works. The time travel makes new timelines.
Yeah.
There were so many people who were like, I can't believe they broke the rules and had him go back in time to this time, and then he, is now genetically related to Agent 13, and Agent 13 now is a super soldier.
To be fair, I do kind of get it. Well, I mean, by the end of the movie, not so much. I don't get it, but, like... it took me a bit to, like, kind of get it, because they were doing it works by these movies' rules, not these movies' rules, and I had seen none of the movies they listed. They listed a bunch of them. The only one I had seen is The Hot Tub Time Machine. Which was in the moment, I was like, oh man, that's really telling about myself. The only one of these I've seen is Hot Tub Time Machine. But, yeah, so I was like, I don't know what they're exactly saying, but then a little bit, I was like, okay, this is the different timeline sort of things. What they're doing. Okay. But yeah, like, so I can kind of get it, but by the end of the movie, I feel like it's very, I mean, like, I don't know how you end the movie and don't realize that there are multiple timelines.
Right. It's
kind of time travel.
I think that actually, the other thing that confuses people is that, like, when we see old Cap, like, in order to get to this timeline, old Cap had to have, like, moved forward. Like, he had to have been in his timeline, and then he had to have gone to the present timeline.
Yeah.
And I think that is what confused people, because they were like, oh, he's not wearing the suit or anything, so he must have just been in this timeline the whole time.
That is a good point. Like, yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that. I did kind of think that, but that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
My brain did think that. But you're right, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It is supposed to be...
Yeah. He would have had to... Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Like, I don't know how else you would do that. Like, or I mean, I know how else you would do it, but it's just like, it is, yeah, the way it's shot makes your brain automatically be like, he's just waited in this timeline the whole time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not how it works. Why did I think that? God, up until just then I was thinking that. Anyway, yeah, the Bucky thing, of the, like, Bucky was clearly the only one who knew before he was going into it, was nice, but it's still kind of hollow when he clearly didn't give a shit about Bucky dying in any way. Like, it didn't really affect him, Right. And I talked about that earlier. I meant to say that earlier. The final fight, yeah, like, it's just, there's not like, it doesn't feel like through any of the movie, really, felt like they really cared that much about the people they had lost, more so than they cared about failing.
Right. I would say a big, like, complaint to the movie is that it's too close to something like The Leftovers, like a generic, people disappeared movie, or a, like, they were raptured. Like, there's not a lot that is a very specific, it could only, like, here's some Fallout that could only exist because of, it being Thanos, or being aliens.
Yeah. I mean, we get one scene of, like, aftermath of it.
Right.
The conference, or the not conference. The
funeral?
No. The thing immediately 5 years later, we go into the group talk.
Yeah, group therapy.
Group therapy. Yeah, that's the only thing we get. And again, it's very... They don't talk about the world. I mean, it really just feels like group therapy for people who have had people who have died.
Yeah.
If watching that scene out of context, you would not imagine that people got dusted. It doesn't feel like that at all. And, like, it's very sad, but that doesn't mean it's relevant to the thing that it should be sad for.
Right.
And we get zero consequences in the world. Like, there's no changes to the society of the world in any way. We're not even told about any.
The only thing we are told, and this isn't like a human thing, it is when Cap is trying to rationalize and he is like, I saw more whales out in the water.
Yeah.
Like, there's less
that
pollution.
is a good point. That is the only thing. Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, man. And, like, that feels weird because it doesn't feel like there's less pollution.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel like their production has slowed down any. You know, like, there's also, the guy says, we have, you know, we're the only ones left in the world. We have to, you know, stand up and stuff. And like, you know, there are half the people left in the world. Like, half people are gone. So now the other half has to take over those jobs as well. Right. But, you know, we're told that, but we don't see what that means, or we don't see anything of that happening. Or even, like, in the Avengers, like, we kind of get a little bit of that, but it's not like something where it's a role that we've already seen. Like, Natasha is that of, like, she's stressed out, she has to do all this now. But it's not like there was somebody who was doing that before her. Like, you know, it's weird. They were kind of doing that in a, like, there's no government, you know, way. Like, this movie kind of acted like there was absolutely no government anywhere.
Yeah.
It was really strange.
Which, I mean, I think that does tie into our, you know, initial thing of the government and specifically the military wanting to be shown in a positive light.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there is a way to do the military in a positive light in this, which is why they didn't.
Yeah.
It is a, like, either you're going to show them, like, their heart's in the right place but they're struggling, or their heart's not in the right place. And both of those are not good for the military, therefore they didn't do it.
Yeah. Which creates a dynamic of, like, other aliens from outer space having to come here and help protect Earth instead of the U.S. military helping during the Thanos fight. Like, Doctor Strange is not like, let me get the army to help. He's like, why the fuck would I? They're not gonna help.
It's a weird mix of making things bigger in order to make them smaller. Because we also have, like, the Avengers are now universal. Or not universal, but, you know, like, they are now helping the entire, like, universe. And yet we don't really see any of that. Like, if we had some Captain Marvel, like, you know, doing stuff on alien planets, that would at least sell the idea of, like, okay, this is A, what she's been doing all this time, and B, like, you know, she's even more stressed out now because all these other planets are suffering.
Yeah, or, like,
we don't get
Rocket
that.
having to do what all of the Guardians did together.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that sort of shit we should have gotten, and we did it.
Like, I do... It would hurt the theme of loss, but also they didn't do the theme of loss very well. But I would have liked it if, you know, if we're not going to commit to the, like, we're going to really show the gaping hole in the world created by this event, I would have preferred it if we had had, like, some extra Avengers or something, like some sort of, we had to get other people to fill in for these roles, and they're not as good. And we're not going to, like, they're not going to be part of the time heist or anything, because they're not ready. Like, you could have still had here are the important characters, and, you know, here's a bunch of other stuff going on that is just, you know, showing how bad things are, how chaotic they are, or, like, you know, we're being stressed to the max.
Yeah.
It creates a sense of airiness. If it is, like, there are only, you know, a couple of Avengers, or a handful, but they are still doing all the Avengers stuff. They are, like, also being Avengers for the universe.
This honestly would have been the perfect place to introduce a new Avenger.
Yeah.
You know? Like, as a just person who had to deal with all this, and then you could do some crazy comic shit of, because of the snap, something happened, nuclear waste fell on his ass, you know, something like that. Not bad, but, you know, there's so many comic ways to get a superpower that could have happened through, you know, stuff going wrong because of the snap.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that would have been a very nice perspective to have.
Like, I think there's going to be a really weird air in phases 4 and 5 of...
Really quickly, if Peter didn't get snapped, that would probably be what that would be.
Yeah.
You know, like, Peter getting snapped was a big emotional moment, but, and to be fair, Tony is really the only fucking character in this movie who seems to give a shit about somebody who got snapped.
Right.
Other than, Vision didn't get snapped.
Yeah, he didn't get snapped.
But either way, yeah, so I'll give Tony that, you know, or I'll give, you know, the writers, you know, at least doing that for Tony, you know, but, like, should have been for all of them. But either way, you know, the Peter thing, I don't know if it was, you know, it was a big emotional moment. They want to do an Infinity War, but if they're not really going to do a whole lot with it, I mean, I'm sure people actually really felt like they did a whole lot with the Peter Tony stuff. I feel like it was mediocre, but people probably loved it, to be fair. But you're right. I think having Peter just be in this movie and have him have a, you know, be somebody who's been living through those 5 years as a teenager would have been, you know?
Yeah.
It was so fucking weird when Peter and Ned reconnect at school. Like, they haven't talked at all.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? Like, you know, do you not give a shit about your friend in any way?
Right.
Is school, like, even if school is happening the next day, you didn't call him that day and say, I'm back?
Right.
Like, Even if you'd be like, well, he knows. Yeah, but still call him. Like, she's your best friend. It's... Yeah, this movie makes me feel like just these characters don't care.
Right.
Yeah. Sad.
It's definitely something where I think they could have done a lot more if they had more time. I mean, this is a 3-hour movie.
Yeah.
This is like a mini-series in terms of stuff. But a lot of the content I've gone through of, like, we had to cut this, or this is the lead scene, a lot of it was, like, we just don't have space to tell, like, all these little things, so we have to distill them all into, like, here's the, the one scene that also implies everything else.
I mean, like, some of them are so easy. It's not a time thing.
Yeah.
Like, Steve, just have him say Bucky instead of Peggy.
Right.
That's not a time thing. That's just say Bucky instead of Peggy.
I mean, I think that's also, like, rather than a time thing, I think part of it's also, like, the pressure cooker of, we have to do Endgame, and we're doing it, like, alongside Infinity War, and all the reshoots are only going to be the suits and stuff. Like, there's a lot of, like, I can see how they just wouldn't have thought about some things that make obvious sense in hindsight.
Yeah. Like, I think that was the thing. This movie is really fun to watch as a thing, but in retrospect, it's lacking so much as a emotional conclusion. It's a huge hype conclusion and a fantastic, like, CGI and just having all the characters assemble and be a big monumental thing. But in terms of emotional resolution, oh man, disappointing.
Do you think this is something that the TV shows can fix by expanding upon it, or do you think it is a, like, the movie had to have done it, if it's on the movie it doesn't work?
It's actually really weird because we're going to be going forward now, and, like, all the legacy heroes are going to have so little characterization compared to all the later heroes.
Right.
Because they're going to have so much more time in the TV shows, and it's going to be, a setting that is so much more applicable to them as a person rather than them as a like, we're going to have to quickly give them a whole lot of, character development off screen in between the two movies, so that way they can be a essentially different version of that character on screen.
Yeah.
In this movie. And yeah, I feel like the lack of having to do that, the lack of every time you watch a named character's movie, they are marketably different in how they act, so it's hard to get a grasp of who the fuck they really are and what they actually stand for. I think it's going to be really interesting going forward, because I'm sure the movies are going to do a lot of, like, I am influenced by, Cap or by Thor, blah, blah, blah. But, like, that's going to mean a lot in a literal sense, but not in a, like, telling us anything about the character sense.
Sure.
So yeah, it's like, Hulk is the one that I'm the most worried about. I really hope that we can still get a lot of Hulk, because it's like Hulk has done barely anything.
Yeah, and Hulk is still around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like Hulk has done barely anything, and then he's also one of the legacy heroes that they are, quote unquote, like, retiring.
Right.
I say quote unquote, not fully. Some of them fully, some of them not. But yeah, it's worrying how much we're gonna get. Because even in Endgame, we got a lot of, like, talking. He didn't really get, like, a scene. Like, I'm not talking about fighting, but, like, he didn't get a lot of, like, any emotional stuff.
Sure.
Hulk was really fun in this movie. I loved him. Banner, Hulk, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. I'll always save it for the Hulk moments. Yeah. Okay. So back to Tony.
Okay.
New York 2012. I do appreciate that we have a, like, this is his idea, and his idea for, like, how do I get rid of my, like, how do I cause a distraction is now I'm going to try and, like, not kill myself. I'm going to give myself a cardiac dysrhythmia.
Yeah.
Because I could definitely see, especially in earlier Tony, going for more of I'm just going to blow up the building and take it.
Sure.
Whereas, like, this is something that you can try to fix through, like, just, like, putting it back or, like, putting it on a different floor.
Yeah.
Like, I like it. It's a smooth touch. It didn't work out, obviously, but it's a smooth touch.
Okay.
I also do really like, going back to New Jersey 1970, and, the transition point in between there. Him finally, like, going on faith. Like, he is a very, like, I gotta have it planned out because I'm the only person who could possibly ever do this. And in order to get the Tesseract and more Pym particles, it is something that is a collaboration between him and Steve. Like, we didn't really get a Cap and Iron Man makeup thing.
Yeah, we didn't really get them making up. We also didn't really get a heated moment since Civil War.
It was sort of a, like, Civil War happens, but I gave you the phone, you know, you understand what it's for, and then he came back and it was, like, I was fine with coasting on the thing of, you know, something big is happening, so we're not going to talk about this right now. But then they never talked about it.
That's what I mean, but a lot of the emotional resonance is just missing.
Right. But I appreciate the, let's do a buddy cop mission.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go get some particles. Let's get some Tesseract juice. We're going to do it. We're also going to, like, this is an all or nothing. We might just be stranded in the past. I might just have to live with my dad now, who doesn't know me. You might have to just be a homeless person. But we're going to do it, because it's all or nothing. So I like that. And then going into... I guess it's really just the final fights. Like the big combo moves. I like the big old, like, open up the anus and, you know, shoot the lightning into it move. That is the only thing I can see when I see the suit do that. It's
sure.
Yeah.
It didn't seem more powerful than just the lightning.
I'm assuming it was supposed to be, like, concentrating it into more powerful beams.
I guess so.
We do see the rescue suit do the exact same thing without the lightning, though, which makes it feel a little less cool.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, with the other combo moves, like, you know, Cap, like, bouncing Mjolnir off of the shields, that was really dank. I mean, that's not even like, that is a combo move in the sense that if you have the hammer, you have the power of Thor. But it is more of a, like, this is just Cap, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wish we had more dank combo moves, not with the main three. Yeah. Like, that was a real, like, here's the main three, they're gonna be really cool. Like, you know, this is their, like, big send-off, because we're not gonna be able to do that near the end of the movie.
Having Hope and Scott work on the machine was a nice, like, teamwork thing.
Sure.
But I would have liked that.
Yeah.
I was still waiting for that.
I was really hoping for some, like, stuff like Nebula and Tony's, like, father-daughter relationship.
Yeah.
Some, like, even if it's not, you know, a big scene, if it is just, like, you know, in the fights, we have two people with weirdly working together powers who just do a thing and they're like, I can't believe that worked.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When the MCU was first coming out, like, were you into it when it was, like, Iron Man and then Incredible Hulk? Okay.
I was into it starting with, I want to say, Incredible Hulk. Yeah. Like, it was Incredible Hulk, and then it was, I guess Captain America. Because that was also like, this is a universe. It was more of just a, like, oh, did you know that post-credit scene connected to the other movie? Like, it was not a universe.
Yeah.
So I can't say, like, once the Avengers was stated, like, hey, it's coming out, that's when I was like, okay, gotta go back, gotta watch the others. I saw Iron Man in a programming class, which was fun.
Really?
That was a real, like, hey, here's a program-related movie, Iron Man.
Okay, so, like, up through, like, you know, through Avengers and, like, after Avengers and all that, what was, like, your vibe of where this narrative was going? Like, you know, I am curious as, like, what other people were thinking, like, this whole, like, saga was going to be about, where we were going to end up, where we would be going in the future and stuff.
Okay.
Like, I would say that I always assumed that the Avengers was, like, you know, the team of, like, superheroes that work together to stop stuff. And, you know, the term Avengers, I always assumed was very, like, I would assume, like, I was under the assumption that by the time we got to Avengers, there would be, like, 8 people at least or something like that. The fact that there was so little people there was crazy to me. And yeah, I just kept expecting the Avengers to be this huge number of people, and it was very small for most of its, you know, thing. And so, aside from that, I also felt like we were doing a sort of like found family sort of thing rather than a military squad. Like, not like a, like, you know, oh, call up these people and send them out, but more, it felt like we were going for more of a found family sort of, you know, thing. Where the characters actually, like, were not just working together, but, like, actually, you know, felt more like friends and everything.
Right.
But yeah, I would say that is where I thought that we were going with, you know, all this. And so, like, it is weird looking back on, like, you know, my predictions from, like, the beginning of, like, Avengers and everything to, like, now with Endgame, where it's like, these movies are way more about just cool moments and snapshots in these characters' lives, rather than like a found family sort of thing or a like close knit sort of anything.
I think part of it is also just the like I think they wanted to do more of a found family thing than they actually did. Like Guardians gets a bit closer there with like the banter and stuff, but even there is like it does feel weird at times when Rocket says specifically, "Those people are my family. They're the only family I ever had."
Yeah, like that sort of stuff feels kind of like I kind of get it, but we haven't really seen that much.
It's closer with the Guardians than it is with the Avengers. When the Avengers imply stuff like that makes me go like, they feel more like coworkers.
Have they even implied something like that?
I feel like they have.
Like aside, like Wanda, is like talking about Vision specifically. Yeah. Like they have like people, but they don't really have like a group dynamic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Avengers, I did not think was going to just be like anything. Like it's the term Avengers. I thought was going to be like a we will call you an Avenger when you are part of the family. Like working with us does not necessarily mean that you are an Avenger.
Sure.
Like that's why I was like, are we counting Hawkeye and Black Widow as Avengers when they were first coming up? Because it's like they're not really like I have no connection with these other characters or anything in that sort of way, and they're and now it's definitely like that's why I just call anybody an Avenger, because it's like the term Avenger is very loose. It's really just like if you fight with them, you're I don't know what an Avenger is.
We've had lots of arguments about like what is an Avenger, or specifically where you would say this person is an Avenger and I would say no, and because I didn't want to spoil you, I would just be like, no, but that's not what an Avenger is, or like Ant-Man, not an Avenger.
Yeah, because like what I was getting to at one point was like, I'm going to just classify they are an Avenger if they fought in Infinity War, but it's like that makes Hawkeye and Ant-Man not an Avenger,
right? It's
but it's like, I mean, are they Avengers? I don't know.
I mean, even though Cap yelled Avengers Assemble, I wouldn't call all those people Avengers either, because also none of them assembled. They just ran.
That was weird. Mm-hmm. They all assemble, and then he goes, Avengers Assemble, and then they all disassemble.
Yeah.
I don't know. Weird moment.
I mean, now you can say that the only Avengers are people that were next to Cap, who actually did come to him during the fight.
Just the last couple people walking over, crackling his Avenger.
Yeah, but going back to your initial point, which has been a while.
I don't even know what it was.
It was, like, what was my perspective?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So, I came into it with the comic understanding of the Avengers are just, like, a group, and it was... Before I forget, I also want to say, this is the first movie in which the founding Avengers from the comics are all in the same movie. The founding Avengers being Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, Captain America, Hank Pym, and Janet Van Dyne.
Okay.
Those 5 were the original, like, Avengers. And for a while, they were, like, the only Avengers.
Sure.
Like, it has mostly been a... Like, this is just sort of this small group, and then they would, like, create... How would I put this? Like, franchises.
I really wish they didn't... Like, I mean... I don't know how I would do it. Maybe... I don't know how I would do it, but it would have been nicer to have Hope in this movie, then, as that parallel. You know, of, like, the Hank and Janet are in the movie as, like, the, the founding Avengers are here, but then also the founding Avengers through, Scott and Hope are also doing all this, like, are also part of this main movie as well.
I think that would have been cool.
Yeah.
Heroes. Like, it also, helps to know that the Avengers weren't really a, like, standout thing. Even in the comics, it wasn't, like, it was billed as a, here are some, big heroes teaming up. Here are some of the finest heroes. But it wasn't a, like, this is the Marvel flagship.
Yeah. I do know that it took a while for it to, like, catch on as the Avengers. Like, they changed some names for, a while.
And then, like, in the 80s and 90s, they really broadened out with, like, West Coast Avengers or, like, a bunch of different groups of Avengers.
And even before that, like, the pre-Avengers was, like, the first, like, superhero group of Marvel was the All Winners Squad.
Yeah, the All Winners Squad.
Yeah, with my boy Namor.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting for another movie.
Namor, come on. But yeah, so I figured that the movies would be like that. I figured it would be these are going to be the Avengers, and that group's probably not going to change, but we will get other Avengers teams or just other teams in general. Like, the one thing we kind of did was the Secret Avengers, which are, a group of people who were former Avengers who had to go underground. And that's kind of what Cap's Avengers were. Like, they were kind of split into the Avengers and the Secret Avengers. But I was mostly expecting it to be like, okay, here's the flagship team. Other heroes are going to show up, but they're not going to join the Avengers at all. Like, the Avengers cast is not going to change. I thought it was going to be these are going to be the big core group, and maybe they'll change a tiny bit, but it'll mostly be like them teaming up with other people, or them hunting other heroes.
Hunting other heroes.
Yeah, I thought a big thing was going to be not the Sokovia Accords, pre-Civil War. I thought we were going to get a lot of vigilante heroes, and then the Avengers would have to stop those vigilante heroes.
To be fair, that's also kind of what I thought. Yeah, right.
I figured we were going to do a lot of
not vigilante heroes, but I thought the world was just going to be a lot of superhero villains that were low level that they were stopping.
Okay.
But right off the bat, we've just been doing galactic shit from the start.
It has been a lot of the individual heroes will take on smaller threats, and then the Avengers are the real big boys.
I mean, what do you mean by smaller threats? Because has there been a movie with a small threat? Has there been a movie with a threat that has not almost destroyed an entire city at the very least?
Entire city.
Or town, or even Spider-Man and Vulture is so much is getting destroyed. Planes are falling and blowing up and stuff.
They almost did blow up Coney Island, fair.
Yeah, the stakes are pretty fucking high in most of the movies.
Sure.
Even Iron Man 1 is a hell of a lot of terrorism and stuff, which is big stakes,
Right.
That's not low level.
Fair. I was going to say Iron Man 1, but I was thinking of just Stain, as opposed to Stain was also part of 10 Rings.
Yeah, and even then, if Stark Industries is the biggest if they're the richest in the world, the biggest corporation in the world, and its leader is doing all of this shit, I would say that's pretty big. It's not small scale, even Stain by himself.
Fair.
Even if he wasn't connected to the 10 Rings, just all the others just wanting to kill Tony and all that, still big. Still big.
Fair.
But yeah, I don't think any of the movies have any at a small scale.
Hulk and Abomination only destroyed Harlem.
They only destroyed Harlem.
Harlem's not a city. Harlem's a few city blocks. They're important. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still a bit. I mean, they destroyed it. Also, it's not the what did happen, but the what could have happened.
Okay.
It's the threat, not the what happened. If Hulk did not do stop Abomination, it would have been not just Harlem.
Yeah. All right, fair points.
Yeah.
I think that is also it is the thrill of a movie versus a TV series. The MCU TV series, they do have a lot more smaller threats, and part of that is budget, but part of it is also that it's easier to follow a small threat over the course of a long thing.
Yeah, and even then, smaller threats are not really the season arcing thing. It's sort of just a small thing to do. Even most of the TV shows have pretty big, not as big, but still big stuff. Characters shooting rocket launchers at fucking cafes and people trying to mind control an entire everyone in the world. I'd say it's pretty big.
It's not that big.
They're pretty big too. Marvel doesn't do a lot of small scale stuff at all. Luke Cage dealt with a lot of small stuff, but then by the end, it got very, I'm going to start shooting rocket launchers and,
It was episode 3.
Yeah.
I mean, that ending was just, I'm going to punch you into a car, and I'm going to punch you into another car. It's so small scale.
That's small scale.
If you let him unchecked, you just punch more cars.
I mean, it was the whole systemic thing as well. That's also a thing. I'm glad this is not a bad thing, but it's a big, threat to have a lot of systemic problems that they're having to deal with and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's also just it's hard to do a small scale superhero thing that people also like. Even with non-Marvel stuff, like a lot of the like CW DC shows tend to do a like at the very least you're gonna have someone who if they don't blow up a city they're gonna keep on saying it for like the whole season. I can blow up a city because if you don't do that, most people are gonna say this is just lame. Why am I watching this?
Yeah, I mean like even Daredevil, which has like the most street level stuff, has all of that in both seasons that I've seen so far.
Yeah,
they've had the bad big threat like Kingpin, not so much. Then even in the end they did have to do the like okay, we're going to like ramp the threat up really high with him basically saying I want to destroy the city.
Yeah.
It just comes out of nowhere. So are we done talking about Tony?
I mean, we got his death.
You got his death.
Oh no! You've been talking a lot for saying you weren't going to talk.
I've been talking a lot, but I haven't been talking about Tony.
This has been the Tony talk.
Again, I will say what I said. The fact that we did Tony's funeral, but not Natasha's, is just, I mean, it is sexist.
Oh, yeah.
It is, I'm not calling it what it is. It's nothing else besides that.
No, I'll agree.
It's fucked up.
It's real wild that Scarlett Johansson had to fight constantly for a Black Widow movie when everyone has said a Black Widow movie would do really, really good. In fact, we should do a Black Widow movie. And it took until the character died for them to go, okay, we're going to do a big reset. Like, like Phase 4 kind of starting fresh, so I guess we'll let you do the Black Widow movie after the character died.
I don't even know. I mean, like, I'm assuming it's going to be a prequel. It's going to be like her and Clinton on the mission that they reset in this one to remind you, like, that's coming up in the future movie, guys. That's absolutely what it is. If it's not that, I'll say it again. If it's not that, I will eat my shorts.
I'm really excited to see if you found any other setup things in Endgame.
Okay,
but yeah, so. I'm glad. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, like, off the top of my head, if there's any obvious setup things besides, like, that one was very obvious. Tony's daughter's probably gonna fucking become Iron Man. Scott's daughter's close to old enough now to start, being a like girl in the chair sort of situation.
Yeah. There's also the question of like, do you think we're gonna do more time skips to age up some of these characters, or do you think we're gonna like stay in 2023-ish for a little bit?
No, I think after Far From Home. Well, actually, I'm just curious because how the timeline works, especially now with the pandemic, them having to like space it out more. I wonder if they're going to jump ahead, or if they're going to be like, oh, this is actually perfect. Now we're just going to line up right where we wanted to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like by the time we get our next movie that's in present day, it'll be lined up with when that movie comes out.
Okay.
That's my prediction. We're not going to get a movie that is not a prequel until it lines up with the present year. So 2024.
Okay. Oh.
That is the year, right?
2023.
2023.
Yeah.
So 2023 is when I think the first movie coming out.
Okay.
In present time in that universe will be.
All right.
That's my prediction. Do you know? Can you tell me the order? I really don't mind.
Sure. Also, I do want to keep in mind when I say like future stuff, I also mean the TV shows.
Sure. Yeah.
Like the TV shows.
We'll do this later.
Yeah.
This is gonna take a while to.
Yeah, I'm gonna load it up anyways. We're gonna need it.
Okay. But
yeah. Like, I'm also very excited that the TV shows are, like, this is the first time, as they said, this is the first time that the MCU is coming to the small screen.
I mean, I'm glad they're acknowledging, like, I'm glad they're saying that, though, because that does mean that it's going to be way more tied.
Yeah. Like, if it isn't now, they're going to look real, real dumb, which, to be fair, sometimes they do. Kevin Feige, very famously, says a lot of stuff about each movie, and then half of it tends to be wrong, not because he knew it was wrong, but because they told him, listen, this movie's going to be a horror movie. And then he goes, listen, this is the MCU's first horror movie. And then it's not, and then he goes, I'm sorry. But okay, I'm going to just, yeah. Just wrote it down.
Okay. But anyway,
so
Tony dies. Everybody sad except me.
We get the big final bring it all around from Iron Man 1, proof that Tony Stark has a heart. It was physically in his body, now it is physically on the water.
That was so like subtle.
We also got the other big one, which was of course the cheeseburgers. We're in Iron Man 1. He gets the cheeseburgers. At the end, Morgan also wants cheeseburgers, showing that she is in fact her father's daughter.
Happy being like, your father also kind of liked cheeseburgers.
Man. I'm glad that Jon Favreau has so much money now because he keeps on playing Happy Hogan in movies that he's not directing. It is the dream. I mean, in the same way, in this movie, Taika Waititi got a paycheck for playing Korg. All you gotta do, if you end up doing an MCU movie, gotta insert yourself.
You have to. Now the one gay character can keep going back.
Oh no! Every movie he's gonna come back and say, still gay, still no boyfriend.
No, he's not gonna say that. He's just gonna say, I happened to go on a date, and he was a married. They can't even say guy or man. It has to be just he.
But at least we have Hogarth. Oh yeah, look at that malice.
It's really fucked up to have this, ending for Tony's character be a proof that Tony Stark has a heart. That is why I was laughing earlier. That's so fucked up. That's so goddamn... It's so propaganda! They can't stop.
Alright, I'm finally ready to talk about Hawkeye. Bring us back. We're at the start of the movie again.
Okay, you're fully done, Tony.
Yeah, I won't bring up any more Tony.
Okay, no more Tony. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally slip and talk about Tony, but no more Tony. We're done.
Timestamp it as the Tony section.
All of that was the Tony section.
Yeah.
The Tony / white supremacy section. Now, let's start the movie.
With a man who killed lots of Asian people.
Yeah. So, Hawkeye. I don't know how to talk about Hawkeye, how to talk about Barton in this movie. Like, the beginning scene, very sad. Good scene, great way to, like, reopen us up and reintroduce us to the threat, or not to the threat, but to the stakes and, to what has happened and everything. Even if they don't do anything with it.
Right.
Clint has some emotional shit with his, family and everything. That's good. But, I mean, like, as far as, the rest of it. With him going on this whole, like, Ronin, samurai ninja fucking thing. Weird that he chose that aesthetic. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with that. Like, it's so just... Was that a part of his caricature? I don't know. Okay. But, yeah, they didn't sell it very well. Like, they're going for, like, he's going around the world killing bad people, because they are bad and so they don't deserve to live in this world. Like,
right.
Why were they chosen?
Yeah.
But they don't really sell that very well. It's implied, but they don't really say that. And, I don't need them to outright say it, but they more so just kind of imply that he's going around killing people. Like,
right.
They never explicitly, or not even, they never even imply that they're bad people, I'm just kind of guessing.
I mean, they're bad people. He said they were bad people. Or rather, he said they didn't deserve to live after the snap.
He said they didn't deserve to live after the snap. That does not say that they're bad people. That's just him saying they don't deserve to live after the snap. We know... I feel
like your rose splitting hairs there.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, it's implied, but not... Like, it's only implied through Clint, which is not the person that you should be implying it through.
Sure.
Because they're kind of... nobody's thinking that, but they're trying... They're, like... pretend doing the, like, he's crazy, he's going mad, what are we gonna do about it, Nobody in the audience thinks that. Every time they do, like, the main character of a, series is going to die or whatever. This is not a series, that doesn't count. But yeah, like, you know what I mean.
Oh, can we talk about how butthurt everyone was when they were like, when the Guardians came out, there were so many video essays where people were like, there's no way they're going to commit to the idea that the Infinity Stones could kill this many people. This is absolute nonsense. It's never going to happen. We are never going to see a scene like the clip of the Council using the Power Stone to vaporize a bunch of people. They're like, no one will ever be vaporized by Infinity Stone in the MCU. I was so happy when Infinity War came out. It was like, yeah, it's a snap, which is the thing I saw on the news. I once turned on CNN and they were like, yeah, you know how in the future Thanos is going to use the snap to kill half of all life in the universe. I saw that literally on CNN and people were like, no, this can't happen. I'm so happy that they did. Not that the snap happened in universe, but that out of universe the directors did the snap, and it was everything I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
And also, it was everything that Clint wanted it to be, because of course the snap was designed to only bring back people who were who were snapped the first time. The second snap was only designed to bring back people who were killed the first time, which means that anyone that Ronin killed is still dead.
Oh yeah.
Which means that he did succeed in his goal of getting rid of the bad people.
Yeah, how many could he have possibly killed? I don't know.
I mean, they did say he took out a cartel, so yeah. I'm going to assume all bad people.
Which, okay. we gotta go back to Thanos real quick.
Oh no!
That to me was so weird with the cartel thing. Like, again, we're acting like there's no government. We're acting like there's no military, and then we're acting like Thanos hasn't gotten rid of half the resources. You know, we're acting like there is so many more resources to be fought over that people are fighting over more now, like cartel, and there's a lot more crime going on, and that's what Hawkeye is dealing with. But why? You know, it's again acting like Thanos was right, and it does feel like Thanos was right. I mean, the world isn't better, but the world isn't worse off. We're not shown the world being that worse off. Right. And then the whale thing being like the only really thing that we have as consequences in the world is weird. It's like, you know, it is the don't try and make this a silver lining, but it's like, but that's the only thing you said,
right?
You know, so like, it's messed up.
It's a weird one. I didn't take the cartel thing as they have more resources. I took it as just the cartel is stronger now because there's fewer people.
Like, it's not explicitly like we have better resources or something like that, but like, there was just it's again the thing, what they choose to show versus what they don't choose to show.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily imply there are more resources and more crime fighting over it. But the fact that they never talk about government, they never talk about the military, they never talk about any sort of thing like that in any way.
Right.
But they are talking a lot about the crime going on is very telling of what they're trying to say happened post snap.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, Hawkeye going around killing everybody should have been more of that, or you know, again, could have had a Hawkeye movie between instead of you know, fucking Captain Marvel.
Right.
Captain Marvel should have been snapped.
This is actually, the audience may be very surprised by this, but I do agree with that.
Okay.
Because like Captain Marvel doesn't really get to do anything in the movie until
I shouldn't say Captain Marvel. Carol. Sorry.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just realized why you said that.
Oh yeah, I mean, sorry. Yeah. I mean, not you. I mean, I keep saying Captain Marvel as well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Carol.
Yeah, but yeah, Carol doesn't really do anything in the movie until after the unsnap happens.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, the going to kill Thanos and everything, like, she wasn't really needed.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I didn't get the vibe that without her they would have been screwed. Right. It really kind of felt like they would have been fine without her.
Yeah, like, I mean, that was meant to play up viewer expectations of, like, we gotta do the big final fight, and they're gonna get beaten in the first act, and they gotta fight him actually for real scenes in the third act. Yeah. So I get, like, why they would want to have the big build-up of, like, even Carol has to be here.
Yeah, I think, like, I'm gonna go kill Thanos, but the whole cold open of killing Thanos, one of the fantastic, best moments in cinema history. Like, legitimately. Okay. So good, extremely unexpected, you know, I'm sure completely shocked the fuck out of so many people. It's the ultimate, like, okay, most of this movie is going to be how do we find Thanos, and then it's going to be a quick fight at the end. That was what I thought. Because I was like, I'm not expecting a big fight in this movie. It's going to be a lot of talking, and the end is going to be a fight. Sure. So it you know, even me not expecting a big, like, long, you know, they're going to do a fight and get beaten and do blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the fact that just, like, we know where Thanos is, here's what it, like, we just saw him do the snap again, we know exactly where he is, and we're going to go kick his ass. It's just like, okay, everything that all this movie is gonna be is. It feels very Infinity War, and like, you know, they were trying to explicitly, you know, not do a Thanos plot line, you know, that had already been done in the comics. And stuff. They didn't want people to go into it with preconceived, or they wanted people to go into it with preconceived notions and then twist those. Yeah, that, and also it allows the arc before they come up with time travel to actually feel like it's going to be longer and more dreary than it really is. Because you go into it going like, okay, Thanos is done. 5 years later, we're just sticking with this. Where's the twist? I don't get it. Nothing's happening. Everyone's just sad. Yeah, and like, I took a first act break at that point. That was 20 minutes. I fully thought that was an hour. Fully 100% thought that was an hour. Ah, yeah. It felt like such a, you know, whole thing. But in retrospect, it's so short. Like, going even back to it, it's like, it's so short. It's 20 minutes, and it felt so long. I think you are right in that it has the same sort of tightness as Infinity War, where Infinity War has a lot of, like, very strong segments, and even if, like I'm not going to say that, you know, the Maw, you know, Psychic Man had, like, a good death, but, like, all the generals had a very clear, like, you know, this is a, like, we're going to pick them off one by one. This is going to feel kind of iconic. Yeah. Like, it all had a very strong sense of purpose. It never felt like anything was wasted.
And the first 20 minutes of the movie feel a lot like that.
Yeah.
Which I think also makes sense as a, like, you probably watched Infinity War before you came to the theater, so we're going to give you that exact same pace. You're going to get caught up in that feeling.
I don't know about that, though. I cannot imagine somebody watching Infinity War and then immediately watching Endgame, because the tone shift is just neck-breaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it works, the fact that I watched Infinity War, then, took the break to watch the other movies and everything, and I did not rewatch Infinity War before, going right into Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I watched Infinity War, rewatched some Infinity War for the discussion and all that, but that was, like, the last time I'd seen it. So, I think having that break into the other movies helped, because I cannot imagine how fucking jarring I mean, did you do that?
I absolutely did. And
it was not, like, jarring?
I mean, it was, but I thought that was, good.
Okay.
I wanted the jarring. I wanted my neck to be snapped. Because it was the, like, okay, I just saw the big old fight with Thanos round 2, how do we do this, where do we go?
I don't mean that, I mean, like, the rest of the movie. Like, not like that, like, that's not what I mean by next step. I mean, like, the in-game, like, Infinity War is very, very serious.
Yeah.
Very, very somber and emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And Endgame is very funny and wacky and cartoony.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
I mean, like,
I like it. I love fun movies over somber movies.
Sure.
But the tone shift, if you watch both back to back, must be wild.
Yeah. And a lot of the promotional material for Endgame was supposed, like, it was playing on the somber thing. We had a lot of, like, Avenge the Fallen stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of, like, here's, the legacy of the movies all building up to this one point. It was definitely designed for that tone shift.
Yeah. Watching the trailers and everything, it's so serious and everything, and then you watch the movie and Hulk's just like, damn.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we doing?
Like,
fucking Thor's playing Fortnite. It's like, what are we doing?
Like, it's definitely the kind of thing. I don't think you would like it with that full energy. I do think the way you watched was the best.
Yeah.
But I will say I definitely liked having my neck snapped.
Okay.
I really liked the big old, like, I thought I was thought I was gonna have to shoot myself in the head after this, but no, I saw them playing Fortnite. I'm into it. Damn.
Like, yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I would have either liked Infinity War to be less somber or this to be more somber.
Okay.
Like, I don't even know somber, but just, like, more emotional resonance. I'm done saying that. I've said it too many times. That's my last one.
All right. Emotional resonance is the Tony of this reaction. You can't say either.
But yeah, I would say the only part of this movie where I felt that sort of, like, not like it was, like, boring or anything, but that sort of, like, feeling you get in a movie where, like, the in-between, like, two, fun parts or interesting parts, whatever, was just, like, the part where Scott is outside eating the burrito and they're coming down and Tony pulls up with the shield and everything. Like, it's a lot of just, like, calm exposition rather than, like, interesting or, I wouldn't cut it out, but, like, yeah, it's wild that for a 3-hour movie, there is only, like, at around, like, the 35-minute mark, there's, like, 2 minutes of, like, I want to stretch and kind of just, like, I'm watching this, but it's just, yeah, there's only 5 minutes of that out of, like, a 3-hour movie. It's crazy. Because normally, I'm watching the MCU movies, half the MCU movies, they're, like, an hour and 20 minutes long, or 120 minutes long, or whatever. And it's, like, it can drag a lot of times, so it's like, I had to take, a smoke break a couple times, use the bathroom or whatever, and it's like, for this one, it was such like a, like Infinity War, so it captivated the entire way through. Yeah, pace was perfect. Yeah, I agree. Pace was nailed in both ones. It was really just the tone that was different.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's just a taste thing at this point.
Yeah.
I do also want to say that. Okay, so, talking about Hulk.
Okay.
So, you like Hulk?
I like Hulk.
Everyone likes Hulk.
Everybody likes Hulk.
There's not a person who does not like Hulk.
I don't know why you're bringing this up right now.
I just want to do it while I'm still, like, vibing. We're gonna have to cut the snap anyways at some point.
Oh yeah, we're probably about to stop in a second and do a second half later.
So let's hit some Hulk.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about Hulk. So, everybody loves Hulk. I love Hulk. why do people love Hulk? Hulk has done nothing on Earth that, like, you know, other than the Harlem thing, which canonically people didn't like people were, like, scared of the Hulk there. And it doesn't seem like there's been any recontextualizing of that.
Yeah.
Also, Hulk has been loved by the people since Avengers, which in movies they're always like, yeah, he is, you know, terrifying and scary, and we're all, the people are scared of him.
Yeah.
But there's merch around, and people love him, and never. It's a weird. I don't think the universe knows what they want to do.
I think it works. I think it works especially because, like, in the same way that your worst enemy can be yourself. Like, the person who hates the Hulk most is Bruce Banner. Like, prior to this movie.
Sure.
Like, Hulk exists with someone who absolutely hates him and never wants him to come out, and only lets him come out when he's going to fight people. Which he likes, but at the same time, it is a big, like, you just like me because I'm a weapon. As opposed to on Sakaar, where he is still, like, a fighter, and people, but he gets to see it. He gets to see the people praise him. He gets to see, like, you know, the big old green smoke clouds out in the distance.
Yeah.
Like, that is the point where he's able to also grow and, like, become more of a person. Because now it's no longer him being let out for, like, minutes at a time. It is him, like, it strikes me as so fucked up that he is essentially a baby the whole time, and they treat him like garbage. And he only gets to grow up as a child to a level where he can, like, say whole sentences once he's on Sakaar.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, people are finally chill with him, and he's able to just kind of do his own thing. And he's still not, like, well adapted, but he's more adapted because people actually care for him.
Yeah. Where are we going with this? With the people loving him?
That I think a big reason why people, like, why it feels so weird is that Hulk had, like, I'd say of the characters, he had some of the most cut out of what they were trying to do with him.
Yeah.
Like, Infinity War and Endgame are a lot of, like, there's a lot of stuff that they just shot.
Oh my god, I just realized, man, that was just dropped out of, like, this again, once all off screen.
Yeah.
Man.
It was a thing that, like, both people who only like the MCU and comic people were really, like, you know, Professor Hulk is a thing in the comics.
Okay.
And it is a, like, you know, a lot of people were like, we'd like to see this happen. It's probably never going to happen in the MCU, but, like, that'd be kind of cool. Like, maybe they'll do it. It was pretty disappointing as a fan for us to get just the, like, he's just there. It just happened.
Yeah, we don't even know how it happened. Like, why does he wear shirts? I guess, like, you know, is it more Bruce or is it more Hulk?
It's gotta be more Bruce, because we do have the specific scene where the Ancient One pushes the spirit of that person out, and it is Bruce's design.
That is true. Yeah.
Like, I think that is supposed to be a big ol', like, even if their personalities have merged, it is mostly Bruce there.
Yeah.
In Infinity War, the original, like, fight with Cull Obsidian, the big guy, that fight was supposed to also feature Bruce and Hulk, like it was supposed to be the conclusion of Hulk's, like, not wanting to come out thing.
Yeah, I'm so sad we didn't get a conclusion to that.
So, the way that it was supposed to go, and we have, like, a lot of the scene, like, it was basically...
in Infinity War, Hulk had the potential, or Banner had the potential to be, like, that was the, like, I'm always so much more into the potential, that's why I put him so high, and then... I still would put him very high, he's very fun, I like him. Good. Hulk is the nicest Avenger.
The conclusion of the Cull fight was supposed to be, like, after, you know, Hulk says no again, instead of saying, you know, fine, I'll do it myself, Bruce was supposed to, like, be struggling and, like, you know, barely holding off Cull as he talks to Hulk, and, like, he sees Hulk in the reflection of the Hulkbuster's visor.
Okay.
And they have a heart-to-heart of, like, you know, why don't you want to come out? It's because, like, everyone treats me like garbage and I hate it, and you don't like me. You said you like me. No, you don't. You only like me because I fight people, and I want to be more than that.
And I talked all about like that during the... I'm glad I talked about that and gave my predictions, because that's basically everything I said during Infinity War of what I thought was going to happen during this.
It was going to, like... The script is very bad. You can watch the clip later. They did a real rough job with it, but it is supposed to be the two of them coming to this conclusion of, like, okay, I'm not going to be suppressing you anymore. Like, you get to come out, and in exchange, like, you gotta help me here. Like, you gotta fight now, but you're not gonna fight always. This isn't, like, what you are for now.
Yeah.
And they were going to bust out of the Hulkbuster armor, which we have a toy of.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to wear it like armor, though. He was going to just, like, bust entirely out of it, punch Call Obsidian into the thing.
Spinning thing.
Yeah. Which they extended a little bit with the, like, rockets. So,
yeah.
And I do think that scene looks cooler, but it was supposed to just be, like, a big old punchy. And then after that, Black Widow was supposed to...
I said spinning thing. That was somebody else. He was the one who scraped up against the thing. And
yeah. Like the barrier.
Yeah.
Black Widow was going to come to him, and then, like, you know, she's going to try and do the, you know, sun's getting real low thing, and he would just say, hey, Natasha, it's good to see you. It was going to be a, like, we don't, like, it's ambiguous what happened. Like, is it Hulk and Banner at the exact same time? Is this actually just Hulk saying hello, you know, for the first time ever?
Yeah,
and that's not...
Could have been something.
Yeah, that's not canon, and I like... The one thing I don't like is the idea that would have just been, like, an instant thing.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, we don't get to see it, which sucks. But I like the general vibe of, I spent 18 months with the Hulk in a Gamma lab, and we worked it out.
But, I mean, that is all the MCU movies.
Yeah.
We're going to do all the characterization, off screen, every time!
I'm really hoping we see that in one of the TV shows.
I hope.
Because that's also 18 months. That's
an Incredible Hulk TV show will be so good.
I mean, they had one. It was extremely big. You know, not the MCU.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I could definitely see, like, even multiple seasons where it is focusing on a different character, but Bruce Banner and the Hulk are in the Gamma Lab over 18 months, multiple seasons. They're working it out. We go to them. They are the advice character or something.
I mean, even if it's just, like, a Hulk and his friends thing. Like, you know, just a Hulk now as a, like, daddy figure, you know? Like, it's perfect.
Yeah. Because they also cut a scene where Bruce was working on some of the stuff and his fingers are too big for the keys, and he does, like, Hulk out, but it's not a, like, transformation. It is just, like, Bruce speaking like Bruce, but he gets really mad and he smashes stuff and he's like, it never works. I hate that this never works. And it was supposed to be a, like... Right now, everything you're seeing is, like, mostly Bruce with some Hulk influence, Hulk's niceness, Hulk's, like, you know, ability to hang with the kids, Hulk's size, but then this is the, like, you know, some of the negative parts of Hulk are in there, too, and they both take it as, you know, it's all one thing. He's not pushing it away, even if it is a bad reaction, he's, like, smashing stuff. It is a, like, you know, they've come to an agreement.
Yeah.
I wish we got more of that, and I'm still hoping we might get more of that. I'm
hoping.
Yeah.
I will say now, I do think that Edward Norton is so much better for a serious Hulk, or, you know, he's just so much better for Banner. And, you know, Mark Ruffalo is good for this, like, Banner and Hulk together. Like, I liked the character of Banner, but Mark Ruffalo playing the character of Banner, even when I was liking him in, like, Infinity War and stuff like that, I just don't think Mark Ruffalo is a very good actor. I just don't think he is. But I think as the Hulk, it works so much. Like, this is where I finally was like, you know, I love the way that he's just, like, communicating and everything like that, and talking, and
yeah, I mean, I think it's very telling that Mark Ruffalo does describe, like, his Hulk trilogy, because he knows he's never going to get one. Like, his Hulk trilogy is Ragnarok, Infinity War, Endgame. He doesn't acknowledge the other Avengers movies, because it is a, like, Hulk doesn't, like, he's in those movies, but he doesn't really do a lot of stuff. Yeah. It is mostly the Black Widow stuff they then, you know, completely dropped. He doesn't consider it, like, you know, like, that's not Bruce Banner, that's not the Hulk.
Yeah, the Black Widow stuff's so nothing.
Whereas Ragnarok develops Hulk, Infinity War develops Banner, and then Endgame, like, is their fusion together.
Yeah. And it's, I started liking Banner and Ragnarok, mainly not even because of Banner and Ragnarok, but just because of, like, the contrast of, like, oh, he's actually, he's way more like Hulk now, you know, for some reason. I mean, he was in a coma, so it doesn't make any sense, but, like, you know, he's nicer now, for some reason, whereas, like, in Avengers and in Ultron, he is just, like, such a bitter asshole to everybody.
Yeah.
And there's not really, like, he doesn't, again, that's not like he has characterization off screen. They just stop making him like that for no reason. I'm glad, but, you know.
I mean, I think that is part of the Ragnarok, hey, Taika, please fix this character. No one likes Thor, or, like, no one likes the world of Thor, but they like the character of Thor. I think part of that was also the, like, we don't know what we're doing with Hulk. Can you fix Hulk?
Yeah. I can see it.
Because, yeah, like, from that moment on, like, it's also way more consistent. There's still differences. Like, you still have the updating off-screen thing.
Yeah.
But it is a general, like, I see a vision. I see a pathway. They're doing something here. As opposed to he just kind of shows up and he's an asshole and then he punches things.
Yeah. Yeah. very glad.
Yeah.
So,
when they're hanging out all together, Hulk is eating a tub of Hulka Hunka of burnin' fudge. Hulka burnin' fudge.
What? What is that?
It is.
Well, what do you mean when they're all hanging around? That's like so many points in the movie.
I mean, most of the movie is them hanging around. It is, I believe.
Not the cafe you're not talking about.
No. It is when they start playing at the time heist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a Ben & Jerry's flavor invented in Infinity War when Wong says he likes Hunka Hulka burnin' fudge.
Well, nice callback, I guess.
Yeah.
Also,
it's Wong's ice cream.
I gotta commend all the CG artists more than anybody on this movie. You guys deserve praise. Nobody else deserves praise for this movie. You guys deserve praise for this movie. Absolutely. So much. The suit thing is crazy. That's wild. I can't imagine how much work that must have fucking been. Having to CGI on the suits on fucking all of them. But the reason why I wanted to bring that up was just rewatching the scene of Hulk and Ant-Man and them in the diner. And just Hulk having a CGI burrito that's for the vast majority of the scene just sitting on the table in front of him. It doesn't interact with it. It's just there. It's like, you couldn't just make a bigger burrito? You had to make your CGI artist do this?
I mean, a big part of it is also because Infinity War and Endgame were done back-to-back, and they didn't know what they were doing for Endgame because they needed to make sure the spoilers didn't come out. That was not a big part of it, actually. It wasn't just we didn't plan both of them out back-to-back. It was we cannot plan out Endgame. Because if we do it, if we put this on a script, if we put it on, a laptop that does not connect to the internet, someone's going to steal the laptop.
Yeah.
So it was a big old, we did all of this? Okay, wait, we need a thing in this shot. Can you please, CGI that thing in post? And the CG artists have gotten way better at doing CG. They are wizards. Avengers Endgame is not an animated movie, but it's getting there.
It's basic. It's not as much of an animated movie as Ragnarok.
Right.
Ragnarok is basically an animated movie.
Yeah.
There is so little real footage in Ragnarok.
Yeah. We are quickly approaching the point. And I mean, Lion King was a big one in 2019 of Disney going we're not going to submit this as an animated movie. It's going to be a general movie because, it basically doesn't feel animated. I think, we're approaching the point where they can start to do animated movies that are live action.
We need a middle ground. We need a, heavy CGI. That's not even, because you can have movies with incredibly heavy CGI that are not noticeable at all because it's all just doing stuff in the background or little tiny things.
Or Great Gatsby, where all the backgrounds, everything is CG, but no one ever notices it because A, it's really good, B, it's all stuff that you wouldn't notice.
So I wouldn't want to say heavy CG. More so as fantasy live action might just now need to be its own genre, modern fantasy, because back in the day you could, but it's now just nobody. I don't know what a word for it would be, but we do need another category for that.
I would say that I don't think there should be a distinction though. I do think that if you are doing a sitcom and the sitcom is 99% CG, it should be in the same category as a more fantasy CG thing. If the CG,
I think only if it's not I think backgrounds shouldn't count.
Okay.
Backgrounds should not count. The floor that you're standing on, or the thing that you're standing on, that counts. But a background is so that would be everything. That would be too hard to judge.
Fair. Even back in the day, pre green screen, we had matte paintings that would be used as the background, and because of the footage, it would be indistinguishable. Yeah. So fair. I'll give you that.
Yeah, backgrounds don't count. Only interactables.
Yeah. But yeah, in the same way, I think we are steadily approaching the point where it's not going to be cheaper, but it is going to be it is, how do I put this? Consumer cameras have gotten to the point where you can film a very professional looking movie using just GoPros and stuff.
Yeah.
In that case, I do think that a lot of Hollywood stuff is going to push more towards unnoticeable CG, stuff that you literally can't do because it is giant fireworks that shouldn't be able to exist, or machines where we couldn't do it all practically, but we can do it with CG because it breaks the laws of physics.
Sure.
I think we're going to aim more for that kind of stuff. And that is where I think, this new category would really shine. Where it is this is just, it's a sitcom like The Office, but it is 90% CGI.
Yeah. I do think, I think it would also stop a lot of the, stupid arguments over, oh, superhero movies are for children, and it has a ton of CGI in it. It just giving it its own category would, like, animated movies shouldn't be. The fact that animated movies are a category is real weird.
I mean, to be fair, the reason why they did that was because I believe a Miyazaki movie almost won Best Picture. And they were like, crap, this can't happen.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's all shit like that. Like, you know, I want another category, but it shouldn't be for, that's what I'm saying, like, fantasy. Like, I think it has to be more genre-based.
Okay.
Like, rather than just say, it has a lot of CGI in it. Like, that's not a genre.
I'd say it's not a genre, but it is, like, a craft. So.
Sure. Yeah, but I think when you just label an entire medium as that, like, when everything else is just movies, and you're like, that's not movies, that's animated movies.
Right.
You know, it's, yeah. I think you have to, you know, it would have to be like, you can't win Best Picture, you can only win Best Live Action Picture. You know, Best Picture does include everything now. Like, that's what it should have to be.
Okay, I would agree with that.
Like, yeah, live action movies should also be put in a separate category as opposed to just being a default.
Yeah.
Because there's so little that's just all live action.
Also, I think defaults generally are just bad.
Yeah.
Like, every time someone says, this is the default, there's usually something in there where it's like, well, no, though.
Yeah.
Or this is very unfair if you say this is the default and this is the other thing.
Yeah, it's it would end so much of this stupid argument about, like, are these movies worth it if we didn't try and shove every movie into, like, 2 categories.
Yeah. Just make specific categories and then make the big ol' super prize for everything.
Yeah. Because it's like, you know, whether you want to be like, oh, these movies are for kids or you know, like, the demographics of these movies are younger. Like, yes, like, what are you saying? Like, yeah, like, you're not saying anything new. Like, anybody can enjoy any movie. Like, what the?
Yeah, God, I hate it.
But yeah, I think that would, you know, as much as all the arguments are stupid, it would also stop them.
Fair. You
can
get
both sides of it. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we're going to take a break here. We only barely talked on there. We just started talking, like, okay, are we done talking about everything of the cold open, like, 5 years, like, when they get back at HQ, you know, from, like, Tony returning and everything, and all the Avengers are sort of together, and they're saying we're going to kick Thanos. I really liked all the Thor stuff there.
Okay.
Like, you know, Thor being this very, like, brooding, like, you know, I wasn't able to complete it, and I've just been, you know, brooding, waiting to try and, you know, do this thing, and I really liked everything that was going on with Thor there. Him, you know, I'm glad that Thor was the one who took Thanos' head originally and everything. I really like the fact that it's like Thor took Thanos' head, Tony and Thanos both took each other out. Yeah. You know, and then Hulk got to do like the snap that brought everybody back, and who am I forgetting of the legacy heroes? Oh, Cap got to do like, you know, the main like fighting. Right. Like he got to. Like, how do I say this? He got to have like the most personal fight towards Thanos.
Yeah, and like he is the one that we see. Like we see the big ol' you know, the rise and fall. We see, you know, he fights Thanos. He has to fight, you know, the entire, you know, final battle. Like
he's willing to do it by himself.
He's gonna do it.
Yeah,
like
I appreciate having all legacy heroes have like the like, you know. Be one of the main people of the final thing, not just in the fight scenes, but in having like a huge moment. I think Hulk being the one to do the snap is like great, you know. Yeah. It's kind of argue. I think so many people fucking argue. It's like, oh, Thor did it, Tony did this instead of Steve did. You know, if it was one of those three, it would be endless arguments. Yeah. Having it be Hulk is perfect. Yeah. Nobody's gonna argue. It's all like, you know what, let Hulk have it.
It also makes me really excited for Hulk's future because it is a like. He doesn't have an arm, presumably. Like, it depends on how strong it is, but it seems like, you know, using the gauntlet ain't a good thing. Yeah. So, it's an immediate, why isn't Hulk in every other movie? He's probably not going to be able to fight as much, but he's still going to be able to fight. Like, that and also the fact that now that they fused, like, Professor Hulk is way smaller than normal Hulk. Yeah. Like, we saw Hulk in 2012.
It was hard to, like, see that. I was like, is he smaller, or am I just, like... you know, crazy. But then, seeing, like, Hulk in 2012, I was like, okay, yeah, he's actually much smaller. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was, having that scene was good.
I think that's also just a good limiting concept. Yeah. Because this is also not a, like, it would feel bad if it was I can actually reveal my true power by, letting go of Hulk, because this is supposed to be a fusion. Like, they have embraced each other.
Yeah.
So they can't do a shonen power-up.
Yeah. Also, seeing Hulk in 2012, like, talking more, which we know was happening, but we just didn't see any of that, was nice to get. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, canonically we know that he was still, like, talking back then.
Yeah.
But...
I really appreciate that, like, we got breather time for Avengers 2012 in Endgame. Because I would like to just see, like, especially in some of the TV shows, more breather moments in events that we've already seen.
Yeah.
Like, more of, like, what was Hulk doing when he wasn't, like, when he said he wanted to get to Jane, but he didn't for 2 years? Like, there are stories there that could be told. I'm not saying I want to go and see all the legacy heroes again. But there are big gaps that we could fill out with other stuff, and then also, like, backfill some stuff.
Yeah.
There's a big opportunity here. Especially because...
I think you said Hulk and Jane.
Oh no!
I just realized. I was like, wait a second.
Sorry, Thor and Jane. Yeah. By the way, do you want to make a quick statement that they did get Jane's actor back for one line.
For one line.
Yeah. I thought previously
did we talk about that on the discussion of like? Okay, so like, do you want to say that like that? I do know that like Jane's actor is like, I don't want to be in the MCU unless you give me a main role.
I'll give it that specific thing of And she did, like, she was willing to do this line in Endgame. And they did script out a longer thing, like, she's gonna meet Rocket. Rocket's gonna say, like, I'm gonna have to put this up your butthole. But that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would have been cheap. Like, when I saw her appear, I was like, oh, she's actually gonna be a big part of this movie because you said that. But then the fact that it was just, like, the little cameo, I was like, I'm actually happy with that rather than her, being like, fine, I'll do a scene in the movie. Or like, I'm glad she stuck to it and was like, no, I'll do a line, but like, I'm not gonna. I appreciate that.
Okay, so now we can actually stop for moments.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything else.
I think do you want to talk about anything else in the like cold open before the 5 years? I think that's all I want to say.
Final notes. Carol's a real piece of garbage for putting down the spacecraft not on the helipad. She intentionally doesn't.
Yeah. Carol, again, real asshole in this movie for no reason.
It's almost as if she was not, in fact, a member of the military because she doesn't know how to use a helipad. I don't know what I'm implying with that.
I don't know. But
that
Hawkeye's hair, I hate it. It's bad. It's so bad.
They do commit to a after 5 years later, they do commit to a big ol' in the future no one has hair here. And also when you dab you look at where your hands are going.
No, they don't. Also the hair thing, I mean, just like it's weird. It's such a white, alt-right sort of hairstyle that it's so like it's a hairstyle, but it's still weird that so many people in the future are wearing it. Like it's a weird call out that you're doing. I don't know what you're doing there.
I mean, it is also the future. Like maybe the alt-rights didn't go off the hairstyle. Maybe you can drink milk. Maybe I will say, until one of the TV shows outright says coronavirus, I'm going to assume that when Thanos snapped, he also stopped the bats. Snap the bats. Either that, or by removing half the population, everyone was also socially distancing by nature of them not being as many people, and therefore the coronavirus didn't travel.
They certainly would 100%. The snap did not take out half the planet life. It did not.
Yeah.
It did not. All right, we're done. We're gonna come back for the 80% rest of the movie.
Oh yeah. We're only 2.5 hours in. We're only 2.5 hours in.
Okay, we're back. Okay, back. So, picking up where we left off. Now Scott comes out of the machine.
Now, before we talk about Scott coming out of the machine,
sure,
I do want to ask you about Scott in general. One of your big Infinity War complaints was, why is Ant-Man not in this movie?
Yeah.
And it makes sense in universe now, but out of universe, I want to ask
what do you mean it makes sense in universe now?
He was in a time vortex. That's why he wasn't in Infinity War.
But that all happens after Infinity War.
True.
So not really.
Yeah, I guess we should actually hash this out. We talked about it off screen.
Did we? I thought we talked about it on the discussion of Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I guess. What did we?
Anyway, well, yeah. To say about it, my stance on it is, in universe, I think it is understandable why Hawkeye wouldn't be in Infinity War. Whatever. I'm willing to let that one go.
Okay.
The house arrest thing, ridiculous. Still the dumbest thing in the entire MCU. I hate it. But if I ignore the fact that he's supposed to be on house arrest and just pretend that it's him doing that, then it makes more sense.
Okay.
The Scott thing, again, house arrest, stupidest thing in all of the MCU, dumbest decision I've seen in any media I've ever watched. I really cannot dunk on that enough. That is the dumbest thing in any media I've ever watched. But yeah, with the Scott thing, him, like, the fact that we see so much of the house arrest, and, like, that is the primary reason, even though the house arrest ends and he's off house arrest before any of the stuff from Infinity War happens. Yeah, my stance on it still is, in universe, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
I don't see why Scott would have not, seen anything on the TV, or why nobody over the multiple days that was taking place would have said anything to him about it. Like, not just the Avengers, but just anybody else in the world that he is, has a relationship with. He's got a lot of people that would be watching the news. But yeah, so I don't buy it.
Okay.
I like to pretend that he has been in this, realm the entire time.
Fine.
It makes it easier to just pretend that Ant-Man and the Wasp didn't happen. But yeah, that is my stance. Okay. Out of universe, I can see why they chose to do this with Hawkeye now, but it's like I can see why they did it in a, they had an idea, but I can't see why they did it in an execution sense. Okay. I don't think having Hawkeye the way he was in this movie made up for not having him in Infinity War.
Okay.
It definitely made it okay, this is even worse now. This is, if we didn't get him in Infinity War because of this, that's so disappointing.
Okay.
That really is going to be, I think Infinity War on a rewatch is going to be really difficult with Ant-Man and Hawkeye. It's still going to be a great movie, but I'm just going to be, on a first watch, I was thinking that there was probably a little bit more justifiable reasons for them not being here. But no, not really. That's why it's wild that they chose to do that, and it wasn't they couldn't get their actors.
Right.
If they couldn't get their actors, it would be such a different story. But the fact that they chose not to do it is insane to me. It's so stupid.
I mean, I think the other big thing was also just to make Endgame the one where it is all the heroes.
Yeah, but I mean, you wouldn't have. I guess, but it didn't feel like now all the heroes are together because Scott's here, and it didn't really feel like that. Avengers Endgame does not feel and now all the heroes are here fighting. I mean, not more than Infinity War.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, I would say
because it wasn't everybody.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, I would say from a narrative perspective, I really like not having Ant-Man in Infinity War because it is it feels like there's a reason why they haven't been able to do time travel for 5 years. Sure. It is this if he was there, things may have been completely different.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say having him be trapped in the time thing is that's fine. I think it's just the way that they shot themselves in the foot by having all the Ant-Man movie take place during this house arrest thing, which is so ridiculous, and then on top of that, having it be Infinity War is multiple days, and in order for him to get stuck in there, it has to happen at the end of Infinity War.
Right.
And there's not a way that you can do it that makes sense. And I just, at least that I can think off the top of my head. I wish they put more time. I'm sure there is. I wish they put more time in to think about it.
I mean, it could have just been they go in and then it's automated, one person is left out to bring him back, and then that person gets snapped.
Right, but again, it would still have to be at the end of Infinity War. There's no way you can do it in a way where realistically Scott shouldn't know about Infinity War.
Fair.
Everything that happened during that. like, you know, the scenes of him coming out of the thing and realizing the world, like, it's good scenes, but it's hard to buy. But yeah. Anything else you wanted to say about that side of things?
Not really. Like, I get, you kind of encapsulated the whole, like, he goes out, he sees, you know, the names and all that.
Yeah. Like, you know, I like that scene and stuff. It's, you know, but yeah, I would like it more if I believed that he didn't know. Like, if I believed that it wasn't, like, not that I believe that he didn't know, but that, like, I have to suspend so much disbelief to, you know, put myself in this state of he doesn't know. But yeah, regardless, I love Scott. I think he's still one of my favorite characters in all this. I really loved him throughout this movie. Like, they're really going ham in the he loves Captain America thing. It was so weird to me in Ant-Man and the Wasp because I was like, does he? It really didn't seem like he had a relationship with Cap in any way, or, you know, even like as a person, like looked up to him or cared about him anyway. Right. But like they're definitely going super hard on it now, and I do love it because I get it. I fully get it.
Really interested to see where they take that in Phase 4.
Yeah. I'm very excited to see what happens when Scott sees that he's old.
Yeah.
Is he gonna still appreciate that ass? Yeah, the America's ass thing was, you know, fantastic. Great moment. Yeah, I wish we could actually get some good asses for these characters. Right. Like, it's really telling that you know, when we talk about that suit does nothing for your ass, and they have the Captain America's ass line, or the America's ass line, then he fights that Captain America. Yeah. He's on the floor, and they have to, like, put in, like, extra stuff to, like, make the ass bigger. And it's only in that one scene. And it is just that all the guys' suits are so ill-fitting. Like, they are not good suits. It's hard to believe that they can fight well in these. Yeah. But, yeah, like, if I cannot see the curvature of your ass, you're not fighting in tight enough clothing.
Fair.
Your clothing's too loose. But yeah, I loved the. We'll get to the 2012 stuff in a bit. I'll talk about that later.
Sure.
So yeah, still on Scott. I think, you know, him having this role of being the kid Avenger is not where I thought we'd be going with him at all. Okay. But you know, it's a thing. It's definitely what I thought we were going for with Spider-Man, but Spider-Man is barely in the movies at all.
Yeah.
Spider-Man gets no time. It's honestly very surprising how little screen time Spider-Man has in the MCU. But so yeah, Scott is way more of the, like, kid Avenger, despite being an adult with kids.
And to be fair, I don't know if either of them are Avengers by the end of Endgame.
Yeah, again, I'm saying Avenger as in somebody who is in an MCU movie.
I'm never gonna get out of this.
So yeah, it's weird, but I like it. It's again the changing up the characters almost every fucking movie, but I like what they're doing with it. If they're gonna stick with this, I don't know. Maybe Scott's gonna be way different next movie again. Who knows?
So Cassie's a teenager now.
Yeah. As I said, I think Cassie's going to be the girl in the chair soon. How old is she now? I'm terrible with ages and years. And
I don't remember what her original age was. Like, she was in grade school.
Right.
And it's been 5 years. So she has to be, like, you know, early high school maybe at most, or like middle school.
Yeah, okay, because like I was like, damn, she is older. Like, I thought it was crazy. Like, I guess I remembered her being younger than she was, or like, you know, it had only been 5 years, but it felt like she was like 10 years older.
I mean, that's kids.
Yeah,
that's just
you're right.
kids.
You're right. It's wild. So maybe not. Maybe quite a ways away still from the chair thing, but huge, so big.
Yeah.
God damn, kids.
Like, I don't think she's as old as Ghost yet. So sure. I can definitely see her taking more of her role in the next Ant-Man movie, or the next time we see her.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, I also thought Ghost was in her 20s, so... Yeah, I mean, I'm terrible with, like, all of these ages of characters. Somebody told me that Black Widow would have been, like, in her teens in Captain Marvel. And I was like, what? I had no idea Black Widow was that young.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson's 38.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just these characters over, like, it's just, man. Like, especially not Scarlett Johansson, especially Black Widow. Like, there's just... so like by the time we see her in Iron Man, she's already had such an extensive like lived spy career.
Right. It's
that it's crazy to think that she was only like extremely early 20s in that movie, and not like in her 30s.
I mean, it also helps that there's a lot of child soldiers in the MCU.
Yeah.
Which means you can also have like a big old military backstory, and then it's like, by the way, I am 20.
Yeah. But okay, so I think Scott just gets like Scott is the human Rocket Raccoon, which is very fitting for Rocket. Then finally having somebody that he could shit on, and man, Rocket has it so the worst. Like he is just every single person who meets him. There's not been a one person who has met him and not immediately just insulted him in some way.
Right.
It's like he is also in the after the 5 years. He's like one of the ones who's like doing the most. Like he is the last Guardian of the Galaxy. I put Rocket very low on my list of favorite characters, but I want to he is suffering. His life is just suffering. It's like his assholishness towards everybody else is totally earned because without knowing he's an asshole, they immediately just see him and insult him. So it's like, yeah, you earn it. Yeah.
I think the 5-year jump also really does help, like, even if we don't get to see a lot of what Rocket is doing in space, it is the fact that he is, part of the team and he's going out there and he's doing missions, and it's not like a Peter said we're going to do this or anyone else was going to do it. Like, he's on his own now. He is the captain after all those things where he was like, I'm the captain, or I want to be the captain. He's finally the captain, and he is extremely altruistic.
Yeah, and seeing him and Nebula have the shared moment and everything was like the two roughest, gruffest assholes of the Guardians survived. And and I'm saying something because the Guardians are all rough, gruff assholes. I was watching the trailer, some of the trailers for Endgame, before we did this and everything, and I did love that in the trailers or the trailer that was like all the showing clips and listing all the movies leading up to Endgame and everything for Guardians. Like it was always a quote, not by them, usually from some random person, like the narrator in Iron Man of the video that was playing, or something of talking about their character, or like a military guy talking about Captain America. But then for the Guardians, it's just like, oh yeah, they're assholes. Like it's like this long speech about why they're saving humanity, and the Guardians, it's like, oh yeah, they're assholes, and then move on to the next person. They're the banyan of all humanity.
Oh yeah.
Hulk. This is not much about Scott, but just Hulk being nice to Scott, giving him the 2 burritos, so nice. Hulk once again, nicest Avenger. I love Hulk. Hulk and Scott are so Hulk, Scott, and Cap. I love the dynamic between those three. No, Rhodey as well. I would throw Rhodey in there as well. Those 4 have such a great dynamic, and with the other people, once you bring them in, it becomes a little bit it's dynamics of more drama or just arguing or whatever. But those 4 have a great they can be arguing, but it'll be fun arguing. It's a very jovial friendship kind of arguing, and they all have such different personalities while being good people that it they can bounce off of each other. Like the Rhodey doing I love the conversation between all of them. Just why don't we just go back in time with Thanos as a baby and just
By the way, that scene contains, it's such a tiny detail, but I love how cartoony the MCU gets sometimes, and I really appreciate they put in the choking sound when he does that.
I didn't even realize.
It's very.
But you're right. Yeah, I can hear it in my the pulling of the. I know exactly what you mean.
It's the kind of thing they wouldn't have really ever done in Phase 1. They did it a little bit with Captain America, near the end with the big old montage where he's fighting Red Skull. But apart from that, they didn't do a lot of here's a real goofy thing. A lot of it was this is an in-universe sound effect that also sounds a little cartoony or something.
Yeah, and it's it has that feeling of you could imagine him making that noise. Maybe you're right, definitely not.
It gets across to me the feeling of reading a comic and there's a little sound effect bubble. It's well, there's no way he's making the sound with his hands, but the sound is there.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Oh, so great. Just, I cannot say it enough. Hulk in this movie, Hulk Banner, whatever you want to call it, but like just his mannerisms were so on point, and that's what was like, made me really love. Like in Endgame, I was falling in love with him more because his mannerisms were so much more entertaining and everything, and now in this they are like perfect.
Yeah.
The cafe scene and the time travel scene like absolutely nailed this like new awkward Hulk.
Yeah.
And it nailed that like awkwardness of Banner that they were trying to get across in Avengers 2012 that I don't think was working very well.
Nah.
Like seeing Mark Ruffalo do this like coy little boy, I'm so awkward. It was weird. It was unnervingly creepy. But having it be Hulk actually, like having it be this like big proportion, like awkwardly proportioned thing, actually fits so much more. When he does like the hand over the head, it feels so much more natural than like Bruce feeling awkward, like just person Bruce feeling awkward. Yeah, they've nailed it a lot more because it's definitely, I mean, like he's mocapping this thing, but they also have to animate it a little bit, and I think that's helping it. I think the fact that they have to help Mark, act a little bit is helping.
Yeah, I think it is also just a like. We have reached peak Hulk in terms of how to animate Hulk.
Yeah.
Like, they're like all the different Hulks and all the different movies and adaptation stuff have all been very different, but that has been a big part of like, just the technology.
Yeah.
Like we don't have it, so we gotta paint this guy green. Or we have it, but it's rough, so you can only see him for like moments at a time. It's gonna be more like a horror movie.
Yeah.
We've hit the point where you can do Hulk just on screen and he's just a guy.
And the beard looks so much better now.
Yeah.
Like
he's got chest hair.
I remember complaining about it so much in Avengers. So I was like, why? Who gives the Hulk a beard? But now they made it work.
Yeah.
It just really was. That just looked so bad at the time. And honestly, like that shot of painting back, it still doesn't look good. I can see the beard again. Don't look good. It's too black.
Right. It's.
So, then we have the whole scene where they were trying to get Tony and everything like that.
Yeah.
Don't care about the Tony thing. I don't, like, what... I don't know, it just felt so forced that we had to, like, do this, like, oh, we have to get Tony to do it, because even though we have Scott and Banner here, they can't do it. Like,
right.
I don't know, it was just a bit forced to me with all of, that shit. It felt so, like... We're in whenever this movie came out. When did this movie come out?
2019.
Like we're in 2019, and we're still doing this plot line that has been done like 1,000 times throughout history, over and over and over. The oh, I'm done with it. I'm gonna go retire in the woods, and now the guys have to come to me, and we want you for one last job, and like it is so parody. Like it. How is anybody supposed to take it seriously as a plot line? It's been done since the fucking 1900s. I'm gonna say 80s, since the beginning of time.
Yeah. I mean, it's a classic. That's why it keeps on coming back.
It's a bad classic. It's never been good.
I think you're done with it. I don't think the world will ever be done with the old guy who doesn't want to come back, but we gotta make him come back.
It's never been done good. I've never seen media ever do it good. So, yeah, I guess that's, everything I have to say about that scene. I don't want to talk about it. Do you want to talk about it? Because I don't want to talk about it.
You maybe talk about it for an hour.
Yeah, okay, good.
So it's fine. Oh, did you know that... I Love You 3000 is, of course, a reference to the fact that, I love you a ton. A ton is 2,000 pounds. Therefore, I Love You 3000 is 50% more than I love you a ton.
What was I love you a ton?
Tony says I love you a ton to his daughter. And then she replies with I love you 3000.
Oh, in the room?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were saying it was a callback to something earlier in the movie or something in the earlier franchise.
No, I just wanted to bring that up because a lot of people didn't get it or they thought it was just random comedy.
Okay.
Like it's that's a real Zoomer joke. I guess that's what we say in 2023. I love you 3000s.
I mean, to be fair, I say that kind of shit all the time.
Do you?
Yeah, I say I'm Audi 3000 all the time. But yeah, okay, so I guess moving into Fat Thor.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Fat Thor. Yeah. Or I guess, I think let's just talk about Thor.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about pre-Fat Thor.
Yeah, so let's talk about Fat Thor.
Yeah.
I mean, and just the rest of his, arc throughout the rest of this series. Well, when we get to the Asgard thing, we'll probably talk about it more.
Sure.
But I guess this is, fuck it. We're talking about Fat Thor and we're talking about Asgard 2013. We're just doing it all together. It's so condensed, it doesn't really need to be its own thing. It's okay. So, I first off with him in New Asgard with Korg and Meek.
Yeah, Meek.
I finally got it right this time.
You did it.
Yeah, it was a fun idea. It's something that I've wanted for a long, long time. Something I've said over and over throughout my reactions.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically, what I had said all the time was I wanted to see Thor eating cereal. I'm not sure if I said that I wanted him fat. Do you remember?
I think you said you wanted him fat. Or, fat bearded again.
I think I just said disheveled and, something like that. But, that I wanted him, disheveled and lost after the hammer thing.
Right.
With Selvig, them just in a shitty apartment.
Yeah.
Where, I wanted to call back to the, them showing up to Selvig's house and him being in the, underwear and everything after they got to him and being like, okay, we need to go do this. Basically, we need to go kill Thanos. All right, let me get my pants. That's sort of something that I would have wanted.
Okay.
But I don't really feel like we went with that too much. I feel like they went too serious with it. I feel like they should have played it more comedic.
Okay.
It was too the don't say that name in front of me was so laughable. Yeah, I think they were going too serious with it, especially for how comedic the rest of the movie is, and then how comedic they play up Thor's, panic attack and depression for the rest of the movie. It feels really weird. They play it very seriously at the beginning and then not seriously at all for the rest of the movie. So I don't know how to feel about it. Am I supposed to take it seriously? Am I supposed to laugh at it? I don't know.
See,
obviously you're supposed to laugh at it.
Yeah.
But I mean, am I supposed to laugh at when he says don't bring up that name in front of me? That seems like a serious moment, but I could not laugh.
I mean, I did take it as a mix all the way through. Especially in the house where he's with Korg and Meek. That is an extreme mix.
That line.
Yeah. That is the big Ragnarok comedy. That is Ragnarok did a mix of, we're going to do something extremely serious, and you're supposed to take it very seriously, and then I'm going to do a joke right after. And that is what that felt like to me. It was a constant, we're going to flip-flop.
So you are saying that line was supposed to be taken seriously?
I think that scene was... that exact line, I think, was supposed to be over the top.
Okay. Okay. If it was, then I'll accept it more. Because, it seems like they wanted me to, be sad at that line or, feel for Thor in that line rather than, laughing at Thor in that line. Which, I shouldn't, to be fair, I shouldn't be laughing at Thor in that line. I should feel bad for Thor in the situation. But it's, it's, you just, they make you laugh at it.
Right. It's...
but yeah, so...
Again, I know you don't really like the hard tonal shifts. And I would say Thor's arc in this movie is entirely tonal shifts. It is I feel really bad about him, but that was really funny, but now I feel bad for laughing at it, but it's still,
I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't like the tonal shifts, yes, but I think, in general. But I don't think this is a tonal shifting problem, other than the going from the scene in New Asgard to the rest of the movie.
Okay.
That's the tonal shift. But you were saying, in that scene...
Yeah, in New Asgard.
In New Asgard, they're shifting between making you feel sad for Thor and making you laugh at Thor. Whereas I am saying, throughout the whole scene, I thought I was supposed to be... Or I thought throughout the whole scene, they wanted me to do that, whereas I could only laugh at Thor.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that is a failing of the movie towards you then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That line of the don't bring up Thanos' name in front of me was supposed to be the tone shift between the comedic stuff to hard shifting into the serious thing. But, I just can't because I don't, buy the seriousness of it.
Right.
When Thor says it, I laugh at it because it feels like a joke. I know he's saying it seriously, but he's saying it like a punchline.
Sure.
And that's what the problem was for me.
I get you.
But yeah, so really was not. I don't know. I don't know. Do you want to talk about it? I just don't like it.
Fair.
I just don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's a bad part of that. It is like very much hit or miss.
Yeah.
And it hit for me more than it missed. I appreciated the Fortnite jokes. I appreciated the like the vibe of, I don't know how to put this. Like, there are a lot of different times where I've seen someone with a crowd where it's not like they're bad people, but it's a real, like, you're not going to go anywhere here. And that is Korg and Meek. Like, they are we're going to sit down and eat some food, and I'm going to play Fortnite, and this kid's going to kill me, so you got to yell at him for me, please.
Well, it's not the kid was killing him. It was the kid was being mean to him, right?
Yeah. I don't remember if he was just being mean or not. I guess he was. It probably was just being mean.
I think he said that he was being mean to him.
Yeah. All I remember was him saying, Noob Killer is on chat again.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I wasn't sure if that was
with a name like that, I'm sure he's being mean to him. But, yeah, like, it's also, like, it is a funny... it's also, like, the idea of being, like, hey, this guy's being an asshole to me in game. Thor, can you, like, talk to him and get him to shut up and everything? It's a funny moment. Yeah. But I think they're making it too pathetic.
Sure.
Is my problem.
Okay.
Of, like, I can't take Thor seriously. I can't feel bad for him because he's too pathetic. Versus, like, when we get to Asgard, they really lessen up on a lot of, like, the... yeah, when we get to Asgard.
Do we? Right. You mean time travel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What else you would think I meant? But, yeah, like, when we get to Asgard and we get to, even before then, planning it and everything, it just... I don't know where I'm going with this. I lost my train of thought entirely because of the Asgard thing. Shit. I forgot what I was going to say.
You were saying that before, like, he felt too pathetic to you, and then once they got to Asgard...
Yeah, I don't remember what I was going to say.
I mean, I assume you were going to say he was less pathetic.
Maybe, I don't know.
That would make the most sense.
Maybe.
Which I can see. Like, I would disagree with that statement that I put in your mouth.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what I was saying or not, but...
Because I would say that it is a, like, he's just kind of like driftwood. Like, he's just sort of, like, lost and aimless, and that continues up until Asgard. Like, until he talks to his mom, and his mom is like, listen.
I would say that, like, they lean too much into the, like, even if Thor has been very colonialist in the past and very, like, jerkish, I don't, I liked not having, or Thor being one of the last ones that wasn't, like, a universal asshole.
Sure.
It's so annoying that so many of our legacy heroes are just, like, the universe's worst people. And it's just, like,
Would you say that Thor is now one of the universe's worst people?
Yeah.
For what?
For not doing anything during all this time. Like, everybody else is helping in whatever way they can, and he's just doing nothing.
I mean, that's depression. Yeah,
I know, and he is Thor! Like, if the movies are not gonna let them have adult problems, then, then I get to complain about this shit.
Okay.
If Captain Marvel can have no personality and can be up in space for like 20 fucking years doing shit, then I can complain that Thor's being as pathetic as this when he has the he has the power and he has the responsibility. He is Thor.
I mean, I just don't see how those are related.
What do you mean you don't see how those are related?
They're two different people. I get your whole thing, like, the movies all have inherent problems. Sure.
Okay, but do you not agree that if you have power, you have responsibility?
I don't think it makes you an asshole. I think it makes you
it does.
No.
I think that's the entire power responsibility thing. You are an asshole if you are not using your power for good. If you are just not using your power, that is making you an asshole. You are the only one who can do it. Like, that is what, I feel like all of Marvel is based on. And they just, I don't know. I am fine saying Thor is, again, one of the universally biggest assholes in the universe.
I would just disagree on that one.
Sure. But
speaking of people who have the power and the responsibility, let's go back to Hawkeye.
Sure.
Do you think, how do I put this? Like, what do you think his future has to be after this?
I don't know.
Because, like, we've already talked about him going to Japan and killing Asian people.
Yeah.
We've talked about him, the cartels. Everyone he killed will stay dead.
Probably just gonna do the same shit. Honestly, probably just gonna continue. You know, like I imagine the TV show Hawkeye is gonna be a lot of actually finally low level stuff. Okay. Well, yeah, even then I say that, no, I don't think it's gonna, because I feel like it's gonna be a lot of cartels type stuff and things like that. Like, yeah, considering that he is not in like a town or a city or anything, it's far more interesting that I think he'll be going out hunting rather than like, you know, dealing with crime in his city or whatever. So yeah, that's I think, you know, he's going to just go around and kill a bunch of bad people.
I can't see it. I can't imagine now that the world has, you know, like now that the population is back, that the Avengers wouldn't stop him, or that, you know, like everyone wouldn't stop him.
I mean, they could try.
Yeah, and they'll probably succeed.
Yeah, but I mean, I can still see him doing it.
I feel like he was only doing it because of the staff.
I mean, and like, would the Avengers, like, he's been doing this for like how long?
They didn't say specifically. But like after the snap, but we don't know when he started.
Assumingly, he's been doing it for like 5 years, and they haven't stopped him because like they don't want to stop him. It's not like they haven't stopped him because they can't find him. You know, it was like all right, fine, let's go find him. You know, it like they were just letting him do it because they kind of agree with it.
See, I don't think that was the Avengers. I think that was Natasha. Like, Natasha's the one running points. She was the one who was like, I don't want to do it because I have feelings for him.
Sure. They, as in Natasha and Steve.
Sure.
And, like, if Steve is not, then it's like, you know. I feel like that's a good, you know, barrier.
Sure.
So, yeah, I don't really think the Avengers would stop him. If Steve's not going to stop him, or if Steve wouldn't have stopped him, I don't think any of the other Avengers would have stopped him.
Okay.
Like, who would, you know? Who do you think would not let him do that?
Let's see. I mean, if he's in New York, Spidey.
Sure.
Like, Spidey's very pro-life.
Doesn't seem like he went to New York. Seemed like he knew that's where all the Avengers were, and he instead went to every other country.
Yeah. I guess we don't really have a lot of, like, international MCU heroes.
Yeah.
Because I do think it would definitely be like, if he's on someone else's territory, they would stop him because he's, you know, murdering people.
Yeah. I mean, again, he's a white guy going around killing a bunch of, you know, foreigners. It's not great, but it's like, you know, they are bad people. But it's also, it's going back to the Sokovia Accords things where it's like a bunch of Americans going around, the, you know, and solving other countries' problems without them asking them to.
Right.
Like, well, we didn't ask you to do this and you're doing it anyway. But yeah, so it, you know, it has those issues. I'm not, you know, not saying that it does not. I'm not saying there's not a reason, but I don't think that it's reason enough for them to do anything.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that's where we're going. It's the Natasha and Barton thing. Let's talk about that really quick. You know, just to finish up on all the Hawkeye stuff.
Okay.
It's weird. Like, I feel like I said this so much in this movie, but you know, it's concerning that we're doing this, like, he truly loves Natasha. Like, the universe is willing to say that this is true love, you know, over, like, this is the thing that you love the most, right? Is that, or is it just a thing that you love? I actually can't remember if they specified.
I don't think they said it was the thing you love the most, but it has to be true love.
Okay.
And, like, I will say, like, from my perspective, I have no problem with it. Because, like, his wife and kids are gone. They don't exist. They have not existed for 5 years. He should like, I'm not saying
he knows that they're getting them back.
No, he doesn't.
What do you mean? I mean, he thinks... it's not like he knows that, like, oh, this is definitely gonna happen, but, like, he knows that's what they're trying to do.
That doesn't matter with the Soul Stone. He can't say, I'm going to sacrifice my kids that don't exist. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but, like, I mean, yeah, he wouldn't be able to sacrifice the thing that he loved the most if they were gone.
See, I would take that as if he can't, then it would default to something else that he loves, that he truly loves.
Maybe.
Like, I do think you could probably gain the stone by, like, killing everyone you know and love, and then sacrificing something small and then bringing them all back, but that's, you know, monstrous, which is why you wouldn't do it, because that's insane. Whereas, like, in a world without his wife and kids, I have no doubt in my mind that he would love Natasha and that she would love him. And I do think, the suicide fights is a way, I like it. I like it as someone has to be sacrificed here, but I'm not going to sacrifice you. You're not going to sacrifice me. So we both have to try and sacrifice ourselves while stopping each other.
It was something. It was something.
There is a deleted version of that scene in which, in addition to doing that, they're also fighting a bunch of Thanos' forces. Like, Thanos sends a whole ship over there, and they're fighting them.
Okay.
And so Natasha gets shot in the heart and falls over the side.
I do want a just entire cut of that scene from Red Skull's eyes, just your Red Skull just watching this, standing there so nonchalant while they're just fighting to kill themselves. Doesn't say a word.
But yeah, I definitely prefer that we got the impactful, two people struggling version over the aliens killed Natasha and she fell over by accident.
Yeah. I think, I don't know. My problem with it isn't the scene itself. It's just the fact that they went into it knowing nothing and that Nebula didn't tell them and there's not really a reason for that.
It is such a weird compromise of Nebula didn't say anything, and I guess we don't know if she knew that it was the person you love sacrifice thing.
Yeah, but she did know that Thanos had to sacrifice Gamora to get the stone. At the very least, she knew that you had to kill somebody to get the stone.
Yeah. And we don't, it does not seem like they know that going in.
No. I mean, they absolutely did not. Seems like they did not. It had to be explained to them, so.
I mean, all she says is, that's the place where, she does straight up tell them, that's where, my father killed Gamora.
Yeah.
But it isn't.
But that doesn't say anything.
But to be fair, we don't know if she knows it's a sacrifice.
Okay, so Gamora does specifically say...
Nebula says...
Or sorry, not Gamora, Nebula.
Yes. He went to Vormir, he, came back without her.
Yeah. That is very clear. She understands, the trade that happened. Why else would you say it that way? They both went to Vormir. He came back with the Soul Stone. He did not come back with Gamora. And then, everything else in the scene as well, even if, it is not explicitly said... Nebula is very, very smart. Yeah. She is, a good, detective, for lack of a better word. She would understand, why would Thanos kill Gamora there? Why would this be actual anguish that he's feeling?
Right.
If that was the case.
Fair. I'm splitting hairs with this one.
Yeah. Even if it's not like she was explicitly told, I refuse to believe that Nebula is that dumb.
Yeah.
So, that, I don't dislike the scene on Morag, I think, or Vormir. I think it is, I think the double suicide and everything is great. I think everything about it is good. I don't really like it simply because I don't, there's no real reason why they shouldn't have known about it going in. Right. And, if it was, they both still accepted it and still went together and everything still happened the same, I think it'd be totally fine. Okay. I just think they should have known about it going in. Sure. I think it could have been even more emotional about it going in, because then the whole, them getting there, then being okay, we gotta do this. I'm pretty sure, we've done this entire trip getting here, and now we're realizing we both have different ideas of who's doing this. They still could have done everything the exact same, and just still had Nebula tell them. It wouldn't have changed anything. That's fine.
Okay. I agree with you there.
I mean, also they could have, figured out something to do otherwise. Yeah. It does have to be a soul for a soul, which is what Red Skull always says. But to be fair, if it is just something they love, Hawkeye could have put his, bow and arrow in there or something. Or somebody else that didn't have somebody with them that they loved, should have brought something that they loved less. If you're going to... Sorry, but bring a cat you like. I'm sorry, but find a frog, bond with it, and then bring it. They've got some time. Start forming a relationship with a snail. Make sure you really, really love that snail. Then we can do the time heist. I'm joking. I'm joking about that.
I will also say, in reference to the time heist as a whole, I find it weird. It doesn't break anything in the movie. I don't know if it breaks it for you. No. But like the whole like 3 teams, 6 stones, 1 shot.
Yeah, I kept bringing up to the whole movie. It's so dumb. It's the only way the movie works.
Yeah.
But it's so dumb. Why are we sending all these people back at once? Why are we not staggering this? Why are we going out all at the same time? Why is nobody here? Nothing actually happened, but why was nobody there watching the machine?
Yeah.
There's so much stupid decisions in this movie, but that is one where I'm willing to go. The movie literally couldn't happen at all if you don't be this stupid, so whatever.
Right. It's
but the smaller stuff, when it's individual scenes, that's when I get more upset. When it's like, I recognize that the entire movie could not happen if, they weren't this dumb, and that's when I'm more willing to, give the, like, Ant-Man and the Wasp. I fucking hate the house arrest shit. But I understand the movie can't fucking happen unless you do that.
Right.
It's like they really shot themselves in the foot with that. They wanted to do the movie and they couldn't do it any other way. But they really should just not have done the movie then. Wait and do it a different time. Going back to Fat Thor.
Yeah.
I didn't mention that the only good thing of really quick, I can't believe. I shouldn't say I can't believe. They CGI'd his fat stomach, right?
No, they didn't.
That's not CGI?
It's all practical.
Oh my... Okay. But it is like a prosthetic.
Yeah, it's prosthetic.
Okay.
He's not really fat.
Yeah. I thought it was CGI, though. I fully thought it was CGI. Specifically, like, whenever it's, like, bouncing around. Like, it has so much... He keeps doing this thing where he, like, throws his body to make it jiggle. But yeah, the only good thing about this Fat Thor was him rubbing Rocket's face on his tummy. That is the lewdest thing that has ever happened in these movies, and we've had sex scenes in these movies. That is heaven. I want to be Rocket so much.
I was watching the featurettes, and Chris Hemsworth really, really wanted to do Fat Thor. Like, he really pushed for it. And he was then karmically punished because it is extremely hot. It's really heavy. He had to commit to it. Like, in the final fight, he suffered more than anyone else because he had to wear the fat suit, and then over it, he had to wear all the Thor armor.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's running, and if you see him when he's running, like, it's still jiggling, and he's, like, putting in 110% trying to run with everyone else.
Yeah. Now, see, when you said he really shot himself in the foot because it was too hot, I really thought you meant something else. This is one of the hottest Thor. It's definitely so much hotter than he looked in Ragnarok. Like, goddamn, I can't get over how bad he looked in Ragnarok and Infinity War. Both of them.
Thick Daddy Thor is pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
And
the gloves as well. I love the gloves. Add so much more to it. The gloves are such an aesthetic.
I mean, because they also, had him, like, do the hair and the beard and all that, we also got more 2012 Thor.
Yeah.
Like, no one talks about that, but we do see all the Avengers playing themselves again, but in 2012. Like, for, the extra scenes and stuff.
For the extra scenes?
Like, for the time travel scenes. Like, the scenes where we are not focusing on the time travelers, but we were just, looking at the Avengers back in 2012. They're just doing stuff.
Yeah, they did a reshoot all that. I didn't think about that. Yeah. That I didn't think about, like, that's probably a double, thing with the hair and beard. Like, that's perfect. Wow, yeah. But yeah, I think, in terms of Thors, I like Thor 1, 2, Endgame, Ragnarok, Infinity War. Ragnarok and Infinity War. I'm not sure why I did that. Like, Ragnarok and Infinity War.
Sure.
He doesn't really change in appearance really at all between Ragnarok and Infinity War. Like, the eye thing, but that's kind of, it's in Ragnarok, so it's like, so yeah, that's my, rankings of Thors.
Fair.
Like, the other ones are more costumes, but, like, Thor changes so much. Like, Black Widow I will probably also be able to do it with, but I can't remember off the top of my head exactly, like, what her hair was like in Iron Man 2, so it's like...
Right.
Maybe I'll, we're probably going to have to cut this into a third section of this discussion as well, anyway. So, before that, hopefully I'll try and remember and do that.
I'm really curious to see if in Love and Thunder, the director decides to just, like, come up with a in-universe reason why you can't have the mechanical eye again.
I would love it if Thor stayed, like, this beefy. Like, it started, like, working out more and just got, like, more, like, beefy muscles instead of, like, the chiseled, sort of muscles.
Yeah.
Like, Thor being, like, he's not going to be around that much anymore, and it seems like he's going to be in space even when he is. But, like, Yeah, I think having like Big Daddy Thor on the ship would be so much funner, especially with Peter around and like you have Drax already. Like Drax and Thor on the same ship would be, it's like like their builds are too similar. Whereas having Thor be the more, squishy muscles, more beefy guy. Yeah, I think that would be better, and it fits him as the god aesthetic so much more.
Yeah, like he is.
When you think of gods, you do not think of like chiseled muscles that like you can't move if you squished your hand on them.
And he is like moving more and more towards being physically like Odin.
Yeah,
and I think that would help if he has the more dad bod look as opposed to the like I'm really really young and really really strong. If it was more of a like a bulky strong.
Yeah, when you think of gods, you think of chunky. Like even like Christian God, even that is like he's chunky. He's all the depictions are very muscular, but it's a chunky musk.
Yeah, and you got like the big robes and the big beard. Like you're supposed to, it's supposed to be big.
Yeah, you're supposed to think they're daddy. Then we had all the time travel talk that I already talked about of just went all over my head because I didn't see any of those movies.
That's a real double-edged sword of like we're going to truncate this talk by using things that everyone has already seen, but if you haven't seen them, it doesn't work as well. Like it's still you can boil it down very easily to just multiple timelines. But I think also they didn't really say that specifically. Like I really wish, like Back to the Future, I wish we had a blackboard where they're just like, we're going to do it like this.
Yeah, because like they brought Back to the Future, and it's like I know somewhat about how Back to the Future's time travel works, but I don't know enough to be able to follow what they're saying.
Yeah,
and that's the problem. I just have not consumed a lot of time travel media, and most of the time travel media I have consumed is the whatever happened to sort of time travel, which is not this.
Yeah.
So I don't really have an example of, I don't have an example of something I've watched with this kind of time travel. Like, it's common, but I just haven't watched that sort of stuff.
So, do you think that the Avengers, after this point, are going to still have these suits?
I don't think so. These seem to be these are the time travel suits, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they would be, how? No, I was gonna be like, I'm gonna be too afraid to actually time travel while fighting with suits. Like, that's not how it would work. So it's like, why wouldn't they want to? Like, the suits are beneficial. Like, if they just put the Ant-Man stuff in them too, they could go small and big too.
I mean, you can. To be fair, whenever we see the Ant-Man suit, it is malfunctioning. So I don't know if that's good.
You know what? That is a good point. Theirs didn't malfunction ever. I don't know who made these suits, but
Scott did waste an entire thing.
Yeah. That Ant-Man suit, I love that. The moment we see it again, it's already malfunctioning again. It's like, God damn, this suit. Lord. It is so funny as well with Scott being like, Scott is the one who came up with the time travel, and Scott knows nothing about this shit. Yeah. Like, it's just him going like, I travel through time, basically, right? Like, that's what I did. It was 5 minutes for me, but that's time travel. Like, he has no idea what he's talking about. He wears and fights in a suit that has, like, honestly, crazier technology than Iron Man suits. It can go fucking small and gigantic, and the molecules are what the hell's happening there? I don't know. Like, it's whack. He has the most technology and the most like crazy sci-fi shit, and he knows nothing about how it works, and it's constantly breaking on him. Oh yeah, and it's a great aesthetic. It's perfect.
Like, he is also in that perfect category of, like, if he was smarter, then, like, fewer problems would have happened. But if he was smarter, he may have also just assumed, like, okay, 5 minutes in here was, 5 years out of universe. Or, 5 hours, years. He may have just gone, like, okay, this just dilates time. As opposed to I traveled through time.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, he is the perfect, like, I think this is time travel. I don't really know anything about it, but I'm just going to float it. Yeah. And he brought it to smart people who were like, you know what? Yeah, it is time travel. We can do this. Like, I genuinely believe if Hank Pym came out, if their places were reversed, Hank would just go like, yeah, I was just stuck in a time thing. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna bring it up to anyone.
It would be normal to him. It would just be like, yeah, that's how quantum stuff works. But because Scott doesn't know how it works,
like, it is the perfect blend. This is again part of Doctor Strange's, like, this is the only way this can possibly work out.
Yeah, and like I like that so much more than Tony going like, oh, it's a reverse fucking what's it called? I can't remember what it's called.
The one-sided shape.
Movie strip. Yeah, but like an inverted movie strip. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like when you can have the dumb character not know what they're like. It's just so much. You get it. You can get it. And I say dumb. It's not like Scott is able to kind of wrap his head around this sort of stuff as well. Like he's not that dumb. He can wrap his head around it better than I can.
Like, it is the perfect combo of he knows just enough, and he's also just impulsive, or, like, he's just impulsive enough to try things that, you wouldn't try if you're a little smarter. Like, even the end of Ant-Man 1 is him using the growing disc on his belt. Like, that is just a straight up, that probably shouldn't work, but he went for it.
Yeah, and again, like, we say that he's dumb because he doesn't know quantum physics, but it's like, he is a hacker, he is, like, he knows a lot of shit. He was a professional robber and, like, got into extremely high, corporations and businesses and people's places.
He is extremely intelligent.
Yeah.
It's just, when you're next to some of the smartest people in the world, if not the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird calling him dumb.
Yeah.
Okay, so, New York, 2012. Whoosh. We have 3 stones that we had to get. Mm-hmm. Of course, we already talked about the, sending these amount of people, and all at the same time, dumb. So I don't really think that we need to talk about, like, how do you think the teams they chose were, or, like,
Sure.
You know what? They didn't put any thought into it, so I don't really think we need to talk about
I think this one works. I think New York team makes a lot of sense.
Well, sure. But I'm saying, like, just in general, we're not going to be talking about, like, how well do the teams work? Oh, what if they sent these people instead? Or these people? I just want to just kind of talk about what did happen, rather than, like,
what could happen.
Yeah. There's plenty of stuff to, like, timeline stuff we can talk about with that.
Yeah.
The team stuff, they didn't put that much thought into. I'm fine not putting that much thought into it.
By the way,
if you have anything interesting to say, then...
I do want to ask, actually, do you want to do the what could have happened in this timeline if Steve didn't bring back the Stones thing now, or, like, way later?
I think... Hold on, let me move this.
Sure.
I think we should probably wait until later to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, let's focus on all the movie stuff right now.
Yeah. So... first off, let's talk about just all the Cap stuff in the New York, because that was the best stuff. Also, so I cannot believe that I wore my New York shirt. It was a total just like I was just calling back to the first Avengers, but like. Damn, and it really was just I lost my actual in-game shirt, or not in-game, but a shirt that had Thanos on it.
It's somewhere.
I don't know.
Maybe we'll find it for Far From Home.
I'm glad that you got your Marvel shirt on here. I still, again, do not have a Marvel shirt.
You can always borrow it.
I think both shirts that I wore in the discussion have not been Marvel shirts.
Oh, no.
That's me, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cap fighting himself. Fantastic fight. Glad we got a literal mirror fight.
Yeah.
Like, of course he had to get that with his time travel stuff. And of all the people, Cap is the most interesting.
Yeah.
Because it is like the just perfect human versus perfect human. You don't have to do something too flashy.
Yeah. I think this does establish, by the way, that a lot of people were wondering, did Cap gain a lot of strength over the course of the MCU, or was he always as strong? Like, could he do the helicopter thing back in the Avengers? And I do think this establishes that they're about the same.
Yeah.
Like, he is, he's
more
peak
experienced.
Human. Yeah, he's more experienced, but he is, like, peak human from the start. He's not, like, getting more and more strong. He's just always been that strong, and we've just been seeing it more and more.
Yeah. So, it is that, Cap, like, this Cap is not stronger. It's just that he obviously has more years of experience.
Yeah.
So, like, and he, is definitely changed as a fighter so much.
Yeah.
He has way different movesets than that Cap does.
And even then, it is so close. Like, it comes down to an emotional moment rather than a, like, I'm physically better than you.
Yeah. Yeah, but, I mean, even then, during the fight, it's a lot of, like, I like that you can see current Cap is way more fluid in their movements, whereas the old Cap is a lot more rigid, not in a kind of, like, they old Cap sort of fought in a way where they wanted to look good while fighting. Right? In a very propaganda-y, way. Like, I'm sure the military trained him to be like that once he, got the suit and everything. Like, a very, like, proper, like, you gotta look good while you're, fighting and everything. And whereas now it's a lot more messy and a lot more, like, just, whatever it takes.
Yeah, like, he has a lot more fights in the shadows and stuff over the course of the MCU, so it makes sense that he would have gone for a more, like, this just works better fighting style.
Yeah. And then, of course, ending it with the shock, the Bucky's alive, getting him with the staff.
Yeah.
Absolutely well done. Also, like, the staff it's just like, just anybody can use it. I love this. Just so, literally, it's so easy to use. You don't even need a user's manual. It's just, you just pick it up, think as you're touching somebody, and they're just... Well, I mean, it's not actually like he, like mind control. You just put him to sleep.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like, it's still very intuitive.
Yeah. It's so easy to use.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fucking Infinity Stone.
Yeah. To be fair, like, we've never seen Infinity Stones be difficult to use. They will hurt you if you're not, like, if you're touching them physically.
Yeah.
But it seems like if you just, have something that you can put the Power Stone in, you can use the Power Stone or the Time Stone or whatever. Like, it is just like, you put it on, you change time. Yeah. Which I guess makes sense. Like, again, those are the 6 things that everything in the universe is made out of. So it makes sense as an inherent, like, this is part of everything. You would intuitively understand how to use it.
Yeah, it is definitely, like, they seemed to be going for early in the MCU, the Infinity Stones themselves are very dangerous and everything, but by the time Ronan has it, it's like, okay, well, not really. Like, you can have an Infinity Stone in something and it's not that bad. And then they're like, well, 2 Infinity Stones makes you the most powerful person in the universe. And it's like, okay, I buy that, but I don't buy that, like, having 2 Infinity Stones is dangerous.
Right.
It doesn't seem to be dangerous unless you're using all 5.
Or all 6.
Or all 6,
yeah.
Because, like, even at the end there, when Iron Man is, like, Iron Man, like, Tony, he had to have taken all of them.
Yeah.
And was holding all of them.
Yeah.
And then also they're, like, on the glove, but before the glove, like, fully forms, and he, like, is able to, like, use them. And even when the glove forms, it, like, shocks him a bit, but that might just be the Iron Man suit. Like,
I think that's supposed to be the stones.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be, but it doesn't necessarily need to be, because, like, that's not really what happened with, like, the...
I mean, it did with Thanos, and it did with Hulk.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, why did that hurt him, but not holding the stones?
Fair.
Like, that's the weirdest thing to me. But, I mean, it was probably stones, whatever. Either way, holding all 6 stones does not seem to be that big of a deal. It's more just like, and even like, on the glove, it was shocking him a bit, but it is the snap that is like the big dangerous thing that will kill you. And to be fair, if they had like somebody right there that, like, with the amount of technology they have, if they had somebody right there at the moment, they might have been able to save his life.
Right.
Which I'm not saying, I'm just saying, like, that's pretty crazy that the Infinity Stones don't even, like, instantly kill you when you use them or anything.
Yeah. We did talk about this a little, so I want to say it on camera, that it does seem like the Infinity Gauntlet is designed primarily to protect the user.
Yeah.
Like, it is not a inherent, if you assemble all the stones in something that is not the Infinity Gauntlets, then it'll, like, destroy the world, or it'll kill you, or, like, vaporize the planets. It is a, like... it's safe, and also if you use it, it minimizes as much damage as possible.
Yeah. Probably if you were holding the stones in your hand and just snapped your fingers. I mean, the snap is arbitrary, but still for the sake of it. And you snapped your fingers, like, they would probably completely, like, destroy you.
Right.
Whereas, like, the Iron Man, gauntlet was enough to be, like, it protected him enough to where it, like, didn't fully kill him.
Yeah.
But it's still crazy that was enough to, like, not... It's like, the Infinity Stones, they built up so much as they, like, having them all is enchanted. They really shouldn't have hyped that up so much.
Or they should have had it be like, hey, he does cause a crater, or everyone has to run when he does it. So,
yeah, that could have been cool.
Because they also did the thing with Hulk, for instance. They didn't know what was going to happen, so they did put down the blast doors.
Yeah.
It was a, like, this might explode and hurt everyone, so we're going to, like, seal it off as much as possible.
Yeah. But to be fair, by that point, they had already known that it wouldn't, so they wouldn't need to run away and blah, blah, blah. Like,
like, they still had
that was with the gauntlet, to be fair.
Yeah. Whereas this is, I mean...
No, I'm saying, like, with Tony, like, they were probably thinking, like, well, we saw Hulk do it.
Yeah.
But to be fair, not that many of them saw Hulk do it, and, that was with the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Either way, I think it is a nice message at the end to, have this be like a, Thanos, this whole time, like, the gauntlet was needless for his plan.
Right.
It was solely because he wanted to live after it. Because he didn't want to, die during his plan.
Yeah, like, if it was a purely self-sacrificial thing, he could have just had the stones.
Yeah.
It was a clear, like, I need to see the world after this. Like, the end of Infinity War makes it seem like I want to see, the sunrise on a grateful universe may have just been a, like, feeling thing. Like, it would be nice. But I think Endgame does establish that it is that was one of the most important parts. Like, he needed to, sit down and see the sunrise.
Yeah, his plan, he does not care about his plan if he is not living in that world.
Yeah.
See, I think that is a nice message at the end too.
And I do think it also helps that, to go on parallels, this ain't a Tony talk, it's a Thanos talk.
I also want to say a quick parallel of Tony. Like, Tony is kind of the same way. Almost like in the opposite, actually, of dying without having to make the world better in any way.
Sure.
But, yeah.
Yeah, they also both do a killing snap. The only character who does a selfless snap in a way is Hulk.
Yeah.
And he also does the, this is our exact plan, but I did change it a little bit. I tried to do Natasha as well.
Yeah.
Whereas both Thanos and Tony do they fulfill their dreams with it. Thanos' dream was, overpopulation is scary, it is dangerous, I need to erase overpopulation. Yeah. It wasn't even half of all people. It is, to him, overpopulation being erased.
Yeah.
Whereas with Tony, it was, I'm going to erase what is up there. I'm going to erase the Endgame.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but that is a good way to put it. Mm-hmm. Also, I do hope that Hulk also tried to get Vision back. He didn't say that, so I don't think that he did. But I would hope that he was try. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't work. If the stones can destroy the stones, I don't see why they can't create the stones. But I'm willing to whatever.
See, I feel like that's way too much.
I don't know. I'm willing to let it go. Sure. I don't see why it wouldn't work, but I'm willing to say whatever.
Now, since we are in New York, I also want to bring up something very big involving the stones, which is that the Ancient One tells Hulk that the stones create what we know as the flow of time, and if the stone, if you don't have all the stones, in addition to the, you take this stone away, we don't have the stone, but it is also a it's bad for the universe.
Right. Now, when she was saying that, I thought she meant if you take away the time stone, you're taking away time. If you took away the reality stone, you're taking away reality. If you took away the space stone, you're taking away space. You're just taking away the entire concept out of the universe.
See, I didn't take it as that because, again, everything in the universe is already made up of those 6 things. The ingots are just, concentrated versions of those things made before time.
Okay, then why do you think that, the world is going to get... Why would that timeline be messed up then, do you think?
I think it is because, what she said was, the stones create what we perceive as the flow of time. I think it is a,
right, I mean, what do you think she means by that?
I think it is a, if you remove the stones, then, in addition to us not having a threat, or, a defense, it's also going to, start unraveling reality. Or something like that. The stones make things stable. If you remove one of the stones, you're taking away something that makes everything stable.
Maybe. It's hard to take her word for it when she has lied about the time stuff before.
Right.
Not really lied about it, but just lied about it is a bad word. But just when the last time she has said, if you do this, there's going to be consequences, there wasn't. And we have done it so many times since then, and there's been no consequences. It's hard to buy, what she says. But, I think from a writing perspective, I have to go, yes.
Okay.
But from a in-universe perspective, or from an audience perspective, I go, well, I mean, you already said there was consequences before and there wasn't, so
sure.
Now you're saying there's consequences and I kind of don't believe you. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's I don't even know what it means, if you take the stones out, then time gets messed up.
Because we do specifically have the main MCU timeline, which now has no stones in it.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I guess, do you think that when Thanos destroyed the stones, do you think he actually, do they no longer exist? Or is it they still exist, but they're just, completely dusted, they're atomized, but they still, physically are around?
Yeah, I mean, they must have been dusted. I mean, because, again, the dusting is trying to do a, matter's not being erased, even though it certainly is, because that is not the amount of dust that it would be. But, that's what they're trying to do. And, yeah, I think that's what it would have to be. You can't erase matter.
Yeah.
And that's why I think I don't see why you wouldn't be able to bring back these stones, because it would just be reforming that matter.
Right. Yeah, that's it, really. I think you should be able to reform the stones if the stones are still there. But the stones no longer are in the universe.
But if you can snap their matter out of existence, I think you should be able to snap their matter back into existence. I think Thanos saying, I had to, use the stones to destroy the stones, is basically them saying that the stones can do anything, including making more stones or making less stones.
See, I took that as I used the dynamite to destroy the dynamites. If you get more dynamite, you can't remake the dynamite, though.
But that's saying that, all of the stones are, the power stone. Like, you know, there's the reality stone. Like, you know, you're saying, like, you can't create something. I mean, you can. Thanos did many times. He just said, hey, new shit that didn't exist.
Didn't, though. Like, every time he used the reality stone, it, you know, it went back. Like, it was always temporary. He never once used the reality stone to make something permanent.
Okay, yeah. But that also doesn't mean that he can't. Fair. You know, we never see him not. That doesn't mean he can't. Like, we don't always see it go back. We don't see Quill's guns go back to like.
Yeah, we don't see the beams go back.
Yeah, like, or like the bubbles then go, you know, to beams or whatever, or like, you know, then we don't know if that's still the same gun he's using later, or he just grabbed another gun. Like, you know, it seems like that, but like, it's not concretely that's what the reality stone is.
Sure.
So. If the reality stone is that weak, I mean, it's weak. But I mean, like, you know, if these are the fundamental forms of the universe, then it should be real reality and not like reality as in, I put on a show for you.
But yeah, I just wanted to put all those in there because I feel like, especially, you know, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness might have to finally deal with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Scared, terrified. As well as Quantumania is going to be a time travel. Quantumania is going to be like there's Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, and then there is Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Yeah. So like that one is very obvious. It's what I thought Doctor Strange 1 was going to be, opening us up to the multiverse and everything. But now I can see why they have not, because they wanted to wait for this.
Right.
But yeah, so we're definitely going to get ton more multiverse of that. That's going to be the dealing with the stuff from the timelines that got messed up, like butterfly effect wise, not like time stone, or not just Infinity Stone wise, and then
Quantumania
is going to be like time travel stuff, but not like fixing stuff. It's going to be a fun time travel adventure.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right.
It's going to be we have to go time travel again to do this thing and something.
Okay.
And then, oh no, we're stuck in the past. Oh, we got to get out of the past. Like, that's going to be we actually did get stuck in the past. Now we got, like, our B plot is somebody helping them get out of the past.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right.
I'm feeling pretty confident on those.
Okay. I will say, I'm just going to establish these right now so we don't have to do it again when we do the what's all the movies going to be.
Sure.
My guess for Multiverse of Madness is going to be we're finally going to deal with A, what sorcerers do,
yeah,
and B, like the consequences for time stuff in general. I think this is going to be the Marvel, especially the comics, like to do the consequences for the actions you have done are both a metaphorical, your relationships are being destroyed, and also a physical. There's a big buff guy who is every time Aunt May didn't die has now showed up as Aunt May Killer Man. He's gonna punch you. So I think it is going to be half here's why, here's how sorcerers protect the worlds, and then also the embodiment of all of Endgame and all of the time reversal from Doctor Strange is back, and he's a big buff guy, and Doctor Strange has to find a way to multiverse him out of this.
Okay.
I think Quantumania is not going to be time travel. I think it is going to be quantum realm stuff. I think it's going to be we're going to shrink all the way down and explore, and we're going to colonize this place, but oh no, someone already lives here.
I guess, yeah, that could be it. That could be it.
I think it's going to be some...
It's got to be quantum realm shit. You're right.
It's going to be some... Quantumania, tiny crazy. I think we're going to do some tiny crazy stuff.
Some tiny crazy stuff. I don't know, it feels so fitting for a Ant-Man movie to be we're stuck in the past.
I could definitely see that, too.
We have to wear the old Ant-Man suits. And...
Oh, we can finally see South America. What were they doing?
It could be, during that, That was my guess of the next thing was going to be we were going to see more of that. But that was my guess back in the Ant-Man and the Wasp. Anyways, moving back to New York 2012. Yeah. Still on Cap, getting the part 2 of the elevator thing.
Oh god, that was maybe my favorite moment in the movie in theaters.
I also watched all the audience reactions to the movie. That was the moment where it seems like people lost their mind the most out of anything in the movie. And yeah, like it's so good as a standalone thing as a movie watcher, and I can also imagine how insanely like great that was as someone from the comics or like a comic fan.
Yeah,
someone from the comics just in the audience, like Captain America. But yeah, like because I know so much of that. Like Cap is evil. What if Cap was evil?
Fuck Nick Spencer for taking a symbol, created by Jewish people and saying, what if he was a Nazi the whole time and even now, and it's always been like this and it always will be like this. I'm gonna put a Mandy in there, never gonna change it.
I heard about that.
It's awful. And I think, like, this was the perfect way to reference it, because it is a straight up, Cap is retaking it. It is, fan service. It is the, wouldn't it be so cool if you could, like, pull one over on Hydra? Wouldn't it be so cool if you could so easily dupe them by just saying, Hail Hydra? There's no, like, fact-checking in place for that. You just say it to them, they believe it? I guess, that is canonically how it works.
And the looks on their faces of, like, what?
There are so many layers to why that scene is so good. Not to mention the potential promise of, is this going to just be the elevator fight scene part 2? Like, is this not going to work?
Yeah. And like also the potential future of everything we got in this movie going forward of like repercussions that we have to get. We have to get that.
So big. 2012 definitely has the most stuff that happens that is going to continue forward.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, because it's happening on Earth while everywhere else is not. So
yeah.
But yeah, like, whew, that was so tense.
Oh,
just see, going in and being okay, we know what they're doing with this. Also, on top of this, then I'm going with me not recognizing faces. They open up the elevator and it's all the shield people and everything, and then I recognize the one guy.
Rumble?
No, the other guy, bald.
Sitwell.
Sitwell, yeah. Recognize him, but then it took me and I was like, oh shit, that's Rumble too. Oh god, this is everybody. This is the.
Yeah.
Oh man. And Cap's smirk as he walks out, so that works so well, so easily, and also knowing that I just fixed so many problems in this universe.
Oh yeah.
One thing I said just fixed everything.
I can't believe how satisfying that would have been.
Yeah. Cap is now single-handedly taking down Hydra twice.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy. I love him.
Also, in case I forget, when we do the revisiting these timelines thing, I do want to ask you, do you think Cap going back would is he going to just drop the stones in some of them, or is he going to stick around for some of them? Because he has infinite time before he goes back to Peggy.
Yeah. I mean, not infinite time. I mean, he's still aging.
He can show up when he's 40. It's fine.
I mean, he is going to be showing up way older than Peggy.
At the very least, it's been a decade.
Yeah, it's been 2 decades, right?
By 2023.
Yeah, I think he's 20 years older than when he died.
Right.
Yeah. Or sorry, when he went in the icing game.
Because they crack him out in 2012, assigning the dates in Endgame where it is just, when the movie came out. Well, it would have been only 2012 to 2023, so 11 years actually.
Okay, so only a decade.
Yeah, I mean it's still a decade, but it's...
Yeah. But yeah, it's I mean, as an adult, a decade you're not changing physically that much.
It's not creepy.
Yeah. Whereas 20 years is a bit it's not it's just weird showing out 20 years older. But 10 years is that's okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So then the whole Hulk has to get the stairs, and then that causing the Tesseract to go flying out, and then Loki during the entire scene just watching his eyes dart back and forth, just again S.H.I.E.L.D. being the most incompetent people on Earth, just standing around doing absolutely nothing, watching all this happen.
Yeah.
Old classic himbo Thor with the I'll step back, we're gonna try something. I had no idea I was gonna kill you. I had no idea.
I can't believe it did work.
It was so much madness packed into one scene. Oh man. And I fully was okay, we're gonna there's gonna be a portion of this movie that's gonna be fighting Loki now. That's gonna be cool. And we didn't get that at all. But again, that could just be set up for something else.
I guarantee that has to be set up.
I mean, certainly.
Yeah.
I even when they were going back in time, I was still thinking that we have to do the Loki. But never mind, right? This is why we're doing. But it's such an obvious thing that it kept overriding my mind of we have to do this, right?
I think that is also just a really strong narrative trick of that is a different timeline. You know, they don't have to change it. Like in other time travel stories, it would be you change the past, changes the future, so they'd have to go back and fix it.
Yeah.
But they don't.
No, they don't. They just go, "What's your problem now, guys? Sorry." Yeah. Oops. I mean, to be fair, that problem was caused entirely by them themselves. Like, would it? I mean, no. I guess it was like also influenced by them. But like the Hulk, them making Hulk take the stairs is the primary reason why it happened. So it is more on that timeline than our timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just seeing all of them in together and acting the way they did. Also, like, I wonder if Thor and Tony in this timeline are going to be closer friends because of him saving his life and that sort of thing. Like, I wonder, there's all these small little repercussions.
Yeah. Also, would you see Alexander Pierce again go in? What?
Instead of talking about what is going to happen in this timeline later, we might as well just be talking about them now because we're basically talking about them now. Like we've already said, like the Cap saying that to Hydra, they're going to at some point just say that to the real Cap, doing something Hydra thinking that he is on their side, and that's going to come out. He's going to take them down. It's going to come out all in light way before they realize meant to, and everything's going to collapse. But that might mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. might not collapse.
Right. It's
that might mean that, they do a, because we found it this way, we're able to weed them out of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
So, that's a potentially really dangerous, extremely fascist, future.
Yeah.
And then you have, the Loki being somewhere in space with the Tesseract after just did all this, which means he's almost certainly just going to come back again with, a different army.
Yeah. Do you think he would bring the Tesseract to Thanos? Or do you think he would do something on his own?
Maybe he would bring it to Thanos, just be like, round 2, give me more. They threw the bomb into the portal and everything like that, but, there's nothing stopping them from just setting up another portal.
Right.
We know now that was not the end of the Chitauri army. Yeah. The end of the Chitauri army was killing Thanos' best friend.
Also, this isn't canon, but in the deleted scenes for Endgame, there is a whole scene where, during the discussion of how to do the time heist, they talk to Rocket, and Rocket starts mocking them because he's like, "What? You mean the Chitauri? Why didn't you blow up their base? You go into the portal and you blow it up. Everyone does that."
What?
Which does immediately imply that yes, this does happen a lot more often than you would expect, and there are also more Chitauri planets than you'd expect.
Yeah,
because they kind of do this.
That's also extremely fucked up to say when we have seen that happen to other planets. We have just in Infinity War seen Gamora's entire planet be demolished by them, and then Rocket's like, "Oh, you losers! You couldn't even fight back."
I mean, that's Rocket, though.
It is. I mean, that's a little bit too much for Rocket. I don't feel like Rocket would have gone that far.
Yeah.
I can see why that's a deleted scene.
Yeah.
Rocket's not that much of an asshole.
Yeah.
So Loki in space going to assumingly bring in some more Chitauri and just say, "Here we go, round 2, guys." And it's probably gonna be a lot harder to get him this time because now it's well, he's just seen what you guys can all do. He's it's gonna be that'd be a really interesting. Hey, you guys want to see Avengers again? We're just gonna put out Avengers again, but it's different. And I would watch it.
I think that's basically it for New York 2012, right?
I think so. I don't really have anything to say about the Ancient One. I don't know who the hell she is. I don't get her. I don't know what she would do with this information. I can't really say anything about that. And the whole Stephen Strange is the best of us.
Oh yeah.
Stephen Strange is the best of us.
I mean, I do think we'll also have to explore where did that come from? Is that her or is that someone else? Is this a prophecy? Is this she looked into the future?
I assumed that she was using the time stone to or I assumed that she had used before this point the time stone to look through all the futures and just she knew what was going to happen through all of Doctor Strange the entire time, and she just had to act surprised when she was surprised in that movie. That's what I assumed.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean because they didn't give an explanation, that's what I assumed. But I mean there could be something else. But I naturally was just I don't know how this shit works in Doctor Strange. She can probably see in the fucking future. I don't know. She got the goddamn time stone.
That makes sense. I don't think it changes that much about her because, like, the big struggle she has is, right before she dies when she also stops time because she's like, even now I still want to, stretch it out.
Yeah.
Like, that's enough for me to go, like, I get why she would still be struggling even if she knows the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even talking about the struggles. It's kind of just weird that she has a lot of, like, shocked expressions and surprised, faces in Doctor Strange if she hadn't known about all of that. But perhaps she knew, like, she looked into a vague future or something.
Also, I mean, I watch the same movies over and over again, and I do still react to them. Like, I think if I saw the future, I would not be emotionlessly sitting through it. I would still be going, like, that's a funny joke. I already know it, but it's still a funny joke.
I mean, that's different. But, I mean, the more things, like, when she, when she first meets Doctor Strange for the first time and is, like, going through the whole, like, process of him and hitting him out of his body and everything like that, like, she seems surprised by the way that he, acts and everything.
Okay.
Like, it seems like she had this idea of what he was going to be like and then was surprised to see him, which was, like, interesting.
Right.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. It's wibbly wobbly.
Yeah. Like, it works, like, in Doctor Strange, it works fine on its own as just, like, her seeing him, knowing nothing about him, blah, blah, blah. But now with the time travel, it still kind of works as she clearly would have, like, a much different idea of who he was here than, like, when she saw him in the beginning of the movie. But why was that?
Right, it's...
But I feel like we probably will see that in Multiverse of Madness, to be fair. Like, there's got to be a reason. I don't think this is a, like, weirdness thing. I think I just don't know the answer yet.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, so I think that is it with New York 2012. Last thing with the sorcerers, again, they cannot. But I'm glad they put it there.
Yeah.
But it's again very prequel energy with like Ronan coming to Earth during the fucking Captain Marvel thing, where it's like you cannot get me to believe this actually happened, but it's fun to see. So yeah, and the sorcerers, it seems like all the sorcerers just got dusted, like every one of them,
Yeah.
Because there's hell of a lot of them in that final fight there.
Right.
But Wong got dusted, and then it doesn't seem like they're not. You would think if there was any other sorcerers, they would be contacting them when they contacted Rocket and Carol and all those guys. Like, you would think they would do that, so it doesn't seem like there's any sorcerers.
The sorcerers are weird in general, because also there's the question of, like, if Doctor Strange could rally the other sorcerers, or if Wong could do it, why didn't they do it, in Infinity War?
Yeah.
Like, again, they could, fix it by saying, at the time, big tentacle monsters attacking Earth, they were fixing it on their side.
But yeah, the sorcerers, I assumed in Infinity War that there was like 2 sorcerers left, Doctor Strange and Wong and Mordo.
Yeah.
That is his name, right?
Yeah, it's Mordo.
Yeah, I was like, it seems like Mordo's job was done. But now it's like, okay, we got a whole army. But it's like, were those Earth sorcerers, to be fair?
True. Like, we do know there's at least one alien sorcerer in Guardians 2.
Yeah, like, off the top of your head, do you know if they were Earth sorcerers?
I don't know for sure.
I'm going to actually check real quick. I'm sure they were, but...
I believe, like, I don't... like, check it in the back of all the portals.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah.
When they come through the portal. I just noticed. I didn't even notice it while I was watching the movie, but man, the like ships that Thanos has look so much like the Covenant wraiths in Halo. Like, it's so much like it. I love it. It's a good design.
Oh, fun fact: the big guys in the Chitauri armor are called Chitauri gorillas, but they're not Chitauri. They are just something else that the Chitauri have.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm glad we got more of that. Like, there was one big thing that I was expecting that was like, by the time we get to Endgame or Infinity War, like, once it wasn't the case in Infinity War, I wasn't expecting it here.
Yeah.
But I thought, like, Infinity War Endgame, we were going to get the big, all the alien, like, villain races that you've seen up to this point are going to be, like, a part of Thanos' army.
Right.
And even, like, he's going to have a lot of slaves from all the other ones you've seen and stuff. But that actually was not really a thing at all.
Yeah. I think it really helps also because like, it does show that Thanos, again, like, he wasn't that big. He is big, but he is scary because he just shows up to planets and, you know, kills half of everyone on them.
Yeah.
Like, it is a very understandable scary, and he has, like, a understandable amount of forces. Like, in that final battle, we have the Chitauri, we have the Chitauri gorillas, we have some Sakarans, like, you know, the alien Sakarans, the paper people.
Okay, they were there.
Yeah.
I didn't notice them, but... Like, that was one that I really expected, because they were called paper people.
Yeah. And then the Outriders, which were the, you know, creatures from Infinity War. But that's really all he has. He doesn't have, like, a lot of other, you know, enemy factions or anything.
Yeah.
Like, there's no Kree or Skrulls or anything.
Yeah. Like, that was, yeah, surprising. I mean, the Skrulls, you know.
Yeah, Skrulls wouldn't.
But, like, yeah, Kree, you know, that was surprising. No Kree.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, they're also their big force, but, like, it's more that I expected the Kree to become a bigger part of Thanos' thing by this point.
Right.
And they really, you know, have been their own thing, but not big enough to really care about.
Yeah, like, they don't affect Earth stuff very much.
Yeah.
They are a clear, like, even in Guardians 1, like, Ronan is exiled by the Kree.
Yeah.
And the Kree are still fine with it. Like, you can tell in that one message that, you know, they really like what he's doing. They're like, yeah, we love that terrorist.
Yeah.
But they aren't officially allied with him, and they don't help him, so they wouldn't be helping Thanos either.
Yeah. Okay, so there is a ton of Earth sorcerers, like, just a lot. Oh, so many. Oh, yeah. So many.
Like, there are multiple
But they are coming. They have to be coming from an alien planet or something. Because, like, these backgrounds are...
Like, if you go back, we have one that seems to be Kamartaj. Then we have the... I said it last time. It's the Hooker planet.
Oh, right, yeah.
But then, next to Hooker planet, if you go back more... Yeah, those all seem to be, like, not the same place, but, like, a similar place.
That seems to be, like, Wakanda.
It might be Wakanda,
I guess. It seems like they're coming out of Wakanda.
Yeah, because there are multiple portals that are all sorcerers. Or, like, almost all sorcerers.
Yeah. Huh. But then they're all... It does seem that they came out of the Hooker planet portal. Like, they're just...
Contraxia, by the way. Contraxia is Hooker planet.
We gotta start calling it the Hooker planet. But yeah, it does seem like they... Yeah, I don't know. Like, they all are wearing the Kamartaj robes, though.
Yeah.
But then there's also some, like, blue-robed ones there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, some of them might be alien sorcerers, then.
Yeah, maybe some of them were from Contraxia. Like, maybe Contraxia just has, like, a big, you know, population of them. We don't fucking know.
Yeah. To be fair, we've seen one brothel on Contraxia. Like, that's all we've seen of the planet.
And to be fair, we actually only see a couple of them do, like, the sorcery stuff. The vast majority of them actually just have weapons.
Right, it's...
Like, which are probably the imbued ones.
Yeah.
But still, we don't know that.
We don't know.
Some of them just have guns. And, like,
okay,
like, that girl has, like, something on her head. Like, that she's definitely an alien or something. Or maybe not.
Like, she also has the eye thing that, Caecilius had.
Yeah. You're right. Never mind. I mean, like, he was there. I also thought Caecilius was, you know... Yeah.
But yeah. And then you can see more alien people coming from Contraxia.
Yeah, you can. But, yeah, there's, like, the Ravengers and stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so it does seem like there's a lot of human sorcerers around still, surprisingly. I don't know where the fuck they've been, but they've been here. Anyway, like, yeah, it's... I don't know. Maybe they all just were at Kamartaj. Maybe Doctor Strange and Wong were just like, you guys just stay at Kamartaj and keep training and just... just do that. I don't know why they wouldn't be. You should have got it for Infinity War.
Yeah. Like, it's really striking because it's not like... We didn't get any of them. Like, not even as just, like, random fodder. I'd be fine if they said, like, you know, like, all the, you know, big guys were doing something else or something. If they acknowledged it. But it was just, there are 2 sorcerers on Earth. And then there are hundreds of sorcerers.
Yeah. And, you know, we saw it before, but, like... The fucking Valkyrie on the
Pegasus?
On the Pegasus is so wild to me every time I see it, because I have to remember that this Pegasus had to have come from Asgard onto the ship, which then Thanos killed all of them on it, sent a couple of them off on a ship with this Pegasus, and then now this Pegasus is just a new Asgard.
Yeah.
And it's just imagining the journey that this Pegasus is going to go on. The fact that this Pegasus has been in the background the entire time during, like, the Thanos ship thing, or, like, whatever. Like, it's just funny to me.
Yeah.
So funny.
Now, to be fair, that could be an Earth Pegasus. We don't know there aren't Pegasus. We had Project Pegasus. That could have been named after an animal on Earth. I don't fully believe that one, but I'm just going to float it out there.
No, because she had it on Asgard in Ragnarok.
Right? Yeah, she did.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a different one, but still.
Yeah. I assume it's probably the same one.
Yeah, I would assume.
Mm-hmm. Thanos probably didn't kill it because there's only one.
No, he just put its hands in metal. But yeah, so okay, we were talking about the Source Bird. We were talking about 2012. Now we're moving on to I guess, should we move into New Jersey 1970?
I think we should save New Jersey, because the way the movie presents it is like we get little New York, Asgard, Morag, Vormir, and then we kind of top it with New Jersey.
Okay, sure. So let's go to Asgard. Go back to Thor. I liked having Thor have like a panic attack. Like, that was nice, but I also feel like they treated it very Like, it was treated like like it was something, but it was like compared to like Iron Man 3, it's like, this is like nothing compared to Iron Man 3.
It was they tried to strike a balance, and I don't know if they fully hit it. Like in the lead scenes again, there's a lot of like Thor pissing and like Thor flailing around. There's a lot of like they cut a bunch of comedic stuff, and even the stuff we do get is still like, I think this does hit a better balance than what they were going for, of like it's serious but it's also comedic, but also like, this isn't just he's gonna be slapped and then he's better. Like, he doesn't do anything. Like, the entire his trip in Asgard is just a personal like getting Thor back. It's getting Thor and getting Mjolnir, whereas Rocket is kind of just on his own. He just runs over to Jane and sucks the stone out of her and runs back.
Rocket is great. He is incredibly competent.
I mean, again, big props on Rockets. This is a two-person job. Thor does not help at all. He's in a completely unknown place, and he still pulls it off.
Yeah, and then Rocket lets him have the whole talk with his mom and everything before they go. Like, Rocket's not like, oh, we gotta go.
Like, I do think, Thor being competent in the final third of the movie is due to Rockets.
Yeah.
Like, if this didn't happen, we would still have Mopey Thor.
Oh, they've got a great bro dynamic now.
Yeah.
I'm totally into it.
I mean, again, I fully understand why he would be, part of the Guardians of the Galaxy now.
Yeah, he fits way more with them than anybody else.
I actually really hope that in Guardians 3,
Thor 3, you mean?
Yeah, Thor 4.
Thor 4.
Depending on which one comes out first. But, whichever one has them together, I do hope that he and Rocket have a much closer dynamic than the other Guardians. Because the other Guardians have spent more time together, but they spent, I don't think they have. Because, Rocket and Thor have spent, 5 years. Actually, no. They haven't.
No.
Thor was in his house playing Fortnite. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know that Rocket wasn't playing Fortnite with him.
Maybe he was New Killer.
Also, I don't know what company does Fortnite, but
Epic Games.
Epic Games. Oh, right. Yeah, of course it's fucking Epic Games. But Epic Games, assumingly, half their entire employees get wiped out, and they go, we're still making Fortnite. I don't know what to fucking tell you. It's 4 years later, we're still going to be doing Fortnite.
I mean, I would say
5 years later.
Potentially, because that happened, A, Fortnite has not developed as much as it will in our timeline, and 2, they may have stuck to an older aesthetic because people want that comfort food. And they're like, okay, you know what? We're not going to update Fortnite too much.
You are out of your mind if you think the production would have slowed down and they wouldn't have done listen guys, half the planet got erased. It's up to us. You got to step up and do 24-hour days now. You know that's how it would be.
I don't know. I'm still leaning more towards, hey, audience, please continue to spend V-Bucks on our game. We're not going to update it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
It's two different evils. But, yeah. So, I do hope they have a different dynamic, but I guess I don't want it to be, a tighter one. I do want... Yeah. Actually, I guess a good fight would be, Thor not fitting in, because he has this very strong bond with Rocket now. But, or, I guess it's not... He fits in though. When he first showed up, with the Guardians in Infinity War, everyone loved him.
Oh yeah, he fits in. I mean, he is captain. Mm-hmm. He's captain. I mean, what else is there to say besides he is captain?
It is wild that again everyone dunked on on Peter for getting fat. And he wasn't that fat. He was just, a little tubbier.
Yeah.
And now, I guarantee, they're going to look at Thor and be like, he's still the sexy pirate angel. Nothing's changed. I don't understand. Quill, why are you so fat?
Oh, I don't know. I would like that to be the case, but I don't know. Like, I loved the whole talk with his mom. It was great up until the fat shaming right at the very end. Really had to slide that in right before.
Yeah. I also appreciate that, like, again, we didn't really characterize his mom too much in Thor 2, which, sucks.
I mean, but I would actually say that she got actually quite a bit of characterization in Thor 2. I mean, I like his mom a lot more than I like Odin, like, as a character.
Okay.
Like, just as a well-written character. I think his mom is a great character. And I thought that back in Thor 2 when she died.
Okay. To be fair, I didn't see Thor 2 until after Endgame, so my visions of her is probably pretty cloudy.
To be fair, I also, like, you have, like, the comic knowledge going into it, whereas, like, something that really impacted me a lot was seeing, like, her have, like, the like, witch power. Like, now we know that she grew up, like, witches and everything like that. And, like, her having those powers, and then Loki got that from her, and like Loki being more connected to his mother more than Odin.
Like, she's the one who specifically says, "Get some soup for Loki."
Yeah, like it is, I really like his mother, and I really love the like talk they had was like that is why I wish like all like the panic attack thing when that started to happen, it actually made me for the first time in the movie feel like bad for Thor, like feel sad for him, and not like I was like, you piece of shit, go help, like I actually but like the fact that it was not really done that well, then it made it was like and that wasn't that much of a payoff for having to deal, like, quote unquote, deal with it. Like, I would say that it would be, quote unquote, dealing with the rest of it if there was more of a payoff.
Okay, sure.
Like, if there was a good panic attack scene there, I think I wouldn't have minded all the other stuff, because it was that, like, it would be that sort of, like, we want you to laugh at this, and we want you to, do this, to sort of, like, pull you along for this moment where you can, like, okay, this actually is really, really affecting him. But, like, there's never a moment where it feels like it's really, really affecting him. Like, it feels like he is putting on a show of being affected by it more so than he's actually being affected by it.
Okay, I can buy that.
Like, especially in the moments he does like dances and stuff, like little jigs, and it's like, what? This is not sadness or depression. This is just you being like, what is this? Like, those are the moments where it's like, this is fun to see, but man, it's not like I can't go like, oh, look how depressed Thor is. Yeah, I mean, like, when he's like, trying to steal beer from Asgard.
Right.
I can't be like, Thor's really hurting. But, anyway, as I was saying earlier, Thor 4, called Love and Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to get our first gay ship in the MCU, Rocket x Thor?
I will also say... this one's not going to make your butthole pucker.
Also, I did just say our first gay ship in the MCU, which is certainly not true. Although I said ship. But...
James Gunn also said in Guardians 2, there's a gay character, but I refuse to tell you who it is.
I mean, I've told James Gunn he could die many times already.
Yeah. James Gunn is not great.
It's far from it.
Far from good.
He can crawl in that fucking grave with Joe.
Who do you think the gay person in Guardians 2 was? I don't have an answer for this one.
Rocket.
Probably.
I can buy it with Rocket. I say it as a joke. I can fully see them doing a relationship with Thor and Rocket, because every relationship in the MCU is so chaste and so Puritan. There's never any real intimacy besides. This is about as much intimate as the characters can get.
Right.
So it's like, Rocket has already been more intimate with Thor than, Thor has with Jane. So, yeah, you know what? I said it's a joke, but if I can see them doing it as a joke, you know what? With the track record of Joe and James, I can see it happening as a joke, and I'll take it I'll take it.
The fandom, the MCU fandom has figured out that like if it's someone in the movie, and we're supposed to if we're supposed to be able to get it in any way, it's either Rocket or Yondu.
Yeah, I mean,
because also Yondu does not have sex with the alien robot.
Wait, did he say Guardians 2?
Guardians 2.
Oh, Guardians 2. Okay.
Yeah, like he does not have sex with the alien robots.
It's gotta be. I mean, it's Yondu. He's talking about Yondu.
But I don't want that because again, they just killed him off and didn't do anything with it. And it was a big old like.
And they won't even tell. I mean, they don't even say because if you. I mean, let's first I'll say. Yondu's not gay. If you don't say it in the movie, it does not count.
That's why I'm hoping it's Rocket. I mean, either way, it's not good.
It's nobody. If you didn't say it, it's nobody. It's nobody until you say it.
I guess here's what I mean.
Like in retrospect, it would be, but like as of now, it's nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I'm hoping that it is committed in Guardians 3. I would not want it to be a. By the way, here's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, is there anything else to say about Asgard? I think we covered everything. It's a very small scene. We already talked about Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else in there?
I guess we should do the what happens afterwards then.
Sure. I mean, okay. So, are they gonna be able to defeat Malekith?
Because
I honestly am trying to remember Thor 2. Mm-hmm. How impactful was the Aether in defeating Malekith? Like, mostly what they used was the science-y portal things.
Yeah, I don't think they used the Aether. I think it was just that it was in Jane for a while, and then Malekith took it out? Was that how it worked? Like, we didn't even get an Iron Man 3 thing of her, having powers or anything the way that, Pepper did briefly. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was just sort of in her for a while.
I mean, she had, glow to her.
She glowed and she was dying.
Yeah.
It's honestly better if Steve shows up and he's like, hey, by the way, here's Mjolnir, I can lift the Thor. He probably shouldn't show Thor that, actually. Yeah. He should probably just leave it on the ground somewhere. It'll come to him when he wants it.
I mean, Thor is very, very happy that he was able to lift it, so.
Yeah. But, see,
but yeah, I mean, it's the time, he probably got over it.
Yeah, in Age of Ultron, he is worried. Yeah. When Steve budges it.
Yeah, it is very on Thor to say in Endgame, oh, I knew it, when it's like, motherfucker, you were worried at the time. Yeah. I knew it was, I was worried that he was going to be able to do this. But that is very Thor.
I think also having Stormbreaker would give him a bigger boost of you know what, I have this one. If we did that final fight, but he didn't have Stormbreaker, and it was him and Steve trading off Mjolnir, I think he'd be very upset.
Yeah. Also, bringing back the I am the strongest Avenger.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
But yeah, so also do you think Cap would inject the Aether back into Jane? Or
no.
Is he just gonna leave it somewhere in the containment units?
Yeah, put it back in the fucking thing.
Yeah. To be fair, Frigga might just show up, Thor's mom, and just say, hey, I know you're from the future, just give it to me.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't know he's coming.
Yeah.
So.
If he's walking around, if he's just wandering around with it, going where do I put this?
Yeah. Steve Rogers in Asgard walking around with the Aether. It's just like that fucking gif.
To be fair, he has no idea what Asgard is like.
He has no idea. I want to see this shit.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Does he bring back the Soul Stone to Vormir?
Presumably, yeah.
He saw Red Skull and he said nothing about it!
To be fair, maybe he killed Red Skull.
I mean, sure. But yeah, he didn't say anything. Yeah. I would have been like, oh, what? Sam, before you go real quick, fucking Red Skull, I killed his ass.
Yeah, I mean, that was 70 years ago for him.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been an amazing after credit scene. It was just like, oh, shit, by the way. But yeah, we better, I better see that in the movie. There's so much just Steve through these times that what was going on.
It would be a perfect little mini thing to do if they don't want to get his actor back for a whole movie, but they're like, yeah, hey, you want to just screw around on the green screen?
Yeah. That would be so fun.
Yeah.
then yeah, Morag is he gonna put it back in that thing? Like, I don't think he can. Like, it's just throw it out and bounce right off the force field.
Like,
so
Morag is really interesting because at start of Guardians, we have Peter's going to get the stone. He dances around for a while, kills a bunch of time.
Yeah.
Now he's on the ground. We know that Ronin's forces are showing up soon.
Oh yeah.
The guy from the strike team in Captain Marvel was specifically the one who met him on Morag.
Korag? Korath?
It might be Korath. I'm not totally sure myself. But yeah, so he's going to be knocked out unconscious, and either the stone is going to be back in there, in which case, they'll probably just make him go get it, or it'll be somewhere else. It'll be on the ground. It'll be in his pockets.
Yeah, I would not put it back on Morag. I would just not. Why? Again, they don't need to go back to the same location. A lot of these, you really should not be returning to the same location.
Is there any, do you have any idea of where he should put it that would be better?
Earth is very dangerous. I think you would want to keep it maybe with Captain Marvel, or Carol, I mean.
Yeah.
That's probably the best place I could keep it. You just have Carol, you trust her with it, and have her put it on another planet that's deserted or whatever,
Honestly, that'd be a pretty cool
an unlivable planet,
Yeah, if they sent him back with, a little mini pager or something, he could just page her and she'd go, wait, what? Zip over, ask what's going on.
Yeah, that's a good point. Took her forever to get back, but he'd have to page her and sit there for fucking weeks.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think, that makes sense. Because, it's, somewhere where she would know where it is and be able to control it, but somewhere where it wouldn't be on a planet, because it could easily go wrong and just blow up the fucking planet.
Guardians won't happen without the Power Stone, but...
You mean the Guardians as a group?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's a bad trade-off in exchange for keeping the Power Stone more safe.
Steve could always go hey, guy, I brought all of you together, told you all to meet me in the park, because you guys, in another timeline, used to be best friends. And I want you guys to be best friends again.
Now,
can you, if you were just living your life and somebody just came up to you, it would have to be somebody
Yeah.
Steve Rogers does exist in our world, Captain America does exist. Cap comes to you and goes, listen, you don't know this, but in another timeline, you do have a group of really close best friends, and I want to get you back together with them. Would you be all right?
I probably would if it was Cap.
I think, you know what?
It'd be real weird, but yeah.
I would, yeah. I don't want to admit to this, but I would probably do it if it was if anybody said that. I'd be like, you know what? Sure, I'm on board. Let's see who you are.
I'm pretty sure it does happen in a certain X-Men run.
Probably.
Where it is just hey, here's some past versions of characters you like. We're going to pull them together as an X-Men team. They are all I don't know who this is. What do you mean we fight 10 years in the future?
Yeah. But, I mean, that sort of stuff is always fun, though.
Also, if Guardians 1 does not happen, specifically, if Peter does not touch the Power Stone, then his dad will never seek him out. Which means Guardians 2 does not happen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's a bad thing, though.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing in terms of more people are going to die, but it's not it's going to be the universe is going to get destroyed.
Yeah. Because also, I don't know if Ego would ever go back to Earth. I think, that was his one and done, I'm not going back. Also, the woman I loved died there. I killed her there. Yeah,
and, the whole thing that he was doing at the end of Guardians wouldn't happen for a long time.
Yeah.
And so, probably, no, I don't know how, could anybody else defeat Ego other than Peter?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. And so, that might actually be really bad, because if that's the case, then there could just be Peter lives his entire life, never touches a Power Stone, and none of that ever happens.
Yeah.
But, I mean, also to be fair, if Peter just touched a Power Stone in any other way, and then all the movie happened, he wouldn't have the Guardians there, and then he would have died.
Yeah, it is the perfect mix of he had friends, and they were there, and, they helped embrace it.
Yeah, so that's actually pretty fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do about that,
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you do have to go back, give Peter the Power Stone, and get him off Morag quickly.
Yeah.
Wake him up, or just throw him on your ship, give him the Power Stone, drop him off somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the best thing you could do.
Yeah.
Like, and then you're just gonna have to let the rest of the events of the stuff happen because it's just gonna have to, or else it's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of. I actually enjoy that kind of stuff in time travel stuff where you have to be like, we're gonna have to let this bad event happen because if we don't, something way worse is gonna happen.
Yeah, and I do appreciate, like, from that light, that the Guardians of the Galaxy are extremely important while also being, like, not that power level-y or like that powerful. Like, just through Peter.
Once again, Wanda going up against Thanos, I'm like, yeah, she could probably kill him. And meanwhile, Drax is in the background still just stabbing people with knives. And it's like, the power scaling in this world is... This also really felt like we don't know what the hell we're going to do if Black Widow has to be in this fight. You know, like, there was way more reasons. But that was 1%. They're probably like, I mean, last movie we had her go up against Thanos with tasers. So, like, you know...
See, with this one, if Black Widow had survived and Hawkeye hadn't, I think it would have been a lot better because she probably would have been the one person not on the battlefield. Like, they probably would have lent into the, you know, she is the, like, combat support person. Like, they could have had cameras or something. She could have been saying, like, you know, go over there, fight over there.
Yeah. That would have been nice.
I could have seen them do that, especially if they wanted to commit to the, like, she is going to be, like, the leader person.
It would have been nice, but I can't see them having committed to it.
Yeah.
We didn't even get that with, like, Cap. That would have been a, like, callback to the first Avengers, and we didn't get it. So it's like, would they have done it? I don't think they would have done it with her.
Yeah.
Like, this was not a organized fight. This was just everybody, Avengers, disassemble.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, I'm also fine with that, because this was really, like, they weren't planning on this one.
Yeah.
It is a real, like, we just gotta throw it all together, get everyone.
Yeah.
Let's hope this works out.
Now, I don't know what my takeaway was supposed to be from that fight, really quickly.
Okay. Which one?
Like the final fight. You know, I don't want to go into it, but I just want to ask really quickly.
Sure.
Like, when they did, like, the snap at the end, that just erased Thanos' forces, that didn't bring anybody back to life, right? Like, that had died in that fight there. But people did die in that fight against Thanos' forces. It doesn't feel like they did, because we don't, like, acknowledge any.
I don't know if we saw anyone die.
Yeah. Like, but I mean, that's kind of weird to assume that, like, nobody died during that fight other than Tony.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's only a funeral for Tony. And, like, nobody else is mentioned. There's no, like, memorial for people who died during the thing. Nobody talks about, like, let's try and get those people back. Like, it just doesn't seem like anybody died at all.
Yeah. I don't think this makes sense, but I feel like the implication is none of the heroes died.
I think so. Really weird, but okay. Like, the thing that makes me think about it is the scene where the giant Chitauri bus, I gotta keep calling it that, is coming down on somebody, and it, like, dusts right before it's about to hit them. I think it was Bucky. And it, like, dusts right before it's about to hit them. That was me going, like, yeah, like, there's literally nothing he could have done about that. Like, he would have just died right there. Yeah. How are people not dying constantly on this entire thing? They have to be, right? But nobody's snapping.
They don't have to be.
Nobody wanted to snap them back, so I have to assume that they're not. But I mean, also, the fact that we didn't... We'll talk about snap later, but, like, just... Again, the fact that they didn't snap... The snaps are very specific, but whatever. I'm willing to let it go. I think it's whack that they didn't do way more with it, but whatever. Or just, you know, snap again. Still got the stones. You can just keep doing it.
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about that, I think, like, maybe for, like, the Phase 3 wrap-up, or Phase 4, like, look ahead. Yeah. Because I think there's a lot to talk about with, you know, like, could they have done, like, did they do any others? Or, you know, can they just go back to when they had the stones and, you know, just grab it and
they could say that they did it, you know?
Yeah, they could.
So, yeah. I'm not, that's why I don't want to, like, harp on it too much, because it's like, they could still do more with it. Yeah. They could easily, at any point they want, go back in time, get some more stones, and do it again. And then just, you know, there's no reason why they can't.
Just go back and get the gauntlet from Tony and say, you know, we're going to borrow this for a second. We'll be right back, I swear.
Yeah. I mean, not even the gauntlet. Like, did he have to, wait. Yeah. What did he bring? He brought back the Iron Man gauntlet through time?
Wait, who?
Steve. Like, when he was returning the stones. What were,
the stones were in a briefcase. He had a briefcase.
Right. That's right. They were in a briefcase.
Yeah.
So, you get the briefcase. What did you mean by gauntlet? You mean like before they go back in time at all? You mean like travel back in time to this same timeline? Yeah. And like borrow the gauntlet. I mean, like, you know what I mean? It would make a different time. Yeah, that was confusing.
Yeah, like there's a long period of time between the end of the fight and when Steve brings it back, where they could at any point go back and, you know, from that point get the stones and borrow them.
Yeah. They could also Definitely. Because, yeah, they would probably have to make another gauntlet, you know, something like that. Hopefully even make a better gauntlet. You know, if I was the Doors, I would not have made the most ideal gauntlet. I would have made it like, you know, you're going to make it as much as you can, you know. Like, Thanos is going to tell if you're not making it ideal, but you can always put in those little tiny adjustments.
He doesn't know for sure.
Yeah, gotta Schindler's List it.
Honestly, I would be completely fine if we get a retcon in Thor 4 or, you know, something where Atreus like, yeah, by the way, I did set it up so it would kill him, and he did survive it, crap. But yeah, he was supposed to die with that sap.
I don't know if I would like that, because that would take away the message of, you know, the whole reason of, like, Thanos, you know, his plan being secondary to his own life.
Fair.
But, you know, if he said, like, yeah, the reason why it fucked up his arm so much, like, the normal gauntlet wouldn't do that, but, like, that was me. You know, because Thanos did seem like, you know, like, why is this thing so messed up after I just snapped? Like, that's why at the time, you know, Thor's hand was also, like, right here, and I was like, did he, like, the Thor, like, electrocute it or something? But, like, clearly now, like, no, that was not the case. It was just snapping and did that. But it didn't seem like snapping it a second time made it that much worse.
Yeah.
You know, like, all it really, you know, it's just as bad.
Man, also, I can't get over the fact that they went so hard with the snap as a specific, like, you, in order to use all the stones, you have to snap. Like, it isn't a joke thing like in the comics. It is a outright, you need to do it. It will not work any other way.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with it. In the same way as they, you know, they put in
I like it a lot.
Like, you have to close the hand. Like, that makes the fight so much more, like, easy to understand.
Yeah, I think that is perfect. Yeah. I thought for forever, how do they fucking deal with the Infinity Gauntlet? What's going to be, like, doesn't he just go, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, yeah, the fact that he has to close the hand, and the fact that it is, like, he can't just go, like, it seems like it's hard to close it.
Yeah.
Like, I love that, you know? There's weight to it. There's power to it. Yeah. When he's pulling down the moon, he doesn't go like, you know, it's like he has to, like, slowly close his hand as he's forming the fist.
Yeah. It is so good. All the Infinity Gauntlet stuff is good.
Yeah. So, I think that's it for Morag. I just loved the, like, as far as, like, the timeline thing.
Well, I mean, we'll talk about it, I guess, with Vormir as well, but keep in mind, 2014 is where Thanos comes from in this movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Morag, the planet.
Sure.
Like, as far as, like what you would do with the time stone, that's it. I think we've covered what's going to happen with that.
Okay.
Like, what the Power Stone.
Sure.
You know. I'm talking about these. Anyway, hold on. So, like, I love the scene with, you know, Peter, like, bringing back the song, doing it again. My favorite song from fucking Guardians 1. And, yeah, having the out of, you know, the headphones thing. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, the fact that it was, like, Rhodey and Nebula is such a good duo.
Yeah.
Like, it's so weird of a duo. It's so, not in terms of, like, they contrast really hard, or they, you know, they're just, like, there's no, like, reason. There's no contrast. There's no similarity. It's just, like...
I mean, I'd say there's definitely a similarity. Yeah.
Is there?
Is the fact that they're both, like, you know... Like, Nebula has had most of her body replaced with machines, and now Rhodey needs the suit in order to, you know... Still be around.
Okay.
Like, I
well,
especially...
no, he doesn't, because he can walk without the suit. I mean, he has to have leg things.
He has the leg things, yeah.
But yeah, it's not the suit. Yeah. I agree with what you're saying.
I guess it's...
They both need technology to... Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, like, I especially got those vibes when they were in the caverns, and she, like, you know, pushes her hand through the barrier in order to get the stone, and he's looking at her, and I don't remember specifically what they said. Yeah. But it was a very big, like, you know... Yeah.
Yeah, I took that as a bonding thing, but now that I think about it, that is enough of a, like, you know, similarity for them to have fit together. But as far as, like, personality-wise,
right.
and just, like, who they are as characters, like, aside from that, like, you know, like, they are so... I don't know. It's so weird. Like, the way they play off each other is not, like... anything that I'm used to.
Yeah, like Tony and Nebula have a really obvious dynamic, but it's one where it's like, I wouldn't have thought about it before it happens. Yeah. Whereas their dynamic is a real, like, this ain't really a dynamic. There's kind of, you know...
Yeah, they're both kind of quiet. They're both reserved. They both, like, always refer to somebody, like, let somebody else talk and then they respond to that, or, like, tell them like, okay, well, here's my idea, you know. And so like they just had this very like extremely confident, we know what we're doing, we can have some fun and joke about things like so he's an idiot, yeah. Like, but it's not like they're it's really refreshing, you know.
I would trust them as a duo.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think they would like hang out afterward.
Oh yeah.
It's a real,
absolutely not. They're not friends. They're just like,
it's real. We tried this once.
Yeah. Yeah, that covers that.
Okay.
Vormir. So again, we're just talking about stone right now. Again, Cap's gonna have to see Red Skull and everything like that. That's gonna be a fight. But ultimately, bring the stone back here. I don't think there's really anything that's gonna be changing in the timeline as far as the returning stone aspect of things.
Yeah. Now, here's the... Actually, this is the one where I think, like... I'll just
actually,
ask you a straight
how
question.
do you return the stone?
Also, do you return the stone?
Yeah, I guess you don't have to.
Because, like, assumingly, like, either you can bring back Natasha by giving the stone, or you can't. If you can, then resurrect her. If you can't, then you shouldn't give it back, because then that is a, like, someone else is going to have to sacrifice himself in this world.
Yeah. So... yeah, you're right. I don't think you should. Like, I think you should try and get Natasha back. Clearly, that didn't work, or else she would have come back. And then, at that point, don't. But it's also tough to say what you do with it because we don't know what the power or what the Soul Stone does.
Yeah, the only thing we have seen concretely was when Doctor Strange was like doing his like his Shadow Clone Jutsu, and Thanos uses that stone in order to like
bring them back to one.
No, specifically, he pulls his spirit out.
Okay, so maybe that's also like the same thing that the Ancient One's doing.
I think so.
Like
yeah,
it.
because it is a like Doctor Strange's spirit like comes out of him. He doesn't expect it, and then all of the others disappear.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, I don't really know what the Soul Stone does, but it doesn't seem that dangerous. But also, I don't really know. It's called the Soul Stone, and it's the most dangerous way to get it. So
yeah, it is also like presumably the stones themselves like took Red Skull and said, "You're going to protect the Soul Stone."
Yeah,
like there's something special about the Soul Stone.
So I don't know what you do with this thing. What would you do with it? I'll ask you.
Personally, I would bring it to the Ancient One. I would say, like, hey, I don't know what this is. like...
Yeah, get some information on it.
Yeah. Like, I've definitely spent some time around going, like, okay, so here's the Soul Stone. Can we learn something about it? This ain't yours, but, you know, like, is there a safe way to get rid of this? Or can we, like, use this to protect the world or something?
I think the only... stones that I am comfortable being on Earth, like staying on Earth where they're protected, is the Time Stone and the Tesseract.
Okay.
Those are the only two where I feel like they can't be easily manipulated in a way that's going to destroy the Earth very quickly.
Right.
You know, whereas all the other ones, you know, someone could destroy the Earth before anybody could do anything about it.
Yeah.
And like the time thing, maybe, but it's like I trust whose hands it's in.
Yeah.
And it's also like it doesn't seem easy to use.
Yeah, like
you have to like the Time Stone more than any of them. It seems like you have to also know sorcery to be able to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or I mean, Thanos was doing it in like a. Thanos didn't like use like the Time Stone in like a. I mean, he did to reverse time, but like aside from that, he didn't really use it in like any of the kind of ways we've seen Doctor Strange use it. So like, yeah, as far as like, it doesn't seem like it's something that you could destroy Earth with easily.
Yeah, I think like. Also, like, one of the, like, the thing that Doctor Strange does with it, you know, when he's younger, like, in Doctor Strange itself, in that movie, he uses just kind of, like, reverse things and move things forward.
Yeah.
So I think that's, like, this, you know, that's stage one. That's the easiest thing you can do with it. And then, you know, if you study it, you can do more.
Yeah. Which, because then, even if someone gets it and they're, like, moving time forward really quickly or whatever, you could still stop them, reverse time.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. Being able to like, oh, I'm just gonna loop time forever, you know, that's something that's like, okay, well, that would fuck up Earth forever.
Yeah.
But like, someone would have to really learn how to do that, and you know.
Yeah, like I don't know that much about the sorcerers, but the fact that they've dealt with it for this long makes me go like, yeah, if it's safe with anyone, it's gonna be safe with them more than anyone else.
I mean, Caecilius was the example of like, what if somebody wanted to use the Time Stone to try and fuck up Earth forever?
Right.
And it's like that, you know, there was enough time to be able to prevent it, so it's like, yeah. Time Stone, the Tesseract, they're okay to be on, I don't even want to say Earth, but they're okay to be on a populated planet.
Yeah.
The Soul Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Power Stone, extremely wary about being on another planet. And then the Reality Stone, I don't know how I feel about, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird because it's the Reality Stone, but it's also the Aether, which is like
yeah.
You know, I mean, it is the same thing, but it's like, they call it Reality Stone, but it does so much crazy stuff.
Yeah.
It's from the beginning of time. I mean, they're all from the beginning of time, but like, I don't know why I brought that up. That's pointless. But anyway,
I mean, it's to be fair. Like, I was just about to bring up what if we talked to the Dark Elves about this one, but they're the Dark Elves.
Yeah,
it's probably a bad idea. Although, to be fair, that was also in the colonial, bad Asgard times. So maybe you use time travel. Go back.
To be fair, I mean, they did just hate everybody because there was light out now. They
Fair.
did just say, I want to kill the whole universe because somebody turned on the light.
Yeah, Yuri's a good point. It's going to be tough to talk to them about this one.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't.
So, yeah, I think the Reality Stone, I'm a little bit more comfortable being on a populated planet, but not Earth.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, but, like, put it on a planet that, like, doesn't have a lot of people on it, you know?
Sure.
Put it on a planet where, like, put it on a planet of people who can protect it, you know? Put it on, like, a military planet. Maybe not a military planet, but you know what I mean. Put it somewhere where even if it's used to destroy the planet, it's not going to be, like, a really huge problem.
Like, my answer for all of these in an ideal...
And it's tough to do anything with these stones.
Yeah. Which, I mean, fair.
Yeah.
It turns out that power is important, and you can't just screw around with it willy-nilly.
Yeah. Because, you can't just put it somewhere. It has to be somewhere where you can protect it, but it also has to be somewhere where it's not going to go wrong.
That's the struggle.
Yeah.
I mean, like, ideally, I would want research to be done on all of them. Like they are the fundamental, like, essence of existence. You got to be able to do good stuff with them.
Yeah.
But it is I would say one of the big themes of Marvel as a whole is, if you try to do something good, you can also do something bad. Something that can do bad can also do good. You can't do anything with the stones without the danger of something bad happening. But you have to, like, accept that if you want to, like, make things a lot better.
I think make a planet so we don't have a problem of, like, let's go to a planet that doesn't have people on it. Right. Make a planet out of metal, whatever. Sure. These kind of civilizations have so much shit they can... It'd be a tiny, tiny little planet, like moon-sized, if not smaller. On that, build a whole factory, a whole place to study the stone, whatever stone may be there. And then just do that throughout the galaxy.
Okay.
And then have, these stations where the, things are being studied. But they're also far enough away to where, nobody would be able to, like, get them all quickly. There'd be so many jump points away and all that shit.
Yeah.
And then if anything went wrong, it would only be killing the people studying it, or affecting the people studying it. It is like, we need to study these, but we have to understand that if we're studying these, we're putting ourselves at a great risk, and we are accepting that.
Yeah.
But, like, we're not putting other people at risk. Yeah. I think that's the best thing to do.
Okay.
And then you can also, it's the bonus you're studying these, and then also there would be, assumingly, protections and people there to, like, make sure. But then you also run into the problem of, like, then what if those people decide to use it for the wrong reasons?
Right. It's an endless problem.
It's an endless problem. But I think that's what I would do.
Yeah. Yeah. So, MCU stones, like, a lot of people talk about how the MCU stones are kind of, depowered from the crazy comic stuff. There is one thing that makes them way more dangerous.
Yeah?
Which is that, in the comics, Infinity Stones can only work in the dimension that they're from.
Okay.
So if you put, like, any of them in a different dimension, don't work. Or, like, if you take the Infinity Gauntlets, you throw that into a different dimension, anyone can pick it up and they won't work.
Gotcha.
So that's a very easy writing solution of, like, put it somewhere else. But in this, like... just from Doctor Strange, we do see the Time Stone, be used in, like, the mirror dimension and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think that is an immediate, like, these stones are special within the Marvel multiverse. Like,
that's a good point,
there is no safe place to put these guys. They are really, really powerful.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Like, imagine a comic where somebody's like, I got the Infinity Stones from the MCU.
Maybe near the end of the MCU in 500 years.
Oh yeah.
We'll get the big ol' I'm drawn in live action, and I have the live action Infinity Gauntlet.
Well, I would imagine it would be like they are drawn in comic, but it's like the Infinity Gauntlet is the live action Infinity Gauntlet.
Oh yeah. Oh, I can see it so clearly now.
Oh yeah. So, yeah, I think we're done with like the stones. Like, is there any other non-Thanos related like consequences in 2014 that we could talk about?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that covers everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Thanos in 2014,
Mm-hmm.
no longer there.
Nope. There?
Like, no Thanos, no army, no Chitauri. Well, I mean, the Chitauri would...
Like the free Chitauri. Like, Chitauri just kind of out there, would still be out there, presumably.
Yeah.
Especially since, actually, his best friends didn't come with him.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
So, presumably, best friend in 2014 still with the Chitauri going like, oh, I feel really lonely.
Just sitting on that rock.
I'm really lonely, and Ronan keeps on threatening to kill me. Thanos, come back.
Also, considering that Ronan just took out, like, his... Like, that was supposed to be a jobber moment, like, for, like, that guy, and, like, again, we didn't know he was the guy who had the army or anything. But, like, it was supposed to be, like, look how cool Ronan is, look how powerful he is. Which, in retrospect, yeah! Like, that's crazy in retrospect. Yeah. It's such a, like, you watch it in the movie, and you're like, this means nothing. Yeah. Where in retrospect, you're like, God damn, Ronan, that was insane! He had the balls!
As I said before, like, that is the moment where Thanos gets weaker, and he never stops getting weaker after that point.
Yeah. I mean, like, that was essentially Ronan just taking out Thanos' entire army, and Thanos is just like stone cold, no reaction.
Don't react.
Yeah, like, he must have been pissing his pants inside, but he is like, I need this man to fear me. I need to intimidate him. So I cannot show any emotion to the fact that I just lost half my fucking army.
Yeah.
To be fair, if he got his hands on the stones a lot quicker, he probably was just like, I could just bring him back, maybe, Yeah. But, like, by the time it took him so long, he's just like, I don't care. There's so much going on now. I just gotta do this.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, 2014 is a pretty good timeline,
Yeah.
Pretty, like, as far as that timeline, the consequences from Thanos leaving are not that, like, big because, like, it just, that stuff didn't happen, It's just, like, I don't know what to say in terms of, like, what's gonna happen. It's just like, it's just gonna be like our world. Like, what else do I say? Like, is there any, like, major events you can think of that, like, wouldn't happen because of this?
So, without Thanos... Ronan is just kind of, like, screwing around. He's still going to try and get the Power Stone.
Assume, like, again, if Steve takes the what stone? Power Stone, gives it back to Quill, puts Quill on a ship, drops Quill off on the Nova.
Yeah.
Then, movie basically goes the same way, just without Thanos.
Yeah.
The Guardians defeat... Ronan minus Nebula, though. Yeah. Or sorry, minus Gamora and Nebula.
Yeah.
Like, both of them are not going to be, in that. I mean, Nebula not being there wouldn't change that much.
Yeah, Nebula wouldn't change much. Gamora not being there would mean that they probably wouldn't have Drax either.
Yeah.
Because Drax wanted to kill Gamora, and then Drax is okay with Gamora, but he still, wanted to threaten her, or, get the Thanos through her.
Yeah, so... But again, Drax not being there, not that big of a deal, honestly. Yeah. I love Drax, but in the grand scheme of things, him not being there. If it was Peter, Groot, and Rocket, that's,
It's not bad. Also, to be fair, Drax has a very happy ending, because... Well, not a very happy ending. He doesn't get to kill Thanos, but Thanos doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be in prison for ever, but...
Yeah.
I mean, everybody... Was it just them who broke out? I can't remember if, like, some other people got out as well in the process or not, but...
Oh, I don't remember.
Either way, Drax probably had a pretty bad life then. Like, I mean, bad life in terms of he would be in jail, but for Drax, actually, he's probably just doesn't give a shit. Drax probably...
He was doing okay. Like, he was the guy in jail who is, still living pretty good.
Yeah. Drax didn't have anything to live for at that point,
And to be fair, if he gets out, he's probably going to stab people more and go back in.
Yeah.
Like, this was also like the way for Drax to, you know, kind of redeem himself and stab people who need to get stabbed.
Yeah.
So it kind of sucks a little bit, but
I think Peter, Rocket, and Groot are a weird trio.
Yeah.
And would probably break up very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But it would at least stop Guardians 1. Yeah. And then Guardians 2, though, what do you do? Like, for Ego.
Like, without having, like, that core group of friends, and also without having, like, Gamora as, like, a love interest, I think Peter might just be like, yeah, I love my dad.
Yeah, I cannot imagine why he wouldn't be on board with it, or just die because he doesn't have his friends to help him.
Yeah, I would say, like, I don't think Ego would change at all, so Ego would probably at some point just say, like, by the way, yeah, I killed your mom, it sucked, and he would, you know, they would have the fight, Peter would lose.
Yeah, like, that would all still happen.
Oh no, that's too bad, though, because that means if Peter loses, that's enough power for, you know, the master plan. Ego's going to take over tons of planets, including Earth.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it's
a
the
real bad
universe is going to get destroyed.
Like, unless the Guardians are specifically that group together, or, like, an equivalent group.
Dude, I would actually love if like, the next movie, if the Guardians 3 is, like, just figuring out how the fuck to get these Guardians back together for, you know, to stop Ego.
Yeah.
That is fascinating.
Like, I could see Steve somehow, like, doing, like, Guardians tryouts. Like, okay, we need you to get some more friends.
We're just gonna put Peter on a bunch of blind dates. So...
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, like that, so that like we were talking about Ronan, that's the whole Ronan thing.
Yeah.
Anything else that would change with Thanos not being there?
Like, on Earth, they wouldn't know about this on Earth. So, presumably, like, everything else would still happen pretty normally up until, you know, the time of Infinity War.
Yeah.
It would be continuous, like, you know, there's something out there, Tony's still, like, making stuff, they'd still make Ultron, they'd still do, like, everything basically the same.
There would be a hell of a lot more Guardians on New Asgard.
True.
That place would be, like, packed.
Oh. Actually, they wouldn't have to be in New Asgard.
Why?
Because, like, Asgard would be destroyed, but... Yeah. Asgard would be destroyed, but they wouldn't necessarily have to immigrate to Earth. I figured that part of why they went to Earth was also just because there were so few of them.
Okay. I mean, where else would they go?
Anywhere.
I mean, I guess they could all split up and everything, but they seem like they want to stick together.
Yeah, like, I think they would end up, like, going to a different planet altogether. Whether it is Earth or whether it is, like, one of the other 9 realms.
Maybe. I feel like the fact that Thor lives on Earth, or did live on Earth, was the reason why he was like, I mean, you guys want to... I'm your king. I mean, he is their king. It's not like they've stopped doing that thing.
Yeah, well, up until... Yeah.
Up to what?
Sorry. In this timeline, he is still their king.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Vormir, 2014.
Well, I mean, even in present timeline, he's... Oh, no.
Valkyrie's king.
Yeah. But yeah, up until, like, Endgame. I mean, like, you know, in Endgame, when he is in New Asgard, he is still king. Like, it is not until the end of the movie that he gives over the king status. So, like, what I mean is, like, they did go to Earth because he was, you know, king at that point. Like, in both the Vormir 2014 new timeline and in our timeline, he was... The reason they settled there was him being king.
Yeah.
So, is that... I think that's pretty much it for that stuff.
I think so. Like, it is...
We might think of something else later, but...
Yeah.
I think we can move into New Jersey. Like, is there anything else in the 2014 timeline you want to talk about? The flashback with Nebula and Gamora, I liked getting that, even though it was like... You know, I wanted to get way more than that, but again...
Yeah, because, like...
I'm glad we're getting little bits.
Yeah. Like, it sucks... to me, it sucks that this is Gamora from Guardians, where, you know, she's, like, one step away from flipping anyways.
Yeah.
I was real... Like... I don't need more Thanos, but at some point I would like to have, you know, just for interest's sake, seen, like, 2010 Gamora. Or, like, you know, like the 2010 state of things where she was, like, one of the generals, Nebula's, you know, not as robotic, and Thanos has a little more faith in her.
I think it would be dope if we got a, like, whole... They need to do more flashback shit in the MCU, where we can get, like, a lengthy flashback in some movies.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't need to be a whole movie, but it could also, you know, it would add more, you know, pathos to the character and everything.
Yeah.
Stuff that we know they have gone through, but we've never seen. So like getting to see like in like a potential movie a whole flashback mission that is only maybe like 8 minutes long or something of Gamora, Nebula, and the other three like sons and the other girls. How many was it? It was 4, right?
Yeah, it was just 4.
It was. Did he call them all their sons? 4 of them? Or?
It says children.
The children?
It was children
okay.
of Thanos.
But that's so weird. He calls them their children, but then they're their daughters.
Yeah.
Thanos is so weird. But yeah, like just getting all of them, all 6 of them, like on a mission.
That'd be so interesting.
Yeah, seeing what their dynamic was, seeing them like constant. Like I assume it would be like the 4 big ones, the 4 children, like constantly like mocking them and everything.
Yeah,
it is so weird. I thought the Thanos daughters thing was a much bigger thing.
Yeah,
but it does seem to be just them. Like they made it sound like it was something Thanos did a lot.
Right.
But it was like, I mean, they mentioned it as like the children thing, but like the Thanos' daughters thing was, I thought, something very specific that he was doing.
Yeah, I did assume it was going to be something like the all-female guard in Wakanda, sort of, like just a bunch of people all wearing like the same outfits or something, like like that kind of thing.
Yeah, same. So yeah, that was just seeing how little Thanos has is wild.
Like, I would like to like. I think also if you have something with the 6 of them, you could still frame it as a like they are like a scrappy group that like they're still gonna have a lot of problems. Like this isn't them steamrolling something. This is them like trying to take one of the other stones at some point.
Yeah, like, I want is at the very minimum the amount we got in Captain Marvel for that team like on the plane. Like if we can just get at least that amount, that is, I'll take it. Give me something.
Fair.
But yeah, continuing with the 2014 stuff, just seeing Thanos in that time being like, knowing what he's doing behind the scenes and like they don't know anything that he's doing was super fucking tense, really scary, great way to do like build back up a threat, because we were having a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it was like, it was so low stakes, so much fun that like that was a sudden like, oh shit, I didn't even think about this.
Yeah.
This is very bad. And like, to be fair, I didn't even realize how bad it was gonna get.
Right.
Like when they got out, or like as they're not as when they got out, but like as it was continuing, I started to think like this actually might not be that bad. Like this is really cool that we're seeing this, and it's very threatening. But I think they're actually going to be able to get out of this okay, or they might have to like fight him and then escape. But like no, like I can't. It went all the way. Like he came back to Earth to our timeline.
Yeah,
like that was like crazy to me.
Like, they managed to do the absolute miracle that no one thought they could do of how do you have Thanos as a threat in both movies with, while still making the second one feel bigger, while also, like, not having the, like, we already, like, you already did him once, how are you gonna do him again?
Yeah.
And I do think, like, part of that's, like, part of that meant that they had to not focus on the generals as much, so it wouldn't feel too repeaty, but at the same time, I think it's worth it for the, like, they're 2 very different types of spectacles. One of them is the, like, more focused on generals, more, like, big wave of Outriders, and then, like, a very, like, relatively tight group of heroes, and then the Wakandans. Whereas the Endgame fight is so much more of a, like, here's such an insane force on one side, here's an insane force on their side. It's way more of a, like, big spectacle.
Yeah. And then, like, that is, I think, the only, like, downside as well. Yeah. Like, you have the big, huge clash between these 2 armies, but then Thanos, they have to just have Thanos do nothing.
Yeah.
Like, they have to just have Thanos be like, well, until we need it. It's the classic problem of, like, the main villain's just going to run and immediately face the boss, so how do you, stop that from happening? Yeah. And, like, that was happening the reverse with Thanos, of, like, Thanos showed up, how do we have Thanos not immediately go kick their ass? Yeah. We have to have Thanos be really cocky and sit down and be like, bring me the thing. But it's like, in this timeline, at this time, Thanos, and after everything that just happened, and after knowing what would happen in the future, and did happen in the future, and seeing him get decapitated by them, it's wild that he wasn't more emotional about it, and, like, more driven.
To be fair, like, I think it says a lot about him that he saw that, and his takeaway was not that, oh, okay, I die. His takeaway was, I won.
Yeah.
Like, I think that is, like, a big part of where his cockiness came from.
He doesn't say that after he's decapitated. He says that before he's decapitated.
Yeah.
And then once he's decapitated, he has a look of, like mad.
Yeah.
So, like, to be fair, that did upset him.
Yeah, but he didn't, like, I understand why he didn't take that as a, like, there are consequences. I could be, you know, like, I could also die in this fight.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about it as that. Yeah. I just wish he was more, like, it felt like this was just, you know, another inconvenience. Rather than him treating it like he literally just saw the future and what could happen if he does not treat this seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, so that was a little bit, like, immediately just again, it felt like they were trying to do more, like, sympathizing stuff with Thanos again, and more, like, making you feel like he was, you know, cool and you didn't want to see him die. And it's like, you know, especially with, like, the, you know, everybody dusting, and they did the fucking Peter thing with him, where it's like, I'm like, what are we doing? It's taking so long for the fucking dust. You know, I think it was, everything they did with Thanos in this movie was absolutely perfect, incredible, loved it, up until he sits down. The moment where he sits down, I think it brought me back with Tony doing the snap and me realizing and seeing, like, so, like, you know, Thanos was, like, putting his own life before the plan. Like, that sort of stuff brought it back a little bit. But the moment from where he sits down till after he dusts is, like, you know, a disappointing ending to everything else that was being done in the movie. Like, yeah, I wish it was more serious. I wish it was more emotional about, not like in a sad way, but, you know, an aggressive and angry.
Yeah. I think they could have definitely, like, especially because the Avengers have been, or, you know, like, everyone on Earth, like, all the non-snap people have been, like, developing in the last 5 years. I think they could have found a way to, like, have a fight with Thanos, or, you know, have it be a constant, you know, like, they have to fight him, therefore, like, he is, like, actually trying to fight them, and they're holding him off. I think they could have done a lot more with that, even without him having the stones or anything.
Yeah.
And that would have made him feel more serious, because that is a, like, we are giving it all we got, and we have all these new tricks, and we're still barely holding him back.
Yeah, because they had to save it. They held him off again so they could do more. He's going to do some Infinity Gauntlet stuff again. And I was like, like, I would have liked to got more fighting with the giant sword. You know, we got some, but because we hold him off all the way to the end, you know, we get a tiny little bit of that, and then more of the gauntlet stuff.
Right.
And so then, once he has the gauntlet thing in, they have to do sort of stuff like him overpowering Carol, which is really weird. Like, again, that's more point of, like, shouldn't she just got dusted? Like, she really didn't need to be there to fight Thanos. So it's like...
Yeah. Like, Carol is weird because she is also the instant kill for the ship. Like, she doesn't kill everyone on the ship, but she does destroy the entire ship by flying through it.
Yeah.
It is this big, like... She's strong enough to do that, which does, like, it takes away something that everyone else could have done. Everyone else could have been taking out the ship, but then she can't fight Thanos.
Yeah, and she can't just fly through Thanos.
Yeah. They get away a lot with the cheat code of Thanos is really strong. In an interview between Infinity War and Endgame, the Russos also said specifically, you know that move where I believe Wong creates a portal and cuts off the big guy's arm?
Yeah.
They said specifically Thanos is too strong for that. Like, that's why, you know, Doctor Strange couldn't just make a portal and cut the gauntlet off. He's too strong.
But they can cut his head off, and it's not like it's a, you know...
Stormbreaker is stronger than portals.
I mean, Stormbreaker is strong, but it is, like, it is the way in which the head gets cut off. Like, it's clearly not as strong in some scenes as others.
Yeah.
It's, you know... I understand, hey, I have to do the thing. The only thing that I will complain about is the tossing Carol. Like, that was just, like, what... Like, in that scene, we were establishing she was stronger than him, and then he just goes, phew, and it's like, that worked, and then she just doesn't get back up. She just stays down the whole time. Through the entire end. What the hell was that? She get knocked out? I don't understand.
Yeah. Carol's power is the only, like, I don't like power scaling. I don't like power leveling as, like, a thing in stories, because most stories are not written with a, like, this person is exactly this strong and they steamroll everyone all the time.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta have a give and take, or, like, a lot of stories just aren't interesting. But I think Carol is the one weird, like, part of Infinity War, or, like, not Infinity War, like, you know, the Captain Marvel and Endgame, including her own movie, where it is a weird, like, she's too powerful in some respects. Like, she's too powerful for it to be fun.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it could be more fun if they just she had a personality that I cared about. Like, the whole thing where she's going, like, woo, and flying through shit. I would have loved that if it was actually fun.
Fair. I guess it is a, like, either she has to be overpowered and she has to own it, or she has to be less powerful and also be like this.
Yeah, I think the issue really is that like you said, most of the characters, you can't power scale them because they're different powers at different times, or also like the mind state they're in, or the whatever, blah blah. But like nothing had changed between the same scene where she is stronger than him, and then 5 seconds is not stronger than him. Like nothing changes in that.
Right.
It's that's a. But I mean, we're still. I mean, we're talking about the whole fight now. I guess we're just all on the end game now. Is there anything else you have to say about the 2004 timeline, like specific, like the timeline, not Thanos, but that timeline?
I don't think so. Like once you get to Ego, you can't really speculate anymore because then that's like that's just such a universal game changer.
Yeah. Okay, so let's jump to New Jersey then.
Yeah.
Before we actually finish this, fight talk stuff, because there's still so much more to talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm glad. I was like, when we were doing Infinity War, I was like, I want to rewatch this fight, and like, the fight's really good. I like it, but there's not a whole lot to talk about in the fight.
Yeah.
It's really good, and I love watching it. I'm probably gonna enjoy honestly watching it more than this one, just in terms of like how fluid it is and how well choreographed it is. But yeah, there's not a whole lot to discuss. Whereas this one, so much more dense, so much more to discuss, not as dynamic.
By the way, I did want to say.
Yep.
Actually, no. I'll save it for the actual fight. It's okay. It was about the fight. It's
New Jersey, 1970.
Yeah.
Seeing what can I remember? Hank in the like young hair and everything. So good. Seeing his whole office, the Ant-Man helmet that looks so fucking Kamen Rider.
It's also way more comic booky. Like it is a direct reference to like the first Ant-Man suit.
I'm sure, yeah.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
It's so janky, but I love it.
When did Kamen Rider first come out, by the way?
I believe 1970, actually.
1970? And then when did, like, Ant-Man first come out? Or, like, I should say that suit for Ant-Man.
That suit for Ant-Man. Oh, I want to say it was around 1970. Maybe a bit before. Tales to Astonish was the first time we saw it.
Yeah. Because, like, I mean, the original Rider suit and the original Ant-Man suit are so, almost exactly the same.
They have a lot going on.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure there was stuff like that before then of, bug vigilantes, bug-themed vigilantes. But, yeah, I think, like, those two definitely, popularized it in two different parts of the world. But I'm curious which one was influenced by which, or if, like, I feel like Kamen Rider is probably influenced more by Ant-Man, but I don't know because I mean the Kamen Rider's so old. I find it's crazy to me that like if they both came out around 1970. Yeah. Because Ant-Man did come out right at the beginning of the Silver Age. Yeah. Which was 1970.
And I know on the Japanese side of things, Rider was earlier than Sentai, and Sentai was when they started like collaborating with Marvel specifically. Yeah.
Okay.
Like early.
And none of the earliest Sentai stuff had the bug theme, right?
No.
Okay.
But yeah, like early like Sentai time was when they did Battle Fever J, which was supposed to be an adaptation of Captain America.
Okay.
But it was just sort of like 5 people from 5 different countries. And the other one was not part of Super Sentai. Spider-Man, the Japanese Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
Which is where they got the first giant robot, which they lost in episode 8, and they had to do the rest of the series without the model. Creating the tradition of doing some footage for the robot and then never making more. But yeah, like even back then there was interplay between the West and the East, especially Toei with like Marvel.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see it being a like, I don't know which one would have come first, but I could see it going both ways. I could see it either being a like, hey, here's this crazy thing from Japan. Do you want to try and use this design a little bit? Or it could have been the Japanese side seeing Ant-Man, seeing some other stuff like that, and going like, yeah, let's, turn this into something for us.
Yeah. And, like, I don't know how Hank Pym was in the original comics and everything, but, like, Kamen Rider, especially the original Kamen Rider and the earlier ones, I mean, it is masked Rider being riding a motorcycle. Right. It's extremely American-inspired. Like, the first Rider is a motocross, like, racer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, it's very, very American.
Yeah. They also do the very Marvel-y thing of, the first Rider, Takeshi Hongo, has, like, an IQ of 700, which is absurd. And that is very much in keeping with the Silver Age thing of, this person has superpowers. Also, they are a genius, but that's not even important. There are bigger geniuses out there. This person is just casually a genius as well.
Also, the world of Kamen Rider, or really the world of early Kamen Rider, not so much at all anymore.
Yeah.
But, Shocker being a very, like, Hydra organization sort of thing. I mean, it's just Hydra. There's no way that Shocker was not based off Hydra, right?
I don't know. I mean, it might just be they're both based on the
Nazis. Actually, what am I talking about? Yeah, that's actually way more probably just like, you know, what it is. But at the same time, they have that very more Hydra, like, Hydra and Shocker have that Nazis but sci-fi. Like, and a more superhero-like aesthetic to it, like more costumey. You know? But yeah, a lot of crossover there. I'm just always fascinated by it. And I wanted to talk about that.
I think there's, like, it's one of those things where I genuinely can't tell if it's amazing because there's a crossover, or if it's amazing because they are two separate, very similar things that just both happen to happen around the same time.
Was Hank Pym in the comics originally? Did he have a thing with motorcycles or?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so back to New Jersey.
1970.
Tony and Howard. You know, we kind of already touched on that.
Very cute.
It was a nice scene. It was probably not, you know, like, I'm glad that Tony died after that, because that's probably a bad, like, you know, thing to, like, it made him respect his dad more, which it really should not have. You know, it's not a, I don't know, like, it was a good scene to have, but it's a good scene to have knowing that, like, you know, he's at the end of his life. You know,
like, it is trying to tie up as much of his existence as possible. Like, this is the final bit of validation / he's trying to, you know, like, hopefully give advice to his dad. Who knows if that's gonna work out.
Knowing that, like, the Tony in our present timeline would not come out of Endgame and go, like, you know what, maybe I should get back into arms dealing.
Right.
Like, it's better that way. I just loved the call, like, so unneeded, but and I've already touched on it, but again, I gotta say it again, I love him just calling out, like, hey, Arnhem, we're around here. Like, it's so unneeded, but it's so, like, it's so much more powerful than, like, like, we know that Hydra is in S.H.I.E.L.D. and everything that secretly, but we also know that the Nazis, like the real world, are just in, you know, everything else. And it's like, it's something that is very obvious, but I'm glad they're willing to, like, of course Howard was working with, like, the second hand to Red Skull.
Like, the guy who, like, you know, as he says it, he's the guy who puts Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D.
I mean, like, to the real world equivalent, it is, like, he is working with, like, Mangala. Like, you know, like, that is basically the equivalent. And Tony just hears that and goes, oh, Dad.
Right.
Oh, man. What a trip. Stan Lee's cameo. Great. For a final cameo, because I know that he does not appear in Far From Home. Fantastic one. Best final cameo. Or, like, I'm not sure if it's the best appearance, but, like, as a final cameo, it is excellent one to go out on.
I think it is.
And I think it just encapsulates Stan Lee as a person. You know? He like,
Like, I fully believe he would have done it.
Fully believe that Stan Lee in real life would have just done that exactly.
Like, ever since I read the like short article he did where he was like, I was chatting with my friend, with, I forget who it was. It was one of, you know, the early, like, Marvel writers, I believe. And a bunch of Nazis came to the Marvel headquarters, and Stan was like, what are we going to do? And the other guy just, like, stood up, walked outside, and started punching Nazis.
Hell yeah.
Like,
you'll love it.
Love to see it.
There's a lot of people in Marvel that, you know, I've heard stories about that are, like, incredible with that kind of stuff. But then at the same time, there's also so many people in Marvel that are, like, awful, terrible. But you know, it is crazy that, like, more so than any other company, I have heard so many stuff of, like, that sort of thing too. But I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the company. That has to do with their employees. And a lot of their employees are also, for, you know, especially during that time, more independent than you know, they are now. Though I will still, you know, for all that said, when I think of Stan Lee, I still think of, you know, before the Silver Age, in the Golden Age, when, I don't remember who it was, I think Joe something was running Marvel before him, went off to war, Stan took over, and then ran for, like, fucking 5 years, just funny pages comics. Like, alright, cancel all the superhero stuff, we're just doing funny comics and crime stories now, guys. Looking through, like, just the Marvel magazines throughout time was man, Stan's like decade of funny animal comics is.
I love it. It's
the funniest thing to me.
It worked. People loved it.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They immediately went back to superheroes after he stepped down and was like clearly like Stan is so obviously so much better as a writer than like as a I'm gonna decide what's in the magazine.
Yeah, he's not editor-in-chief material.
He's absolutely not. It's the number one thing I always think about when I think about him. All right, off to war. Time for funny comics. Okay. So, going to the Steve and the Ant-Man particles and seeing Peggy and everything. Like, that was such a powerful moment while also being like this is just a window. If she just looks over, this is going to be real.
Steve,
like,
this is real creepy.
This is really, really creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just like, what? Okay, wait, 1970. What year is that with Captain America?
What?
Captain America in 1970.
Frozen in ice.
He's still frozen.
Frozen.
Okay, yes. I want to make sure I was correct about that.
Yeah.
So, if she did see him, that would have been a big problem.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't remember exactly. What am I talking about? I am insane. Why could I not remember when he was frozen in ice? Like, I just have to remember that it was after World War II.
Yeah.
Oh man!
I mean, to be fair,
I'm so bad. My brain's so bad. Like I don't even think about that. I'm just like I'm so bad. I don't even remember what could have possibly happened. What could have possibly happened?
It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, he could have just done a skedaddle. He could have just been like, "Don't worry, you didn't see anything."
Yeah. I mean, no, it would not have worked. That would not have worked. But yeah, with the 1970 timeline.
Oh yeah.
Well, is that the one he would have gone back to with Peggy?
No, he would have made a new timeline. Because.
Well, no, but I'm saying like the timeline that he stays with Peggy with.
Yeah.
The way I said that was crazy, but is arbitrary.
It is, do you mean
in the sense that him wanting to spend the rest of his life with him doesn't mean that he has to do that in any particular timeline. Of course, when he's going back, he's creating a new timeline.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be the 1971. He could go back before then.
Oh,
he could go back after then. He could go back at any other time that he wants to.
I would say the thing that is extremely implied is the final scene, which is a callback to, before he goes into the ice, where he promised to have that last dance with her.
What do you mean by that?
He is, on the plane, plane's full of bombs. He's
I know that.
Yes.
But I'm saying,
he promises, I'm going to have, I'll be right back, and we're going to have a dance.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that ending is, sure, it is arbitrary in terms of, timeline stuff. But I do think the implication is he goes back right after, the crash. So he is fulfilling the promise of, I'm going to have that last dance.
Okay, that would make sense.
Which is also...
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were implying with that. But yeah, it's like you're saying, right after.
Which is also, by the way, fulfilling, his vision from...
Ultron. For Ultron, yeah.
Yeah, in which, he's with all of his friends, but they're dead, and he, Peggy asks for that dance again. This is the final big, I thought this was impossible. I thought I was going to spend, my life having to move on, but this one time I'm doing something for me, going back. This is the timeline where I did not lie. Peggy, I showed up right, after I said that, and we're going to have a dance.
That's actually probably a double thing. He probably didn't say it, but I certainly would if I was Steve in that timeline. It's exactly the same time, right before Hydra gets him, get Bucky. And then give him to, whoever's going to help him. I don't know who can help him, but he's going to need a doctor, but, yeah.
But yeah, I think Ultimate's a good timeline would be save
or
Bucky.
Maybe just wait for Hydra to save Bucky's life and then break in and save them.
Yeah,
because he might not know how to. Their facilities seem to be right there.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the best option. Just let them take him, not make him into the Winter Soldier, arm and everything, but let them
triage him.
Yeah, triage him, save his life and everything, and then bust in. And it's not like there was that many people there.
Yeah,
it'd be pretty easy. So yeah. He's just following him and everything. He would have Bucky and Peggy.
Yeah.
Damn. It must be nice. I hope we could see something like that. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
When are we gonna get our Cap, Bucky, Peggy, Polly like duel? I want it. So, yeah.
Last one, of course. Depending on how how good their technology is, if they can actually find him in the ice back then, there's also the possibility of him waking himself up and saying, "Hey, you want to join in?"
But again, like, what would he? How would he do that? Like, would he just say like, "Yes, I am in the ice," and they'd be like, "Okay." Like, I guess. So I do know there was like a comic that was like between the movie and the comics, or like a comic tie-in to the movies.
Sure.
Of Avengers 2012. It was like one of the only comic tie-in movies that I read, just because I was curious like what they were like.
Okay.
And in that I do know it was like with Coulson and Fury, and they were like getting Cap out of the ice, and the higher ups at S.H.I.E.L.D., like the council was like, "You gotta stop this. He's not in the ice. Fuck you. Get out of there." And it was supposed to be like Fury, disagreed with those orders, went ahead with it anyway, and like that last push was like them actually finding it.
Right.
And so like maybe if Cap said, "I am in the ice," then they would have done. But it's like it wouldn't have happened any faster. It would have just been that like
it depends, because with glaciers, like the longer, like it I guess it depends on how he was in the ice. Because, like, the more time passes, the more he should have been buried in the ice. Which means that it might have been easier to get him if they had found... But, yeah,
I don't know how it happened.
I mean, also, they did try to find him. I'm saying, like, they did. So, it's very possible he would say, "I'm in the ice," and they would say, "Well, we tried. We can try again, but we're probably not going to find you, because we tried the first time."
Yeah, just keep trying.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so that I don't think changes anything.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that changes in the 1970 timeline?
So
Pym particles go missing. Hank is going to be fucking like.
Well, it depends on whether he replaces them or not. Steve.
Oh yeah.
Like Steve going back. Like he's definitely gonna replace the Tesseract. He could also just replace the Pym particles.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like again, he's gonna have to sneak in to do that, assumingly, or something. But like, if he didn't, that is a possibility of Hank going like, "What the fuck?" Like Hank's the kind of person who would freak out at that, and you know, I think that would create an interesting, something. It's not like a bad future, but just an interesting future Hank where he's even more paranoid than he already is.
Right. It's like someone out there stole my particles.
Yeah. I don't know who. It's been, it's been decades upon decades upon decades, and I've never found out who stole my particles.
To be safe, I would definitely try to put him back, because also, like, we don't know how hard it is to make Pym particles. We know without Pym you can't.
Yeah.
So maybe back then it was even harder, and therefore, like, if he doesn't have them, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah. Okay. I think New Jersey is pretty tight. There's not really anything that's gonna affect the timeline there.
Yeah.
Like Tony talking to his dad's not gonna affect really anything. I think we're good there. I think we're good on all the, like, what will be affected in these timelines.
Yeah. I mean, Steve could, try to, beat the crap out of Zola.
Yeah, I mean, there's various stuff that he could do, but that's too far in speculation, I feel like.
Yeah.
Okay, we are here for the final fight. A quite long fight, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, all things considered. Because it has, multi-parts to it, but, again, I wish we could have got some more actual Thanos fighting, but,
Like, it is a 3-hour movie, and the last hour of the movie is technically all, like, Thanos...
more like the last half hour. Or, sorry, the last, like,
Sure.
There's a half hour of fight, and then there's, like, another 20 minutes of epilogue, then there's 10 minutes of credits or whatever.
Fair.
So, like, But still, it's a considerable chunk. I mean, that's still a, like, whatever percentage of the movie. I'm not going to do math.
Yeah.
This is me we're talking about.
It's like 15%.
Yeah. But, I think it was absolutely incredible. Like, the design of Thanos' weapon, again, I thought it was cool, but it's perfect for this. I know they're probably trying to emulate, again, the, like, Star Wars sort of thing with double-edged. I know that was a huge moment in, like, like, for the franchise, just for cinema, of, like, people just being like, "Oh, it's so good, blocking both sides." Blah, blah.
Yeah.
So I know they're trying to emulate that, and just as someone who knows of that cultural phenomenon, I even was able to be like, okay, like, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, we're gonna get a crazy ass fight with this thing.
Yeah.
Like, it immediately puts you in that mind. Whereas if he just has, like, a random weapon or whatever, like a staff, or, it doesn't feel that, like, we're definitely gonna fight with this. So, yeah, I think just the design of that alone really helped intimidate more. And again, with him putting his helmet on it,
mm-hmm.
going back to the beginning of the movie with all his mm-hmm. Armor just on the dummy thing outside, the stick dummy. And he's just like, he's got mm-hmm. stones in his hand that he's rolling around, like just waiting for the real ones. It's so it's a good. As much as I wish we got fight with him, the imagery of him sitting on the thing, the weapon stabbed in the ground, the helmet on it, rolling around the fake stones. Mm-hmm. It is a powerful aesthetic. Yeah. Even if I would have preferred fighting over it, mm-hmm. still love what it is.
He still serves his purpose as an antagonist. He is still scary.
Yeah. As well, the location of the fight being just Avengers HQ mm-hmm. Is really cool because it doesn't feel like Avengers HQ at all in any way because there's so much rubble. Yeah. 2012 did a really great job of making the city feel like it was being destroyed. And there was rubble all over the place. There was some people that were being evacuated, but most people were evacuated, and mm-hmm. Cap's doing a great job. It felt very like this was actually happening here. I can feel it happening here.
Right.
Whereas there's some other times where you feel like mm-hmm. like the fight in Infinity War where they're going through New York, and it's like everyone had evacuated immediately, right? Really quickly within 5 seconds, but then throughout the rest of the movie, people just immediately go back to doing Nick Fury's on the car, and it's like nobody really investigated what the hell happened or tried to do anything, or at least we don't see any of that stuff. Mm-hmm. So it didn't feel as real once we got to that point. It sort of took away from it. Whereas this, all the rubble ever, there's nothing that feels recognizable. It literally does feel like, mm-hmm. this ship ripped out of HQ and then shot missiles at the ground, and the ground itself is rubble. Yeah. There's no even ground anymore. The ground is all craters and everything.
I was very surprised they didn't do a cheeky, the Avengers symbol is still somewhere and then they all stand in front of it.
Yeah.
They did go for a straight up, this is all just annihilated.
They also didn't go for a barren wasteland sort of, know, thing, we're gonna fight you on another planet, Thanos, it's all gonna be CGI, right. It's very, there's a lot of practical rubble and practical ground that mm-hmm. had to be displaced and moved around, and there's CGI fire and explosions mixed with actual fire and actual detonation. I'm not sure about that, but definitely mm-hmm. actual fire. Going on in the backgrounds and stuff, and it helps the CGI blend when all this stuff is being mixed. It's it's just a jumble, and it's impossible to tell what is and what isn't. And the setting is just perfect for that. Everybody going into the fight already throughout the whole fight, everyone's in tip-top shape, and then in one moment, everybody's immediately all their strength is taken away mm-hmm. via the building collapsing on them and all that. And then we have to they have to even though they just had essentially the biggest attack on them, right. So, even people like Thor and stuff who barely get damaged if you punch them 1,000 times or bleeding and stuff. I think that was a great way to start the fight. And because then you starting that way, and then all throughout the fight they're getting even more injured. You really feel like this is a all or nothing, whatever it takes situation. Mm-hmm. And Thor at the end is just it looks so incredible. I love him. Yeah. The hair looks dope as hell at the mm-hmm. end. This might be my favorite Thor hairstyle.
Yeah. It's a strong mix of, he's still got the disheveled, but now he's trying to take care of it somehow. He's making an effort.
Yeah, I ranked them earlier, his looks, but you know what? I would actually put Thor at the end of the movie. Thor with the gloves and, the robe and everything. That I would still put where I put, but this Thor into the movie, I would place it at number 1, actually. The hair, the beard, the eyes, the beefy muscle, the suit actually makes his flabby arms look way more muscular.
Yeah.
But I like it. That is the kind of what I want, though. That his arms are so much more beefier, so much squishy. I'm definitely down for this look. I hope it continues.
Yeah.
So, like, the rescue mission with Ant-Man, how do you feel about it? Like, it's kind of just, like, a reason to have those guys not fight, briefly. And I think it works, pretty well. It's something that I'm going to forget about a lot, probably. It's not like a standout moment or anything. Sure. It was not like oh, cool, Scott, yeah! It was just like, oh, yeah, Scott, nice.
Yeah, I think it worked. Like, I don't think you can talk about that without it being, like, the entire chapter of that movie. Like, it is they might straight up lose here. Like, this might be the final fight of the movie. You don't know. Like, this movie, I think it also does a good job of trying to make you feel like maybe it is going to just be the big three versus Thanos, and that is the fight.
Yeah.
And then somehow we'll deal with the ship. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, I think it does a good job of baiting you into thinking that we're not going to do the big all the heroes versus all Thanos' forces.
Yeah.
Like, it lets them do a smaller, more intimate fight, and also do the big fights, but in two separate times.
And to be fair, I wasn't even thinking about Giant Man, so I was thinking, like, how is he going to do this? Is he trying to, like, bring them air or something?
Right.
Like, is he going to punch little holes through the... Like, I just wasn't thinking about the Giant Man thing. Of course, because the whole movie's about not having Pym particles.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking the whole time, like, oh, of course he keeps shrinking. He must have some. It's just so natural as a character that it kind of blanked in my mind of, like, how is he doing that?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that worked well. The Clint thing, I think, was, like, more entertaining in the moment.
Yeah.
The Ant-Man thing serves a good purpose. The, Clint, like, just really struggling, like, himself alone with the gauntlet with these Chitauri chasing him was terrifying.
It is a great, like, asymmetrical fight as well, because it's not like it's not a big old fight. It is just I need to play keep away with this gauntlet, and no one is around. I don't know what's happening even.
And to be fair, I doubt the Chitauri would be. Well, I guess the Chitauri wear armor and everything like that. Yeah. They might, be like, all right, we got the gauntlet. Here you go, Thanos. But like, I don't know if they know that he wants the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Like, they're just kind of going after Clint because he is somebody they want to kill. So, yeah, like, either way, regardless of the gauntlet, it is terrifying in that sense. And then, yeah, the Nebula thing as well.
Like, I don't blame him in the slightest for giving it to Nebula, because it is even without the visual thing, it is just a straight up, like, why wouldn't he? Yeah. He's completely beaten. He knows this, this is a bad time. He shouldn't have the gauntlet.
And even if it is like Thanos is here, Nebula is with Thanos, this could very well just be the other Nebula. Yeah. Like, there's reason for him to think that. Yeah. But after everything that just happened, like, after the whole Chitauri situation, out of breath, oh, thank God, here you go. It was the thing of, like, immediately he was like, oh shit, wait, like, as she's saying that, I get it, I would have done the same thing. And especially Nebula being the way she is, like, she comes up acting so evil, and it's just like, yep, that's Nebula. Yeah. She's just so calm, standing over him, grabs it silently, and it's like, this is exactly what Nebula would do. Yeah. Works so well. Yeah. And I am actually kind of glad that they did having Nebula kill Nebula. Yeah. One, because it is, again, the Tony thing, having Tony give Tony the heart attack. Give Tony the hearty attack. It's having the character, like, do it to themselves is a form of consent, in a sense.
In a weird way, yeah.
In a weird way. And it's, like, I don't trust them to do that in an interesting way. Like, in a way that isn't, like, now we have two Nebulas and, like... Right. Like, the Gamora thing I'm very worried about. Because I feel like Gamora's not with the Guardians right now. Yeah. But she's definitely going to team back up with them. I don't know how I feel about it, because I feel like they're just going to remake her into the Gamora we know, instead of... She should be a very, very different character because of how everything went down. Yeah. And, yeah, I really hope that we don't mess that up, but it's James Gunn, assuming they're going to be doing it, so I assume we will. Man, how do you feel about Friday?
I don't like Friday as much as Jarvis, but I think that is also just with Jarvis there was more banter.
Yeah, Jarvis felt like a character. Yeah. Whereas Friday is like a barely ever there. Like, Tony just does everything himself now, and very rarely will Friday, say something.
Friday's like, the barest amount of exposition.
Yeah. Like, it's a lot of Tony talking to Friday.
Yeah. I like her less than even Karen from Spider-Man.
Yeah,
because Karen's weirdly like she has a weird amount of personality, but it's still
she
personality.
feels like a human. Yeah, whereas like Jarvis still felt like an AI.
Yeah, Jarvis was perfect to me.
Yeah, but yeah, it was weird to me like Friday popping back up, popping back up when he's like getting damaged and stuff. It's like. It just there's not really an emotional resonance to this system that he has now. Like I kind of would prefer if there just wasn't a Friday, if he did it all himself. You know, I think that would even be more like he's taking it all on his own shoulders now and everything. But yeah, Friday is just So yeah, we kind of already talked about it a little bit, but like Cap with Mjolnir with the hammer and everything.
Yeah.
Again, it's something that, but obviously they were setting. I can't really say I called it because they were very clearly setting this up.
I mean, this is the kind of thing where they set it up, and they want the audience to go, "Hey, I called it."
Yeah,
like you're supposed to have that reaction.
Yeah. But like, I don't want to feel like I am, trying to be like, "Oh, I saw this secret hidden foreshadowing." But yeah, like. I'm glad we got it here because to be fair, they actually did a very good job of making me go like it's not going to happen. Like I felt it was so obvious that then by the time we got here, I had kind of like forgotten it a little bit, and it was a real like oh shit, that's right, I did have that theory. And I think that is what they were going for.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, especially with all the news that goes on, how much theorizing, I feel like they knew that people would be talking about that a lot. So more so than the thinking that people would be like, "Oh, I called it." More so be like, "Oh, they did it." Well, I didn't think they were gonna do it. We all called it. So I loved seeing it. I think even more so that like being able to call upon the lightning and everything.
Yeah. Like it is fundamentally different because like Ragnarok establishes, I mean it's true throughout the MCU, but Ragnarok especially hammers home that Thor doesn't get power from Mjolnir.
Yeah.
Like he is Thor. If you wield Mjolnir, you have the power of Thor. He's already Thor.
Yeah.
Whereas like Steve does get he gets a boost by it. He can do the lightning, which is not his own power.
Yeah. Like it is weird how that works. It doesn't seem like Thor is very strong on their own, but it doesn't seem like Thor is stronger with Mjolnir.
Yeah.
Like it is Thor and Thor combined are just Thor, whereas Steve is Captain America and Thor combined.
Yeah.
So it's like he is legitimately with Mjolnir just a better Thor, which it's weird to say, but like in terms of a power, in terms of like a maybe not even power, but just how not really power because he's still weaker than Thor like physically and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But in terms of a fight, like fighting prowess, how good he is at fighting and everything like that, Steve is so much better at it. I mean, Steve is so much more of a flexible fighter. He's so much dirtier, for lack of a better word. Whereas like Thor has that early Captain America energy if he wants to look good while he's fighting. Not so much anymore, but he has the big broad swings. He has the heavy attacks, whereas Steve with Mjolnir can just be going bam, 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 bam.
Yeah,
which we don't really see Thor ever do. Like the only time Thor does that is when he does the swinging it in a circle and just going to everybody.
Yeah,
which I don't think Cap could do that.
I don't think so.
I don't think he could do it.
Like that is a combo of Mjolnir and also having like big beefy arms, like ridiculously beefy arms.
Yeah. So there is still like some things that Thor could do that Cap can't do and everything like that. But yeah, I think it is perfectly have him have Stormbreaker. Cap with Stormbreaker probably would be pretty bad.
I mean, we saw him with Stormbreaker.
Very
briefly.
Very briefly. Yeah, but for the most part, it's just not that good. I actually want to rewatch that part.
Sure. Oh, I guess he doesn't actually use it. Damn it.
Okay, yeah, so he does not use it at all.
Yeah, he just summons it.
Yeah, he just summons it, but he does not actually use it. The only time he holds it, and then he also holds it when like Thor is holding and trying to press it into Thanos, and he also is like, I'll try too.
Yeah.
Those are the only two times where he doesn't.
But yeah, so he never actually wields it.
Yeah. I was like, did he?
No, you're right.
But yeah, I don't think he would be able to. Like, it's so weirdly like, it's wild that Thor can use it one-handed. And that's like, that's just nuts. But
like, that seems like some Asgardian magic stuff. Like it is made for him.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the weight of it, the way it's, also like weighted towards one side and everything. He's also got the shield. It's just, it would not be good to use that. So like, yeah, Mjolnir fits him so much better. Yeah. I can't believe I've gotten so far in the MCU journey that I can say Mjolnir now.
Yeah, you can say it. You're all saying meow meow.
Yeah, because like Cap does do the swinging thing, and it is not the Thor thing at all.
Yeah.
Like it is a pretty slow. It's like when Thor does the flying, swing, where it's not like spinning like a helicopter blades, speed.
Yeah. God, I love the Mjolnir and like shield combos.
Oh yeah,
they're so insane.
It's fantastic.
The shield is so. I mean, it is the most comic booky thing, because there is that one move where like he throws the shield behind Thanos, then bounces Mjolnir off the shield, and then somehow the shield does get back to him.
Oh yeah, that's getting established. Like we also do that with Thanos' sword. Thanos throws his sword behind Steve, and then it just comes back to him.
Yeah,
like for no reason at all, and it's just like. I didn't even mention it because it's like we have established in this universe, if something goes off screen, it can come around on the other side of the screen.
Yeah.
We work on Pac-Man logic in this world. But yeah, also, Steve with the lightning is, like, his lightning seems stronger than Thor's lightning. Because Thor uses the lightning on Thanos, and it doesn't hurt him as much as when Steve does. Which is, again, what I mean by, like, it does seem like it is... But even calling upon the lightning is Steve's power inside, coupled with the power of Thor.
Okay.
Whereas Thor, when he calls upon the lightning, with Mjolnir or without, is just Thor's power. It's not really enough to where it matters, but it is interesting that Steve's lightning affected Thanos so much, whereas Thor's did not as much.
Oh, by the way, in addition to that, Tony and Peter hugging scene. They also, throughout the fight, we're going to have I believe a Peter and Gamora scene, and also
We did have a Peter and Gamora scene. And it was during the fight.
What?
Peter in the, talking to Gamora, getting hit in the balls and all that.
Right,
That does happen.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, right. Okay, no. I was thinking of Rocket and Groot's.
Oh, okay.
A Rocket and Groot scene, and then a Scott and Hope scene.
Yeah, I mean, definitely should have gotten those.
They said it was extremely clunky, mixing it with all the fighting. And I would say even, the Peter and Gamora scene was not clunky, but it is a real, I guess we're just gonna chill here while people are shooting in the background.
Yeah, I don't know why it needed to happen in the middle of a fight. Why can't you just do it after the fight?
Yeah. Because, at the end of the fight, we do spend a lot of time with Tony being dead. And I think we could have slimmed it down a bit and still had it be impactful. And then also had, everyone else recovering. Or, everyone, doing we literally had no time to reunite. So now let's actually talk about this.
Yeah. Also, they do show, all of the general... it's Thanos, he says go, and then all the generals go after him. I didn't even notice that was the generals. But, I will say that is, that is enough of a prominent scene. Earlier I said I wish they made it a little more prominent. That's on me. That was prominent enough. I should have seen... I could obviously tell that the telepathic guy was there. They focused on him a lot. I mean, just in the 2014 thing, and also in the fight. They focused on him sometimes. But, yeah, the other generals did not, were not able to tell that much. I assumed they were there, and I was like, was that one of them? Was that one of them? I don't know, but and yeah, all the background fighting of the fight is really well done. There's not a lot of the classic thing where there's just extras standing in the background that are not really fighting, kind of pretending to fight.
I do know that they had everyone actually fight in character, because also with the way they were filming this, they had altered angles and stuff. So it was we know what we're going to do, but just in case we need some of those extra angles or something, everyone should be acting real. And that also means that all the background shots are also very consistent.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. It again, it doesn't feel hollow. It feels like everybody's actually fighting. It feels like everybody's about to die. It feels like they're it's a lot of the Infinity War fight is purposely, and it's good for this, them having the upper hand and feeling we got this, this is our final push, this is good. Whereas this whole fight, even though they're going to win, whereas they lose Infinity War, even though they're going to win, it feels desperate.
Yeah.
I think, to highlight some of the, fantastic moves and everything, Sam's stabbing of the wings into them was something I did not think was possible. It was so brutal as well.
Yeah. You see M'Baku a few times just randomly in the background. He's having, he's fighting.
Yeah. But I mean, just having him in the prominent, charge was, plenty for me. Like, he doesn't have a extremely unique fighting style to where I would have been like, oh, let me see him fighting more.
I can only really distinguish him from his, like, big furry pelts.
Yeah.
Like, everything is very brown and gray, and he's got the big whites. That makes me go like, oh, yeah, I can see who that is.
Also, having Cap in the helmet the whole time was, like, it's calling back to the original, like, military outfit. Like, he's got the mud all over him as well.
Yeah.
It was absolutely perfect. Also, did Doctor Strange just throw people into, like, another dimension at some point?
Yeah.
He, like, at some point opens up, like, multiple, like, portals in the ground that are not the orange portals.
Right.
And then just, like, sucks people into them.
Yeah. It's like with tentacles, but, like, that's why I think the sorcerers are always fighting. I think it's always, like, ethereal tentacles attacking the Earth.
Well, he made best friends with them now, apparently, so. But yeah, I think Scott and Hope was really missing a lot.
Yeah.
Especially, again, the narrative was really promising a, thing with Scott and Hope getting together and having to, deal with, especially with the way he was talking about her in this. Like, anyway.
Yeah, but like, they did definitely do, they filmed more stuff, and then they were like, well, we can't, focus this much on them.
Yeah. I'm glad they at least thought about it, but I'm not glad that they didn't.
They should have.
Do it. Yeah. Is Hawkeye able to fire off his blade of his katana like a fucking arrow?
Maybe.
I couldn't tell if he does if that was he does a cut at one point that looks like the blade comes up, but it also could have just been like a flying slash attack for some reason.
Could have just been him using his hockey.
Yeah, and it looked weird. It doesn't look like the blade came off, but that would be very fitting for an archer's thing.
Mm-hmm. God, I love the Scarlet Witch scene.
Yeah, I'm so glad that she got to have, out of all the people, it's basically, they had to have the most personal to Thanos thing.
Yeah.
It is the legacy heroes, Wanda, and then for some fucking reason, Carol.
Yeah.
But, yeah, is there more you wanted to say about the Wanda?
Specifically that, she is, she's the one who does, the most physical damage to him. Not using the gauntlet or anything, just a straight up, I'm going to tear you apart. And then simultaneously, him saying, fire on everyone is a clear explanation in the movie as to, why the ship hasn't been doing anything up to those points.
Yeah.
It is we could use the ship, but we're going to kill all of our own people. And that is the moment where Thanos is I would trade. Again, it is showing a part of him that he doesn't like to show people. He is willing to trade the lives of everyone else on the field if it means that Wanda is going to stop, killing him.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that the fact that she is the one who brings out him, especially when he goes I don't even know who you are, and she's just you will. So satisfying. It's very satisfying for him to go, I don't even know who you are, and then start shooting the army, oh God, please help me. It is absolutely not the Spider-Man I am used to, but I am all for Spider-Man who is willing to kill. Now, these are aliens, and they are Thanos' aliens, and I highly doubt that he's going to be, doing this to just people. But this opens up the possibility for him to, have a, question it, to have the Daredevil, the Matt,
Sure.
Am I going to be a terrible person if I take the life of somebody extremely terrible? And the answer should be no. Again, the whole thing that I've always said, I don't want Matt to kill because it's Matt and he's really Catholic. It's gonna fuck him up mentally and everything. But it's Peter doesn't seem to be that. He doesn't seem to care that much about killing these people.
Sure.
So it's these are also people with intelligence. They're also creatures with intelligence and everything like that. So if he's willing to kill this, he should be willing to at least have the conversation in his own mind of thinking about it for somebody else in the future. So I'm excited for that. Yeah, it's not a version of Spider-Man I've ever seen before. This is a wild version, but
I hate it.
You hate it?
I hate it. This is, to me, this is the worst part of Tony Stark. Not him himself. I'm fine with him. I like Tony. Whereas, I think the worst part of him is his influence on other people. And Spidey is the big one, where you have on one hand the Peter Parker, and on the other hand you have the Tony Stark. And the MCU Spidey is both. He is both of those people simultaneously.
Yeah.
And I think this is him dipping into that sweet, what if I could drone strike people? What if I could kill? What if I could, just say, I don't want to, throw the punches, but I want these people to die, and then it just happens.
That's a good point. I mean, the fact that it's not him doing it, the fact that it is his suit doing it is you know what? I'll take a little bit back on that. Like, I feel like I would be saying this if he was willing to do it. I mean, the fact, he does say it. It's the blood's on his hands, but it is a level removed in terms of like an entertainment piece. They know how the audience is going to take it and blah blah blah.
Yeah, like when in Homecoming, when instant kill mode was just on the table as a thing that was in the suit, I went like, oh, dear God, hell no.
Yeah.
When I saw it in Endgame, it was a simultaneous. Like, I did think it was cool. Sure, I mean, violence is cool, killing people is cool. I don't like it, but it is cool. And so it was a dual thing of, it's really dope to see this, but at the same time, like, it's really rough. Like, I don't like seeing Peter with red eyes and automatic, arms that are murdering people in front of him.
Yeah.
It is also just a big ol', like, we really want to do the aesthetics of Superior Spider-Man. They do every movie that Spidey is in. They go a little closer to it, where they're like, we don't have a Doc Ock, but we really like the suit. Can we please do it? We already got him the arms. Now he's gonna have instant kill mode and like glowing eyes.
Yeah, like I mean, I just don't really like this Peter Parker that much. So I am, the more farther they get away from the Peter that I know, the happier I kind of am, because I'm just like, get the hell away. Yeah, that's like, kind of where I'm coming from.
I do like MCU Peter as a like completely different Peter from all the other like cinematic Peter Parkers, and from like most of the cartoon stuff.
Yeah, comics.
Like, I will always like MCU Peter for being extremely different and for being a very like, we're going to do the Avengers and we're not going to have Peter be a big part of the MCU until way later.
Yeah,
it's just as a character, I don't like Peter Killy. I especially don't like Peter Killy without fully being having it on his hands. It is the middle ground of a drone. Like with Sam is a soldier. I respect, I know that if he uses the drone, he knows the stakes here. Like if he doesn't want to kill people, he will try not to. He's not going to treat it like a video game.
Yeah.
Whereas with Peter, he's also a kid. He's also in high school.
Yeah, and he's not. I don't trust Peter that much with good decisions.
I mean, it is weirdly like a Death Note. It is the like, if Flash is bullying me, can I activate my robot arms and tear him apart?
Yeah, like this is not the ideal way to go about it, but I think the idea of Spider-Man killing is what I'm more interested in, rather than the way that it happened and the way that it was done.
Sure.
So
I'm not against exploring it.
Yeah.
By the way, Thanos' blade is so powerful. He does just smash straight up vibranium, which is indestructible.
Yeah, I mean, again, all of Thanos' shit is basically more powerful than vibranium, it seems.
Yeah.
It would have to be for, like, all the shit that he does. So, yeah, I don't know what to say about that, other than just, yep, that is something they did.
Like, again, from Tony's vision, which he does bring up very early in this movie, like, I had a vision. He's talking about, the Wanda vision.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha. Like one of the most prominent things was that shield being broken, and then we finally see how it happens, and it isn't a like Steve dies. It is a like Steve is fighting to the last moment and is being slowly chipped away.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
I did think I'm not a fan of Doctor Strange. The even the way he was fighting for most of the movie, whatever, was kind of boring to me and nonsensical, but the like water tornado, what is that called? There's a word for a water tornado, but that was incredible looking. And that was like a I really like that because it wasn't him just fighting, it was him like also doing something that helped everybody. Like if he didn't do that, then we would be extremely fucked. So
we also have a lot of very cute sorcerers dotted around making like magic umbrellas sort of.
Yeah, that was very well done. Love that.
Like, I do like that, especially as a, like, why aren't more people dying because of this? If it is a, if you don't have powers, you can just go under the umbrella and you'll be safe for a bit.
Yeah. And people do get hit by the blast. Like, I mean, we're getting rewatching it now. People get hit by the blast, and it doesn't do that much to them. It sends them flying with the direct hit. So it's, like, more just like, you're going to get hit if you hit the ground hard. But the beam doesn't do anything.
Everyone very tough.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that, like, we get so little characterization for Carol, so I will point out that she does, like, she's much better with kids than she is with adults. The only times we've really seen her, like, be playful has been with her best friend in the entire world, and then her best friend's kid, and then Peter Parker, who she has never met, but it is just like, he is a kid.
I don't know if I would say playful. Like, I don't know. It felt very condescending to me. Mm-hmm. Like both with Peter and with the her best friend's kid.
Okay.
Both of them felt like, you know, she's very like she likes kids because kids look at her like she's really cool.
Sure.
And that's what she likes about kids.
Okay.
Like she likes looking cool in their eyes.
Ah.
But yeah, the Peter scene was really weird to me. Like that to me felt like the most like clunky, like we just have to have a scene where Carol and Peter interact. Gotta do that.
I thought it was fine. Like, to me, it's just, like, the part that really sold it was the fact that he's, like, in a ditch huddling because another bombardment happens.
Yeah.
It was just like, okay, I can see why she would, you know, be very, like, slow with him, where he's like, hello, I'm Peter Parker. And she's like, hello, Peter Parker.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very, like, you know, we take a moment to have a break in the middle of this entire fight for that whole scene, and it's really weird.
Sure.
It's as weird as the Gamora and Peter thing, which is also like,
Fair.
we're doing this in the middle of a bombardment. Well, not the bombardment, but we're doing this in the middle of a fight between a whole army.
Like, I'm glad that they do consistently show, like, stuff happening in the background for a lot of scenes.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like a lot of other movies where it will just be, like, a no sound, we're all just kind of chilling, but there is a battle happening outside.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, it still feels weird.
Yeah.
It's hard to break up the action, though, and I appreciate that they did break up the action, because I've seen movies where you do have, like, you know, 30 straight minutes of just war, and it's really bad to watch.
Yeah.
Like, you inherently will get tired of it.
I wish they set up more the, like, all the girls coming together to, like, clear the path for her coming forward. Like, they were just everywhere in the battlefield, and then suddenly they're together. And, like, that could have been a cool moment if it was built up. Mm-hmm. But it just comes out of nowhere, and it feels like, why did they all just show up here? Like, they had no idea what they were about to do. Like, they all just have the same idea for no reason. And, yeah, I feel like, again, maybe they filmed something for it, but, like, it was really weird cutting to, like, Valkyrie, like, up in the air, you know, so far away, you know, killing the Chitauri, and then it's just like, oh, she's right here. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit jarring.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
See, I was fine with the assembly. That is a, you know, a classic, like, we're going to bend the rules of reality a little bit because we want to do the specific lineup.
Yeah. But I feel like every other time they've done that has been a purposeful, like, you know, the characters come together to, you know, whatever. Like, yeah, that one, all I was asking for was, like, you know, before that, we should have shown that they were all nearby.
Yeah.
You know? Or something.
Yeah. The only part that stuck out to me was the fact that it was a, like, we're going to protect Carol thing.
Yeah. Because that was also, I was like, does she need it?
Because that pushes against the narrative.
Yeah.
It felt like it was supposed to be a, like, you know, she is the quarterback and she's going to, like, you know, just dunk this thing right into the portal. So it was a, like, also, like, how can they help? And most of these kind of, like, cover fire her.
Yeah, they don't really do a whole lot, because, I mean, what can you really do?
Like...
and it's like, why are Gamora and Nebula, you know, show, like, what are they? They do not have any, like, stakes in, like, that moment. Not like the Gauntlet thing, but that moment of coming together.
Yeah.
Like... But yeah, it is a, like, you know, I fully believe that she could just get there herself. Like, you know.
Yeah.
I think it could have been a strong moment for her. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know why they keep making her weaker this movie.
Yeah, I think they could have just structured it differently. Like, I think the moment itself is kind of cool, but it is undercut by the fact that she, like, they all, like, protect her for a bit, and then she kind of just goes, Phew!
Yeah, I mean, she just doesn't really move. She just kind of stands there, lets them fight, and then she's okay, and then just goes through the whole crowd. Like, the Thanos thing is probably the main thing.
Yeah.
Then, like, you know, preventing Thanos, because for some reason Thanos is stronger than her somehow.
I mean, Thanos is stronger than portals.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. I do appreciate the, like, him using the Power Stone because
like taking out
we use the Gauntlet so often, I forgot that the stones could be used independently.
Yeah, it is a cool moment.
Yeah.
Like,
and like I'm fine with the heroes not doing that. Like, a big criticism of the series was like, or you know, of this movie was, why didn't they just split them up and then all use the stones together? But it is like they wanted to get all of them off the field in one big chunk. So they could always go get them again, but they didn't want Thanos to get them.
And even if he gets his hands on one, that's very, very bad, because again, some of them could just destroy the whole goddamn planet.
Yeah. Like, there is nowhere safe for these stones, and if Thanos is here, then no one's safe. And, like, it is a big gamble to use them again, you know, to try and snap him.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Like, it worked out, but if the characters had said, no, let's not try to do the thing that'll save everyone, let's just try to do a big snap, I would have gone like, I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I fully agree.
Yeah.
God damn, it takes Thanos so fucking long to dust. Oh my god.
He's so strong.
It takes so long.
He's strong.
This new Rhodey suit, by the way, like, more like the Hulkbuster a little bit. Like, we don't get a good enough look at it. I need to be able to see it in, like, a movie, or like where he's, like, you know, in broad daylight and normal colors and everything. But, like, it's pretty cool. I like it. You know, it's less military now. It feels more like his own thing, and it is like Tony inspired. You know. But
yeah, like, it fuses Tony's aesthetic, the Iron Patriot aesthetic, and then also like the War Machine aesthetic, like, all together into something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Did you like his like time travel armor?
I actually didn't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know actually. You know, it's not that interesting.
Fair.
Like, it's too top heavy. It's way too top heavy. Yeah. Not a fan of it.
Fair.
So, yeah. But I think, yeah, his outfit in the final fight, I do like that. I like that it's, like, a lot chunkier, too. Like, it's big enough to where, like, Rocket could even ride on it as he's coming in and stuff, which probably would not have worked if he rode on, like, actual War Machine.
Like, of everyone, he is the one where I look at his suit in the final fight and I go, yeah, this makes sense as something that they developed over 5 years.
Yeah.
Because it's also just smoother. It's less like we just slapped a bunch of guns onto an Iron Man suit.
Yeah.
But it still is, like, clearly more weapony.
Yeah, but Rhodey could be the more, like, Iron Man going forward instead of Pepper. Like, I hope that could be the case, but we have too many Iron Man. We have Pepper, we have Rhodey, we have, like, Peter. They're the 3 Iron Men. I hate that Spider-Man is just another Iron Man. Like, it's so weird to think about, but it's like he really is so much more Iron Man than he is Spider-Man.
Yeah, like, those are the two things. It is half of him is a Spidey, you know, the upstart.
So
the other one is
70% of him is Iron Man suit, and 30% is the Spidey powers.
Yeah.
Man, Barton's life is so wild. It's just like landing a Quinjet in the middle of like the wilderness at his house. Yeah, Wakanda looks like crazy. I assume that's Wakanda.
Yeah, it's Wakanda.
Okay, because I was like, I assume this is Wakanda. This is 5 years. We don't know what like it was Harlem where they put the because we were talking about Luke Cage and everything. I was like, this might just be fucking Harlem after 5 years, and it's like, you know, we've seen what New York looked like, and it's basically the same, but then Harlem, where they've been, has been like this. But no, I still want to see what's going on in Harlem with their shit there, especially after all this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, you know, I mean, damn, Wakanda is...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about it, because I hope they're doing this amount of work everywhere. I hope this was not like we lost the world, and so now we don't have to worry as much about people bombing us. Let's just be secluded again.
Like, I want to believe that is the result of them opening up.
I hope so. I believe so, but yeah. We need to see that, please. Disney, goddamn, show us that. You know, I did say, like, Thor's outfit at the end of the movie I liked more, but Thor's outfit at the end of the movie is back to the extremely disheveled beard, really disheveled hair, the gloves, the robe, and everything.
Yeah, like, he like, I don't know what that's called. Like, it's not braiding necessarily, but, like, he puts it into a specific hairstyle when he fights.
Yeah, I think that's braiding. Is it not?
I don't know if they were actual braids, like, if they were interlocking, or if he just, like, roped it up.
It looked like they were interlocked. Not like tight braids, but very loose braids. But yeah, he's definitely back to the extremely disheveled look, which is weird that he chose to go immediately back to like the gloves specifically are so like ragged that it's weird. He's like, gotta put on my favorite gloves again. But yeah. And his beard just immediately puffs back out. Like, his beard looks like a different color between the two like bookends of the movie and him in the final fight.
Yeah, I love this ending.
Yeah, it's a fantastic ending.
Yeah.
We've pretty much already talked about it. Is there anything else you want to say about it? Because like, we've already talked about the Bucky stuff. We've already talked about the Sam stuff. We've already talked about him in the past. Like, is there anything else about the ending that we have to talk about? Sam with the shield. I'm very curious to see how he's going to fight like that and everything. Yeah, it's just gonna be interesting. Like, you can't do it with, like, Bucky makes more sense because he has the super soldier stuff in him.
Yeah.
And he is, like, the shield is way more of a, like, on the ground thing.
Yeah.
Like, Sam already has shields. But you can't really, you can't really be in the public eye. I mean, they know who he is as, like, the Winter Soldier and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's a weird, like, it would fit Bucky better in terms of fighting style, but in terms of a Captain America, it's gotta go to Sam, because Sam is obviously the next Captain America.
Yeah. In The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, if we get any Steve, the only thing I would want from Steve is the conversation he and Bucky had to have had. Because it's such a, like, they don't have to say anything else besides, referencing the first movie again when they're like, hey, don't do anything stupid. You're the one taking all the stupid with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, like, apart from that, it is so clear that Bucky is completely fine with it. He's fine with Sam taking the title. He's also fine with, his best friend going to the past and living out his whole life. And if he ever sees him again, it's going to be when he's super old.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much there that I want to hear it.
And Bucky was, to be fair, prepared to, like, he knew about Steve and all that, and he's prepared to separate himself from that entirely because of his past and all that. So, like, I fully understand why Bucky is the kind of person who is fine with us. And also, if Cap's not dead, he's going to be around for who knows how long.
Yeah.
Like, he came back because Peggy died, but, Cap's Cap. He could be around for another fucking 200 years. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's impossible to tell. So, that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
He'll probably be like this super ancient man that's been around for like forever way in the future.
Yeah.
And then it's like, Thor is, already thousands of years old, and he's barely even scratched the surface of his youth.
Yeah.
So, like, Thor is the weirdest one where it's like, they're kind of retiring him by just throwing him in space.
Yeah. Like, it is it's less of a retirement, more of just sort of a, he's got a different life now. He is fundamentally going to be a different sort of character.
And to be fair, we still have a Thor movie coming up.
Yeah.
So, like the Guardians,
Like, of the original, Avengers, the only ones who have a movie are Black Widow and Thor.
Yeah. But, I mean, to be fair, if we get another Thor movie, we gotta get someone with Valkyrie. Like,
Yeah.
And I don't mean Valkyrie better show up in the movie. I mean, Valkyrie better get her own goddamn movie. Because, like, you can't be like, all right, now you can roll over New Asgard. I'm going to space. All the movie's still going to be about me, though.
Right.
Like, it's a hollow gesture, if you do that. So,
like, Valkyrie needs to go get that queen.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not allowed.
Gotta get it. So, I think also, in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, there's going to be at least one scene where they're, like, trading the shield back and forth between each other and stuff. But I'm curious as to how Sam's going to use it, just by nature of how his thing works. Like, how is he going to hold it?
Right.
Is the curious thing to me. So I'm wondering if maybe they will somehow, I don't know how you manipulate vibranium, but, they change it into something else, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe make, like, his wingtips into it or something. Or...
Yeah. Because, like, they have friendly relations with Wakanda. So if he says, this shield specifically means a lot to me, but I want to do something different with it, they could definitely do something different with it. So.
Yeah. I don't know what you would do, because it is so iconic as a shield in of itself, though. Maybe split it straight down the middle, because it would probably be easier to use in that way.
Yeah.
Like, he could use them as, like, throwing things.
Yeah.
But, like, using it as a shield in the form that it is, it's going to be clunky, it's going to be weird, unless, of course, he could change his entire, thing. Like, it's still going to be the Falcon, it's flying and everything, but, like, the way the wings work and his hand under it, like, very weirdly, clunkily, they would have to change that if he's going to use it the way Cap does.
Yeah.
So if they do, if he gets, like, wings that come out of his back instead of along his arms, then that could be a way to do it.
Yeah, because it would also be a big ol', like, functional, like, he's been due for a redesign for a little bit. Like, the MCU's very good about, like, redesigning everyone every once in a while so they still look fresh and unique and different. And I think this would be the big one of, even in universe, he would be like, hey, you know what? I need to use the shield at all costs. I'm gonna change up everything else if it means I can use the shield.
Shield drone.
Oh.
Shield drone. Shield Hawk, basically. Or a Falcon, I mean.
Yeah.
What does he call it? The red... What does he call his little drone thing? Is it called a Hawk?
Oh, boy.
Is that crazy?
Oh, what does he call
it? Or does he also just call it my little Falcon or my red Falcon or whatever?
Oh, it's got a name. It's something red.
Maybe he just calls it red.
Maybe.
Anyway. Yeah, so maybe that's a possibility to have like a stronger drone that is flying around the shield. So that way it's like a he could send it out to protect other people. Red Wing.
Yeah, Red Wing.
So yeah, this could be the new Red Wing.
That would be a really unique way of using it.
Yeah, and then it could like attack because like Red Wing comes off his back, right?
Yeah.
So like the shield could be on his back like Cap, and then come off like a drone.
Yeah. You know, which would also work like if they're going to do a fusion design, like if it's going to be like. They could either have it be, he goes from Falcon to Captain America, or it could be he is Falcon and Captain America. And I think shield plus wings is a very strong visual of he is both.
Yeah. And I don't think we need a Captain America anymore. Nah. If he was Captain Falcon, it's cool. Dope.
No, that's already taken, though.
Do it again.
No, that's copyrighted. Nintendo's going to sue him.
Captain the Falcon.
Oh, no.
Captain World. So, what was I going to say? They could do a total thing with like, he can't do the thing the Cap could do of I just throw the shield and it comes back to me. So I had to put it on a drone. So that way if I go like, throw the shield, I can't just have it come back to me.
That would be such a strong gag of I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
Because that would also be a cool, like, this is unique to Cap. It shouldn't be, but he's the only one who knows how to do it.
Like, you have to be strong enough to throw something off the side of the screen and have it come. Like Thanos does as well.
Yeah.
The only people we've seen do it are Thanos and Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, fantastic.
Also,
to hear, it does get. Did they. Well, yeah, he like took the shield from the past back.
Yeah, like this is the shield from that timeline.
Yeah, yeah. But like they still also have the other pieces of his shield, which I wonder what they're gonna do with those. Because if it's vibranium, it's not like it's just broken. It's still vibranium.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do with that. That could be a cool thing to like put on a design thing, like just as the broken pieces, like just put it on something.
This is going to sound weird. I think the MCU is a world where you can't have museums anymore.
Yeah.
Because, like, almost every time we've seen a museum, something's been stolen from it.
Yeah.
Like...
I mean, most museums are not great anyway.
Yeah.
Like, most cultural museums and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And by most, I mean almost all. Every single one. We've all seen Black Panther.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I am really, really excited to see Sam and, it's just Sam and Bucky together in Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah. Really like the effect they used for Cap, like for old Cap.
Yeah.
They did get like that is Chris Evans, but they also did get a second actor to like. How do I put it? They didn't merge them together. It is more that they just had like an actual old guy who also like lent his wrinkles to him.
But I do know what you're talking. I do know what you mean.
Like as opposed to like digitally trying to age him up, it is a combination of like practical effects, and then they like use the other guy as a way to like slim him down.
Yeah,
it was mostly just slimming him down because he's so beefy. You're like, how do we do non-beefy Chris Evans without just making him look like him from the first movie?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Also, big happy that like that they worked the time travel in because like in the comics. When like Falcon also becomes Captain America in the comics, and they do a really like not convoluted-y thing where they make Cap really old.
Okay,
which was part of a like he has to retire because now he's super ancient because he got big old.
And it's like it was somebody that did it to him.
Yeah, but it was also a like we want to have the visual of old Cap giving handing off the shield to the next generation or to someone younger, but we can't do it because he's always young looking. And this is a much more natural way of doing it, and still having the same vibe of like now Cap looks the way he should be, like if he had actually lived out the entire life. But with the bonus of he did live out the entire life.
Yeah,
like this is him, having lived out one man's worth of life. He's still around, but now he's done with fighting.
Yeah. I think, I would not want Cap to do this because he probably doesn't want to do it, but, like, it should be totally possible to just run time through him.
Right.
Like, again, we have immortality now. I mean, I'm going to be furious because I know the MCU is going to do nothing with it and say, sorry guys, I know we have immortality, but you don't get free healthcare and you don't get immortality. We have all the means possible in the world. We have like 5 different means to give you free healthcare, and now we also have the means to give you immortality. We have healing juice in the quantum realm. Where we can end world hunger with the PIM particles. I mean, for the love of God, give me a fucking movie where the heroes are actually trying to fix systemic problems with the shit that is in the world already.
And the MCU even has a nicer Hank, so we can't even get the, Hank could solve world hunger, but he refuses to.
He's just down at Disney making big buns and small burgers. We have discussed that I would be the kind of person who would, even though you can make a hamburger bigger and then it's more nutritious and has way more, and it can feed everybody, I would be like, no, make the burger smaller for me because I don't want to chew as much.
You are the next villain. What if we shrank all the resources?
Just so I can eat them. I want to eat tiny burgers and not go to White Castle.
Oh no, I hate it.
So, yeah, I just, fucking Christ, can we get some goddamn consequences and the heroes fighting for some shit that really matters that is not, can we have the heroes fight for something that's not an alien, threat? Can we have the heroes fighting for a systemic threat? We get it constantly in the TV shows. It's proven that people like it, and it's good. Do it!
See, now this is the terrifying Marvel-DC divide of Marvel always wants to stay relevant to the real world, which means you can't get rid of real-world problems.
Yeah.
Whereas DC is willing to go more like a fantasy with, in the 70s someone cured cancer, and we're going to stick with that, and there's no cancer.
Yeah. Honestly, though, good. You don't need it to equivalent. It's an escapist world. I want to escapist. Let me escapee.
I do, I don't think it's gonna happen, but I really hope Phase 4, as part of the, for a fact, Phase 4 is definitely being more experimental. Just from the things they've greenlit, not even, spoilers, just, the kinds of things they've done, the fact that there's no Avengers movie. I'm hoping they do lean into it a little bit. I hope they commit to, this world is going to be just a little more sci-fi overall. Especially since, the effects work they've done has gotten, so much, they've gotten so much more efficient with it over time.
Yeah.
If they can have casual Hulk through a ton of the movie and it's not like a spectacle or anything, he's just there. They can also do, scenes with normal people at home and they have, a thing, a mini arc reactor or something.
Yeah.
And it's just we don't have to worry about, electricity, but we have other problems, and, we can still do plots driven by, not having stuff.
Yeah. I don't think movie execs really realize how much people lose their fucking mind over the small shit like that.
Right.
And, how that will always be the thing that they come back to. And that you put a fucking arc reactor in somebody's coffee pot and they're going to be like, the MCU is the most realistic universe in the world. That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
And, they won't even do that. So, okay. I think we are Dunskies with everything. We might come back for all of your trivia that you have.
Sure.
And then talking about some character arcs that we haven't touched on.
Yeah.
But we've touched on everything in the movie. So I feel this is a good place to have another break.
Yeah.
Oh man. This is so long.
If you, the listener, want to stop at any point, you can.
No,
I give you permission.
I've told you before, you don't have to listen to these. Now, you're so far in, you have to commit. Keep going. Okay, we're back again for the last part, going over the trivia. Hit me with all that special trivia.
So, Avengers Endgame was kind of big. It was kind of a big deal.
Really? What? I thought it was the smallest movie ever.
It was the first movie to hit $1 billion within its first week at the box office.
Damn. I mean, I do know that's also... It is still currently the highest grossing?
Yeah.
Okay.
The fact that it came out and then we had 2020 was a really strong, nothing else is gonna top it for a while.
Yeah. I'm also, as much as I hate, the Disney having so much reign over everything and having so much money and everything, I do on a personal level really love that Endgame beat out Avatar as the highest grossing film of all time. Thank fucking God. It is unbelievable and Avatar is so high up there. Whereas, like, I could go up in the street and say, name a character from Endgame, and they would name me, like, 20 characters, even if they've never seen the movies. Maybe Sully from Avatar.
That's sad. It didn't actually do it on its first run. It was only able to pass Avatar with the re-release.
Yeah. I do know that. But I'm glad anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, to be fair, Avatar's box office gross is also the result of multiple re-releases.
Yeah.
Like, it is still the, like...
And it's the Matrix sort of thing of, like, it was the start of Blu-ray and, like, the, you know, this extremely advanced CGI.
And
like
advanced 3D.
Advanced 3D. Yeah, it was, like, the start of all this new stuff. It was the pioneer of it. So even if people didn't go see it because they gave any shits about the movie at all, people went to go see it just because of the spectacle. Yeah. I mean, I did. I didn't pay to go see it. Right. I went and watched Sherlock Holmes, and then my friend was still in Avatar, and I was like, well, if it's still going, I'm just going to walk in there. Did, and then just watch the end.
Oh, boy, that's a wild one. But yeah, like, it is a movie that they release specifically because it is in 3D, and it's, you know, really nice to look at in 3D.
Yeah.
So, fair. A lot of people, like, there's a lot of conspiracy theories on the internet about whether Disney wanted that to happen or not. Because they also have, like, the big ol' Avatar lands. So, the current conspiracy theory is they only wanted Endgame to win because they want Avatar 2 to then beat Endgame.
Oh, maybe.
Whereas, like,
but I don't think it would. I don't... Avatar 2 has not come out yet, right?
No.
Okay, yeah. I don't think it will. Like...
I don't know. I feel like it won't.
I barely hear anybody ever talk about it in a, like, they're interested in it way.
Right.
Anybody talking about it is just like, can you believe they're doing that? What's there to tell?
I think Avatar is going to be more of an experience, because they are shooting the next 3, like, simultaneously.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be less of a, like, here's the big, you know, #1 worldwide, and more of a, like, you know, here's this overall experience that you're going to go through over the course of multiple years. I imagine,
I mean, I don't want to compare it to The Matrix, because I don't want to imply that Avatar is anywhere narratively on the same level.
Right.
But I imagine it'll be similar of the Matrix 2 and 3 doing a lot more of, like, the spectacle stuff rather than, like, doing good movies.
Like, I think that's also where Disney's aiming for with a lot of stuff. Like, that is the MCU. The MCU is the, like, multi-year build-up thing. It is the, like, each movie is really big in its own right, but also it's an experience.
Yeah.
And this is a, like, whereas other companies are trying to do the cinematic universe, I don't think Disney's trying to do another cinematic universe. Like, they're doing big crossover stuff, like, you know, Ralph Breaks the Internet.
Yeah.
But I think they're aiming more for, like, here are other ways to make big franchises that then we can sell as, like, a franchise rather than, like, one thing.
And they're doing a lot better at it, considering, like, again, looking at the trailer that had all the movies leading up to this, it's really lame when there's, like, you know, these cool titles for them, and then you go, like, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Thor 1, Thor 2. And it's like, you know, the titles were not good at the beginning. They were very bad. Captain America, the First Avenger, very bad title. Like, I can see why they thought that was a hype title, but that means nothing to people who aren't a comic fan. Or people who didn't know that the Avengers was coming.
Right.
Like, even, I'm not sure, do you know at all if that was being advertised at the time? Like, Captain America is the first Avenger in the MCU sense? And even then, that's not really the case. That seems like more of they're referencing the comics.
It is a combo of, like, #1, they did want it to be sort of a, like, hey, we're going to be doing the Avengers. Like, that was when they announced, like, we're going to try and do a big, you know, crossover movie with those old movies.
Okay.
But part of it was also that they were scared about doing Captain America. Like, will people in other countries watch Captain America?
Okay.
Whereas, like, Captain America, the First Avenger, allows them to, like, make Captain America, the words, like, the literal words, smaller or bigger on different places.
Yeah.
Like, it can be sold as more like, you know, this is the first Avenger, as in the prequel to the Avengers.
I think you could do that still if it was, like, Captain America versus the Red Skull or something.
Yeah.
Like, I think you could go a little bit more comic-y with it, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see the Captain America, like, you know, thing. But, like, yeah, I don't know if First Avenger means anything to people. Like, even if they're saying, like, we're trying to do an Avengers thing.
Yeah.
Most people will be like, what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think, like, their titles have gotten so much better and are very intriguing. It's the kind of thing where it's like, now I'll hear the title and go like, what the fuck is that? Love and Thunder, Quantumania, Multiverse of Madness. It feels more spectacle, like, you know, experience. I gotta go see this one. This is the Multiverse of Madness. This is not just Doctor Strange 2, you know?
It also allows you to, like, it allows each of them to have more of an identity.
Yeah.
Like, Ragnarok isn't, you know, like, just Thor 3. It is its own thing.
Yeah. And, like, you know, it was, like, Thor the Dark World, but they refer to it as just, like, Thor 2, you know? And it's, like, that's very telling when, you know, even your own company kind of just refers to it as Thor 2.
Yeah. It is, of course, the first movie in the MCU to not have any mid-credits or post-credit sequences. Yeah. The exception being in the re-release when they appended part of Far From Home to the end of it.
Okay. It does have an end credits, not scene, but, like, the like, tung, tung, tung. I don't know what the hell that is. So, like, we had a little tiny, not, like, just, like, me asking, like, do you think it's something I can guess on camera, or is it, like, something I would not be able to get? So, like, it's something I might be able to guess. Yeah. So the only thing I can think of then is it's obviously not a lead-in to another movie, right? No. Okay, so it's got to be calling back to something. It could just be calling back... Oh, I guess it would be Tony in the cave hammering on the, like... I'm not sure what that was, but during the montage.
That's it.
Okay.
It is that sound.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah. So, like, that is even a, like, you know, it's not a, here's the next thing. It is a straight up, this character is not going to be around anymore. Like, we're just sending him off with the sound.
Yeah. I mean, like, I hope that's the case. I don't trust that he will not be around anymore. Fair. Especially when they love their de-aging software.
But yeah, like, I really appreciate not just that, but the entire end credit sequence being, like, the last line of the movie is just Steve saying, I'm not going to tell you what I did. You know, we as the audience get to see a bit of the dance. Like, we know a little more than Sam does, but it is this, like, you don't get to, like, look forward to the other movies. You don't get to do anything else. Like, I went back, I had my past, I actually had a life, and that's where we're leaving it.
Yeah, it is. I really like that a lot. And, like, it is weird because, for me, there's so many moments like that where it's like, the character will say something like Steve says that last line. It's like, I've heard this in my life so many times from people clearly referencing this that I now know now. But so the lines feel even more like this is a thing in the world that he is referencing, like he is quoting, you know, right. Like no, I don't think I will. It's this like, it's this weirder, it's this weird like double like, it feels more impactful because I feel like he's quoting something, and then also feels a little bit like, you know, meme-y, like, you know, he is doing a meme, even though it originated from that. Yeah. It's like when you see an emote in real life, and it's like, that can't exist.
That's the Pog.
Yeah, it's just when you see it its source, it's just like, it's so weird. And it's so much weird because like it's never something I'm expecting, like okay, there's the meme I've seen 1,000 times. It's just like something where it's like I've heard that so many times, and it's usually something not right in the moment. It's like a couple minutes, it's a couple seconds after the line I realize, which is also why I never mention it, right? Because I just of course, you know, some of the stuff I just heard in random references and stuff, but you know, it's not really spoilery. Yeah. As long as I haven't like seen the images or anything, which I don't really look at memes, so I've thankfully only like heard them instead of seeing anything.
Mimetic energy is a real thing within like culture in general, but especially within the MCU. Like in Infinity War, for instance, the Russos tried to make Thanos' lines feel very like not meme-y, but like there are lines that'll stick in your head. There are things where like they know people are going to repeat some of these over and over again.
The MCU is extremely quotable because they will do the pause. We're gonna do the quote. Remember that quote? That's for you guys. You can say that quote now. Like there's a lot of that where they'll do a whole comedic scene, but then they'll make sure to isolate a specific quote rather than like, you know. Most movies will just expect that you're just going to quote them randomly. Yeah. But then you run into the problem people quote misquoting them all the time. Yeah. So them actually giving a breather has created like I've never heard like a misquote of one of those things. They're very easy to remember.
Yeah, like even
and they're slow most of the time, especially with Thanos.
Like you can leave the theater and remember like the lines completely verbatim.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not happening in the middle of action either. You know.
Yeah, in Endgame, they made a point of, like, not a point of it, but they don't give him that. Like, he still has some cool lines, or some lines where, you know, like, you're supposed to, like, you know, he still has the same character to him, but people don't really do big Thanos Endgame quotes, whereas, like, they do tons of Infinity War quotes.
Yeah, you're right. I can't think of a, like, thing that he said in this movie that was like, no, I've definitely heard that. Yeah. Yeah. It was all, like, the other Avengers.
I think that's
the absolute win thing is another one that I've heard probably the most. I would say like the thing at the end and the absolute win are probably the two that were like I've heard these the most out of anything. The perfectly balanced thing as well.
Right.
Those three, yeah. Were like the ones where like in the moment when it was said, I was like, oh, like it hit me a little bit, like, oh, that was what that was from.
Yeah. Yeah. Part of that was also because this is one of the only movies where after the movie came out, the entire cast like did a little press conference and said, okay, here is the dates where you are allowed to say spoilers.
Yeah.
And part of that was also like designing the movie so that it's not like you can still spoil the movie, but you can also talk about it without saying saying that line.
Yeah. And also, to be fair, for like most stuff, especially now online, as long as you are putting the name of the thing in the thing that you're talking about, it's fine. Because somebody can filter it out.
Right.
Like, people talk about that all the time of like, like stuff that updates like chapter by chapter, episode by episode, like how long and since when the episode came out, going to talk about it. It's like, just do hashtag the episode or hashtag the chapter or hashtag Endgame, and then you can talk about it, and then just have people mute that hashtag. Yeah. And then there's still a problem of people not doing that, but like as long as you're doing that, you're completely not at fault.
Yeah, I think that's completely fine.
Yeah.
Like that is also the it sucks to just be in a crowd or like, you're in a shopping mall and the person behind you is like, hey, I'm gonna start talking about Endgame. It's like, you mother. No, not here. Yeah.
Like in person, it's so much harder because it's you can't, like, it is so contextual.
Yeah.
Like, it, to be fair, should be on the person of, like, if we're going like, okay, we're going to talk about Endgame, and you're like, I haven't seen Endgame. And it's like, well, then you leave. Because we have, and we're going to talk about Endgame.
Yeah.
But if it's like we are in class, and you guys are wanting to talk about Endgame, I can't leave because I have a kid, and I'm stuck here right next to you. Like, that's different. It's all about context.
Yeah. Or, like, the real insidious ones are the ones where someone just says something like, yeah, I died harder than Tony.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, that is the kind of thing where if you have to preface it, the joke's gonna not be as funny.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's tough.
That's the thing that I think a lot of people, like, were happy that people weren't doing.
Yeah.
The, like, I can just listen to a podcast. I know they're not going to just do Endgame quotes. Or they're not going to just do a comedy sketch that is all just, like Hulk eating the big burrito and then dabbing.
I'm glad because earlier today we were just having a conversation and looking at references to the TV show Lost and other media, and there was one movie. What was it called?
Now We're 30?
Now we're 40 or something like that.
Yeah.
This is 40 or something.
Yeah, This is 40.
Where there's a whole plot where they just watch the ending of Lost, the last episode of Lost, twice, and then discuss it. And it's like, if that happened, if I was watching Broad City and they just randomly started watching Endgame and discussing it, I would lose my mind.
Our friend's mom was watching Lost, and she watched this movie, and I was like, I don't want to watch Lost right now because they spoiled the final episode for me.
Watching it for the first time, it got spoiled on it through This is 40.
That is bizarre.
And it's like, I'm so glad that I have not had to deal with that for, anything Endgame level. Like, because it is the biggest thing, you know. It like, I'm a little bit surprised, but,
Like, that's also why, for other things, if someone says, no, absolutely no spoilers, like, people don't really stick to it. But with Endgame, I think there was this level of, like, anyone who really, really was super into the MCU also went like, yeah, I understand. And they only said, like, the deadline was only, I think, like 2 months or so. Like, it wasn't that.
2 months is so long.
It was very long, but at the same time, it is a, like, you can't be expected to be an adult and go watch a movie right now. Like, you gotta have some time.
Yeah, and I think that thing is more for, like, content type stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot, like, if you just have a random podcast where you're just 3 white dudes talking about shit nobody cares about, you can't just in the sudden middle of a random sentence say, like, oh man, that kills me as much as Tony died.
Yeah.
It's like, you can't just throw that shit in there,
yeah,
like, in the middle of it. But yeah, like I'm all like, that's where I run into danger with spoiler territory. Like, that's the thing many times where somebody's been like, oh yeah, that's just like when like they'll start to say like the name of like in Thor, blah, or like in Catherine or in Avengers, and I'll just immediately rip the headphones out. But I'm really good about that,
Yeah.
Thankfully, I don't have to like I don't do the like, oh, I gotta pause it real quick. Like, I wear headphones all the time, so it's very easy for me to just poop. Pop them out, skip ahead like a ton, and then just done. Easy peasy.
Yeah. Even off camera, you've been doing an insane dance this whole year.
You see me just like watching random videos, and I'll just be like, oh, safe, don't worry.
So,
next trivia.
Okay. At the start of the movie, when we get the Marvel logo, they've been changing it up quite a bit recently. This one was a specific, any character that was snapped was not in the logo.
Okay.
And also, Ant-Man was not in the logo. Because they were really trying to keep that suspense of, like, what happened to Ant-Man? If you didn't watch Ant-Man and the Wasp, then, you know, the mystery is still there. Yeah. If you did watch it, you have this extra information, but this question is still, like, maybe he got snapped in the wormhole. Like, who knows?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think it also, like, they did lots of little things to try to hammer home the, like, you know, these people are not going to be in this movie. Which I think is fine because, like, 2/3 of the movie is a movie without them. Like, when they come back, it is for, like, you know, just the big fight. Like, it's not a, like...
Yeah, and they don't really get scenes, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think...
Sam gets a scene. Bucky gets a scene.
It's enough for it to be, like, a nice surprise. It feels warm. But it is the kind of thing where, like, I'm happy that... You know, it wasn't a, like, a lie. It wasn't a, like, hey, these guys are going to be in the movie. Enjoy it. You're going to love Falcon in the movie.
Yeah.
At the same time, yeah, like, I think it also just sells the tone of the movie. You go in, you know, yeah, these people died. It's going to, you know, it's going to be a little somber. We're going to have a lot of...
I didn't even notice it, but sure.
Yeah.
I'm glad they did that, though. Like, yeah, I didn't notice it, but I am glad it was there.
At the end, you specifically brought up the... Oh no, my thing died.
Oh no, your mouse died. Okay, fixed your mouse.
Yeah, my mouse is fixed.
Next trivia.
Next trivia is, so, you know in the credits when we have the, like, the signatures specifically for all the main Avengers?
Yeah.
That was supposed to be a direct shout-out to Star Trek number 6, The Undiscovered Country.
Okay.
Where, like, they did it a lot more comedically, I guess. Like, it was supposed to be like, hey, this is the final time you're going to see this crew. So it was half, like, you know, drawing all of their signatures, and then at the, you know, at the top of the screen, they just, like, you know, did goofy outtakes and stuff.
Okay.
Whereas this was supposed to be a much more gravitas, like, we're going to... It was also a, like, extremely rare for Hollywood. We're going to show every character besides the principal cast first. Like, they all get first billing.
That was weird to me a bit, because, like, I kind of forgot that they had did that. So when Clint came up for the first time, I was like, wait, why is Clint having, like, the last one with, like, the most emphasis?
Yeah. Super, like, the ordering was also, like, you know, not really done in terms of the SAG thing where, like, certain things, some people just get the, like, I have to be exactly this high.
Yeah, number 1 in the call sheet, number 2 in the call sheet, all that shit. Like, yeah, I'm glad that actually, that was not the case.
Yeah.
That's actually really interesting. Because I feel like a lot of them would have fought for that. Like, I don't care if this is cool. I want to be number 1.
Right. Now we got it. And plus, I like the visual style of it. The, like, you know, the like, movie projector style with all of them. Yeah.
It felt to me very much so, like, you know, with their actors, but doing the, like, oh, Spider-Man, can I get an autograph? Oh, can I get an autograph, Captain America? You know, it felt like that sort of, you know, thing.
Yeah. It also really hammered home to me the, like, yeah, they're gonna step down.
Yeah.
Like, even if, you know, Hulk, for instance, is still gonna be around, like, no, you know, he's no longer, like, a headlining Avenger. Like, this is a big shift in these characters.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be so weird. Especially because, like, yeah, there's been so little time we've spent with them as people in these movies. It's the constant thing of, like, you know, we've only ever seen them in dire situations. We very rarely ever get to see them as just people. And so the TV shows are definitely going to have a lot more of that. And, like, that's what I mean when I say that it's going to be weird. I keep saying that, and I want to clarify, like...
Right. Yeah. Like, I'm really
Especially
curious.
because it's going to be TV shows and movies. Like, it's not like, well, now they're only going to be in TV shows. They're probably still going to pop back up in some, like, crossover movies and stuff. And I wonder what they're going to call crossover. Like, if they're still going to be Avengers, I assume there will. But let's assume there's not. Let's assume they don't use the word Avengers anymore. What would, you know, it be? I don't know. Like...
Yeah. Like, it's the combo of, will there be crossover movies? And also, like... What about the movies that currently exist? Like, you know, what is Thor going to be like, and what is Guardians 3 going to be like? Because we know Thor is part of the Guardians now. So is he going to be there for both? Are they going to split up at some point? Are other characters just going to show up now? Because also, like, throughout Phase 3, we've had more and more cameos and like appearances and even first appearances of characters in movies that aren't theirs.
I think what Phase 4 needs to do is give a word for like supers, you know?
Okay.
Even if they use the word supers or if they use the word what do they use in the comics? Is it supers? I know there's a couple terms, but
there's a ton. Like powered people or
like, powered individuals is what I use a lot.
Yeah.
But that also like that's the tough thing. Like we need a word for like superhero / vigilantes, like the people who are.
I'd say honestly, like superheroes and supervillains shows up a lot in the comics.
Yeah, versus not really at all in the show.
Yeah, I think
or in the MCU. I don't know why I said show.
Yeah, I think the MCU is comic booky enough now that I think they could unironically start saying superheroes and supervillains.
But like, also, could you say that about like would you call Natasha in Avengers 2012 a superhero?
See, I wouldn't, but
yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
but I mean, I think you're always gonna have that gray, fuzzy area.
Sure,
like in the
but
same
like,
way,
but in the same way, like I would call Batman a superhero. Like, even though he's not super,
right?
It has that same aesthetic. Whereas like Natasha is not going out and fighting crime. She's not. She, you know, at that point, she was just a person in Shield.
Yeah.
But yet she was an Avenger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even at that point, I don't know what exactly was an Avenger or what wasn't.
Right.
Because it was like the Avengers were the four of them, but then also Natasha and Barton just kind of got wrapped up in it, and that made them Avengers.
Yeah, I think that was just like the Avengers Initiative also included Barton and Natasha.
Well, I mean, like in terms of getting them there, or like manipulating them, but not in terms of like they were Avengers. It seemed like they were just trying to get the four of them together, and then also Natasha and Barton were.
Yeah.
Helping with that. But because they fought and everything, they were like, well, you guys are strong with them, so I guess you're Avengers now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so the term Avengers has always been loose. I think, but I don't know what word I would use, but I think we need more classifications as to, powered individuals and the difference between them and superpower and superheroes, because, there is a big difference there.
Yeah. Like, especially in the comics, there is a big line between, like, are you a criminal that has powers, or a criminal using, like, special equipment, or are you a supervillain?
Yeah.
Like, you can be any of those things, but there is, like, a line you have to cross before you're a supervillain. And once you're a supervillain, it's very hard to, like, redeem yourself or to step back and say, I'm sorry, I'm just doing petty crime now.
Yeah. Yeah. And, like, it's also interesting in a world like this where we've talked about the power and responsibility dynamic, but it's like in a world where there is people like Thor and Captain America and these people who have, way more power than you and are doing way more stuff than you are able to do as just some guy who has a little bit of superpowers. Like, do you still have that responsibility? Like, you have a much lower responsibility. Yeah. But, like, even then, could you just honestly say, I don't have responsibility? Right. There's, like, fucking 500 Inhumans. Why do I have to be one of the ones who's... doing something.
Like, that's something that, like, especially the comics gets into, especially, like, the X-Men, for instance.
Yeah.
Where you get into the, like, I have these powers, but do I need to go, like, as a teenager, go out and fight? Because there are a ton of other people who are also going out and fighting, but also, I can do something they can't.
Yeah.
So, like, where's the line there? Like, am I a bad person for not doing it? Or am I a bad person for going out there and, like, risking people's lives because I don't know how to do it, and they do?
Yeah. Like, and I think there's a much different dynamic there and much different middle ground, gray ground than like earlier when I was talking about Thor and like I don't think there's as much middle ground there. I think like, with him being as powerful as he is, with him being basically one of the only people who can kill Thanos.
Yeah, like he is on another level. I disagreed with you initially, but I will agree with you now. Like he is a hero for heroes even. Yeah. Like he is on that complete S tier level.
Like even amongst the mass amount of people that they have in the Avengers.
Right.
Like he is up there with the, like even Cap with Mjolnir, sure, but like the Cap we've known before that, I would not have put anywhere up there in the level of Thor.
Right.
Like he is nigh upon indestructible as well. Like there's just so much.
Yeah.
Okay. Next trivia.
All right. This is the longest MCU film, as you might imagine, but it is only it's only 3 hours. 3 hours and 1 minute.
Yeah, like that was also the thing of like I knew this was 3 hours. It was actually weird none of the other movies had gotten up to 3 hours yet at that point. Especially like even Infinity War hadn't.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
It's one of those things where, again, like, people do argue about this a lot, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Like, do you think most of the movies are too long, or do you think they could go longer?
I think most of the movies are a little bit too long, but I don't think this one was too long. This one could have been longer, you know? Because I felt like it was perfectly paced, and I didn't have any moment where I felt like I was, like, you know, waning in interest or anything. So, yeah, whereas I feel like some of the other movies, as I've always said, would have just turned them to be TV shows. You know? Like, yeah, I mean, most of the movies are just, like, they're too long because they're not doing anything with the time they have. It's not that they're too long. I just don't think they're using their time well. I'll say that.
Okay. Like, I'll call a shot right now. I do think the Phase 4 movies are all going to be, like, shorter. Like, 2 hours, 2.5 at most, but, like, aiming more towards 2 hours. Because they have the TV shows now.
Yeah.
I think, like, with the existence of the TV shows, the movies can also, like, drop some of the, like, you have to do it plot building stuff. Like, a lot of the, like, here's some machinations in S.H.I.E.L.D., or here's the thing we're going to build up for another movie. Because they've already said, like, the movies and TV shows are going to be interconnected. So they can say, like, okay, if you want the build up for this, you can watch the show. The movie is going to be, you know, like, we're still going to make sure you know what's happening. It's not going to be a contextless movie. But we're going to, you know, skip a lot of the stuff that we should be doing.
Yeah.
And, like, a lot of movies like, you know, Black Panther or Spider-Man have done that with the, like, extremely brief intro in a different movie that isn't even, like, a origin story or an intro. And then the movie itself is just, like, we're off and running. This is what Black Panther's like. This is what Spider-Man's like.
Yeah, like, even if you haven't watched the movie, we know that nobody wants to go to a Spider-Man thing and see an origin story again. Not that they did that.
Yeah.
But it's like, they know that, and I feel like just in general, nobody wants to see the origin story anymore for a superhero thing in a movie. You know, any other medium is a completely different story. But in a movie, and video game as well, nobody fucking wants to see it. We've seen it, even if it's a different character that we don't know the origin. Save it. Save it, do it later. You know, we don't need to do it immediately. Or at all. You can, Yeah,
Phase 3 has been a lot of playing around with, like, how do you introduce a character? How do you build on a character? And I think, like, we're definitely entering with Phase 4 the realm of, here's a bunch of new properties, and I think very few of them are going to have origin stories to them.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them are going to be here's a little setup, but we're going to just do the thing, and you will understand what the thing is. Because if the movie is good, you'll know what it is.
Yeah, or, like, the origin of their powers being not very mysterious. Like, you know, not being, like, something supernaturally crazy happened, and it was a coincidence, but being, like, it was a very purposeful, like Black Panther, you know? It's like, it's not like he doesn't need an origin, you know? The origin is just baked into who he is.
Yeah.
Like it's more of an origin of king rather than origin of powers.
Yeah, like they do an origin of Wakanda as a whole.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
And it's also, like, it is such a... Like, Black Panther does have an origin in it, and it is an extremely, like, well-done one, because it establishes everything about the movie really, really quickly.
Yeah.
Plus it shows stuff, like, you know, like, it's all done in the sand thing that is then how they do holograms.
Yeah.
Like, it's extremely efficient. And that's really what I'm excited for a lot of these.
I hope so.
Because I watch movies that aren't MCU movies that are, you know, just like superhero movies, and a lot of them still do the, like, here's 2 hours of the character is not the character you want to see, and then the last 30 minutes we're going to do the character you want to see.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really good, but you're going to be wondering, why did I watch 2 hours of this?
Alright, hit me with the next thing.
This is the last real big one. A lot of the trivia I found was a lot of, like, hey, this is, you know, the first time Steve and Cap have met since whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. The big one is, this film came out exactly on the 80th anniversary of Marvel Comics.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
It is, like, damn, it's been a wild 80 years.
Yeah. It's gonna be even crazier.
Yeah. I mean... Boy, we're going to get a 100-year anniversary for Marvel Comics, and we'll probably have an MCU movie that will be the, like, hey, this is number 100.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we're celebrating 100.
Yeah. I mean, it might be at that point the 100th MCU movie.
It might.
At that point. Or, like the 100th MCU, you know, entry into the franchise.
Yeah. Because I believe at the fastest they have done either 3 or 4 MCU movies a year, like with Phase 3.
Yeah.
So, if they do that, they could conceivably get to 100 within, like, 20 years.
I mean, with the TV shows as well, for that.
Sure.
Like, that's what I mean, like, if they include, like, all their, like, property, you know, stuff like that, like...
If there's one thing
each season counts as one, guys. It's 100.
I mean, very famously in comics, like, they'll reset the count. Like, Amazing Spider-Man will go, like, okay, this is the new number 1, pick up Amazing Spider-Man number 1, but then when they get near 700, they'll switch to the numbering back, and they'll say, oh, by the way, this is Amazing Spider-Man number 5, also known as Amazing Spider-Man number 795.
God, if the next chapter of One Piece is just chapter one again, One Piece chapter 1, I'm gonna lose my mind.
They could.
We just got to chapter 1000 of One Piece.
One Piece 2020 chapter 1.
No.
Oh yeah. But that's basically all I have to really say about
it. Wow. Yeah. Surprise. So little trivia that's interesting.
We went through a lot of the, neat trivia things before. One thing I didn't say, actually.
We did go through a lot of that already.
In addition to all the core Avengers from the comics, the original 5 being in this movie, Loki was also the villain they fought. And Loki does appear in this movie.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, technically. So,
yeah,
they were able to do it.
And it might be setting him up again, so.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of the other stuff is just hey, did you know in this comic, Captain America picks up Thor's hammer?
Oh, okay, so this Loki definitely has to be coming back to our present timeline as, the redeemed Loki.
Oh, no.
It has to be. Because this is Loki after the Battle of New York, which is, terrible. But then this is also before a lot of the other, continuously, blah, blah, blah.
I could see it as either...
Thor 2 was, that's the Loki on the bridge thing, right?
Yeah.
No, is that Thor 1? Or is that Thor 2? When Loki falls off the bridge. That is Thor 1. And then
he goes through a Loki hole.
Yeah, goes through a Loki hole, falls on Thanos' lap, says, hey, Daddy, I'll invade Earth for you.
Yeah. Thor 2 is, I believe, when he dies with the Dark Elves.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it was. So he doesn't actually have the redemption that movie was pretending to do with there. But yeah, it would also not have the mistaking the king thing. Even though again, the Loki being Odin is the best Asgard ever was.
It was.
Wasn't great for the rest of the 9 realms, but that's just what we were told. The Asgard say that. Yeah. We don't hear that from the rest of the 9 realms. I'm not gonna trust it unless they say it.
Yeah. Well, we know that the dwarves didn't make it out very well. They're one of the 9 realms.
Right, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, if they were there, well, I mean, that's Thanos.
True.
You're saying that they could have prevented that from happening. I don't think so.
We don't know. That was Thanos without stones.
It was Thanos without the stones, but...
Did they wake up Odin for 5 minutes? Maybe? Who knows?
Wait, was that before or after he got the Power Stone?
That was... I guess we don't know. We don't know whether he got the Power Stone and then got the gauntlets, or if he did it the other way around.
Yeah. So he might have had the power. It would make more sense for him to have the Power Stone, because, I would imagine that the dwarves were able to fight back.
Yeah, they make the best stuff.
Yeah. So I imagine that he just, powered the crap out of them.
Plus, to be fair, this is getting to fanfic territory, but maybe that's why he was I have, this gauntlets, and I've got the Power Stone in it, and it ain't working, it's already melting, so I gotta get a good gauntlets, and that's why he went to the elves.
Maybe.
Could be. But I don't know if that Loki is going to be in our timeline, or if we're gonna do some other time shenanigans.
Maybe.
I think we're gonna see him again for sure.
I think they're going to bring over Loki as a main-ish character.
Okay.
Going for. I mean, he has a Loki TV show, to be fair.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's about. I didn't think about that, but I do know that all the TV shows, except for the What If, is animated, but everything else is it's in the universe. It's not going to be a standalone spin-off pocket dimension thing.
Yeah.
I imagine. Even if it is we're going to do this thing and it's not in this timeline, it is in this other timeline, even if they do that, I feel like they're going to do a thing where they tie it back to the present timeline in some way.
Yeah, agreed.
So, Loki TV show could be, just what Loki is doing in that other world, and then the end of it is, him coming back to the present, them bringing him back to the present timeline after, going to whatever time that is, or whatever he did there, seeing that he actually did good stuff, maybe, or whatever, maybe actually doing the whole redemption thing. But instead of having to watch the redemption, which is honestly, it's hard to watch someone get redeemed in a movie because that's such a short amount of time to feel like they have redeemed, especially for the kind of shit that Loki has done.
Yeah.
So I think doing a thing where he was off somewhere. There's a whole TV show where you get to basically see that. redemption might be a lot better. And then they don't see that redemption. We do, but like the heroes who like go to that timeline to like, okay, we gotta something happened with Loki, we gotta fix that. And they see that Loki's, you know, what he did to the TV show. I think that could be a way to have the TV shows be a sort of like origin intro to the characters. Have like a you don't need all this stuff, but this is a how they got to this point.
Yeah. I could definitely see it.
I think that would be the best way to do it. Because then we can have Loki be over here and he could be good-ish, but also still be like the dick kind of Loki and the like trickster, and being from another like dimension would, you know, add a whole level of Lokiness to him. I mean, not dimension, but timeline.
Timeline, yeah.
Because the timelines are all in this dimension. Like all the timelines are in this universe, right? Is that correct?
I think so.
Like whatever the MCU universe is, like number-wise, universe blah blah. It is all in that universe, right?
I believe so.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how that works actually, but
like I know the comics will do a like timelines are also dimensions situation. Like if you can travel through time or if you can travel through dimensions, they're kind of the same ish.
Yeah.
So but we don't know what the MCU is going to do with that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they want to do with it first.
Because that's also a like, will Multiverse of Madness tie into Loki maybe?
I mean,
like,
and you get there through going small, so it's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. If you get there through going small, I don't know what I can't theorize.
You go small, time is different, you go to the time.
You go into the time. I do think the only like time stuff that like is very like that like makes sense, quote unquote, on that like cartoonish logic is just the way they phrase it as the like the problem is that we ran time through you, not that you ran through time.
Right.
Like it's not scientific, and I think that is the better way to go about it. Like that is extremely understandable to anybody.
Yeah.
Whereas like, you know, it is an inverted movie strip means nothing to nobody.
Right.
It means nothing to the world's most smartest man. So, we're done the trivia?
We're genuinely done the trivia.
Okay. Do you want to hit me with any questions of like, any specific thing that you want to know about, like a prediction going forward? We're probably gonna do like a whole prediction thing, but like, is there any like Endgame specific thing that you want to ask me before we finish? I said I was going to do my like favorite characters thing again in Endgame. I did it in Infinity War. I was going to do it in Endgame. I'm actually going to hold off and wait, and I'm going to do it either in the like Far From Home discussion, or we're going to do a discussion after Far From Home of predictions for Phase 4 and stuff like that. And well, not my predictions, not yours. I mean, if you have some, but I mean, you're spoiled on a lot
I
of stuff.
have some, but I am spoiled. Like when we go through each one, I will say like, you know, I'm staying out of this one, or I can actually talk about this one a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So in that, I will also do my like characters thing and former characters, or and might be a separate thing. Either way, it'll be a separate thing. It's gonna be it would be way too long of a discussion for this already.
This one's already too long.
So no, we're not doing that.
Yeah. I will ask you this. So you know who's basically being retired and who's not.
Yeah.
If, like, without any of that in mind, Endgame is going to be the big character-changing thing, is there anyone else who you would have retired? And is there anyone where, like, they were retired or, like, hurt badly or something where you wouldn't want that to happen? Where you would have, like, had them do another movie in Phase 4?
Yeah, like, Hulk is a big one. Like, Hulk is not retired, but, like, Hulk is a big one where it's like he hasn't done really much at all, so I want more of that. But he's retired in the sense that he's not fighting anymore, which is what I have wanted the whole time.
Right.
And like that is always the end goal of Hulk. That is Hulk paradise, not having to be not fighting, but not having to be called upon to fight.
Yeah.
And yeah, now we have finally gotten that. Hulk can fight if he wants to, but probably, you know, he's not really a condition to fight anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, he can like, you know, one arm punch somebody. But...
Yeah, like this is the other side of the power and responsibility. It is he doesn't have the power anymore, and it's for a good reason. He didn't intentionally say, I'm taking away my powers.
Oh, brain blast! Hulk can use his legs!
Oh, Hulk leg style.
Imagine the poses Deku is in, but it's Hulk.
Thick Deku.
You think Hulk is strong enough to where if he flicked it would do a wave blast? Like Prime Hulk, not like Hulk Banner. Full Hulk.
Prime Hulk, maybe. Like, his big thing was the thunderclap.
Yeah, like, he can do that.
He can do it, but we haven't seen it with the flick.
But do you think, like, it wouldn't be like Roger Damien, but, like, do you think if there was, like, like, you know, anybody could, like, affect paper with this. Yeah. Like, what is, like, the maximum that Hulk could affect with a finger flick? Like, could he just do this and it would make you go, like, backwards?
I think it genuinely would. Like, I think that would be, like, a non-lethal, like, you are annoying, I'm going to just, but I'm not even going to touch you.
I think that would be an interesting, like, way of Hulk being like, well, I can't fight physically anymore, but I can do, like, wind sorcery.
We're one step away from Magic Hulk.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we can do. There's no reason why we can't do Sorcerer Hulk.
Yeah, honestly. Imagine Mordo trying to fight Hulk because he's like, too many sorcerers, but now we have Hulk Sorcerer. This can't be allowed.
Hulk is with the Hulk, one of the now probably the smartest person in the world.
Probably.
Is there anybody smarter than Banner? I mean, like, to be fair, Banner I never took to be the smartest person in the world, but they've definitely gone hardcore since Avengers 2012, but he is one of the biggest geniuses in the world.
Yeah. Maybe Hank, but then again, like, I don't know if Hank is extremely smart or if he's just focused on this one thing for so much, and he hasn't let anyone look at it, so we don't know if you have to be really smart to know how the particle works.
Hank is extremely smart as a quantum physicist and everything, but like
it's very particular.
Yeah. Whereas like when the MCU says like they are the world's biggest geniuses and stuff, they kind of go for like they know every science.
Yeah. Like, Banner is, like, he is presented as the kind of character where you can just go to him with something, and he can, like, figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, I think he is the smartest general scientist in the entire MCU.
Yeah. Whereas, like, before he used to be like, I'm not that kind of scientist, but like, now he's like, I'll do time travel, sure. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Even if, like, you know, he didn't seem like a big genius. Like, he was, like, very, very smart in Incredible Hulk, but he didn't seem like the world's biggest genius. But, you know, he was, like, doing experiments even when he was living in, don't remember where it was.
Yeah, I don't remember either specifically.
I know I got it wrong. That's the only thing I can remember.
But yeah, even then, like, he was still experimenting to try and find a cure.
Yeah, like, he has always been doing stuff like that. Like, I appreciate that now on his downtime, we're going back to that, like, on his downtime, he goes back to his, like, experimenting ways and trying to... And he kind of went back to that, like, thing that we saw at the end of Incredible Hulk of, like, you know, getting zen and trying to become one with the Hulk.
God, I can't get over how much I like that. I mean, I'll say it again in everything we do, but I really appreciate that the MCU went for it. Like, it is the scariest thing to say. People love the Hulk. They love the big, angry guy, and we're not going to do that anymore. And we're going to commit to he's going to be Smart Hulk who has now found peace, and, you know, the two of them are one person.
Yeah.
Like, it is such a, this is the best end for the character, and we're actually going to do it.
Yeah, as I said, it is goal for Hulk. It is paradise for Hulk is this, you know, being able to be happy. Being on Sakaar is, like, you know, a kind of paradise for him. But then it's also bad for Banner, so it's like you have to find the in-between.
Yeah.
And like, again, this doesn't have to be the end for these characters. Like, it can be in the present timeline. But in somebody else's movie... I would love to get a flashback of Hulk doing an adventure on Sakaar.
Yeah.
Like, you know, MCU does a lot of like, oh yeah, that reminds me of this thing I did, and they'll just say something they did off screen.
Right.
And then like, I am fine with you guys doing the Family Guy. Oh, that was just like my adventure on Sakaar. Cut to 20-minute adventure on Sakaar, and then we'll come back.
Because also, like, with Phase 3, I mean, you've said it throughout the entire MCU, they keep on getting more technology, more, like, stuff that should change the whole world. Yeah. And I think if they are going to try to commit to some of this stuff, like, you know, especially, like, Wakanda reaching out, I think if they do that, it also creates an impetus to do more prequel-y, more, like, let's do stuff set in Phase 2 and Phase 3.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to do the, you know, there is, you know, like, there's no free energy, just do it in the past.
Yeah, you could do a whole movie about that, or you could do the thing that they wanted to do for Ant-Man and the Wasp, which they should have done, and they could do more often, of have the cold open for the movie be a whole past scene. And have it be long. It's fine. Have it be long. And then have the rest of the movie be about that, like, that didn't happen now, but like the movie is about that emotional resonance, you know, like you have that scene with Hulk having some adventures in the car, and now the rest of the movie it's not Hulk's movie, they're with somebody else teaching somebody else, but it is them remember, like, Hulk kind of wanting to, like, remembering that aspect of it, Banner remembering the coma, or the coma as I call it.
Remember the coma, like flashback to 20 minutes of coma.
No, they're just remembering like how traumatic the experience was and stuff. Like, yeah. I think doing it as a cold open is the best way, or as we talked about before, doing like a Pixar short at the beginning, and then that is not a part of the movie. It's just a short, and then you get into the actual movie. Especially if they want to make the movies shorter, they could make the movies shorter and then have a short.
Or other option, just have like if you're doing a TV show that also like is very like neck and neck with one of the movies, just do an episode that is like, hey, here is a flashback to this thing. Like, here's a flashback to Avengers 2012, or here's a we're gonna set this thing up.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is the thing I'm most excited for, with the amount of time that they will now have. Yeah. Like, time and ability. Like, there were MCU TV shows before this, but there were ones where it was very locked down, very like, no, you can't actually do any of that stuff. Now there's no excuse. Now they should be able to say, like, hey, in Hawkeye, what if we do a thing with Black Widow, because we don't have time for this in the Black Widow movie.
Yeah. And, like, as we go into the future and everything, again, the deep faking is going to be extremely easy, because, like, if they want to set any movie in a time period, they can de-age them so easily with a deep fake of themselves, because they have all that footage, and they also have them as the actor right now, doing, as we talked about in Captain Marvel. Deep faking like that is, I mean, it's still a hard skill and everything, but that is way, way, way easier. And, like, the fact that we have the whole MCU now has them have all that footage of them as that character.
Yeah.
Because, like, that does change a lot of stuff, too, of, like, if the hair is different, that's going to create shadows on the face that can make the deep face just not look as good when it's trying to compile all the images into an average and everything.
Yeah.
Versus, if you're doing that character that they were in 2012, and you have the actor, it's going to be that hair again. It's going to be everything. It's perfect. I'm excited for that, of these guys can be old as shit, and they're going to look perfect. The deep fake is not going to look bad at all. Whereas, like, Tony, there's not a lot of footage of him that young.
Okay, final secret trivia that I forgot until right now. In Civil War, Hawkeye fights Black Panther, and Hawkeye specifically tells him, "My name is Clint," and Black Panther, still reeling from the death of his dad, understandable, says, "I don't care."
Yeah.
In this movie, right after he gets snapped back, he does call him Clint.
Yeah.
Like, it is a specific, because he wasn't, like, Clint was not in Infinity War.
Yeah.
So this is a clear, the only time they ever met was in that fight, and ever since then, T'Challa has, kept that in mind. Like, oh yeah, his name is Clint. If I see him again, I'm gonna call him Clint.
Yeah, that is like, especially after, like, once people start getting dusted and everything, like, and then coming back from it, and having, like, the Doctor Strange probably having to tell you what happened. Like, it must be so... I mean, Doctor Strange definitely had a bunch of clones just going and doing all this shit, but, like, I cannot imagine how annoying it would have to be to explain the snap to every person that you were summoning.
I think you just have to do a TV broadcasting, like, have them all say the same thing simultaneously. You can't repeat it. If you repeat it, you're gonna lose your minds.
Yeah, but then it depends, like, how the clones get there. Like, do the clones have to fly there, or can he just appear there? Like, is he opening up a portal, sending his clone through the portal to the place? And there's so much. But Doctor Strange, I think, those are the kind of things that I like about Doctor Strange. I don't like anything else about him, but I love thinking about the logistics of, like, what he must do. Like, the logistics of him, sitting there watching all these, playbacks and everything, and, like, what he must have seen also.
Yeah.
And, like, to be fair, as much as I hate Doctor Strange, nobody can say they're a bigger Endgame fan than Doctor Strange.
Oh, yeah.
There's nobody who's seen it more than him. But I will also commend him. He did pirate it every single time.
Oh.
So, I'll give him that. No, I'll take it away, because he is rich. You know what? Never mind.
I mean, is he?
I don't know anymore.
Actually, he did. They did specifically say he used up all of his money going to Camartage.
Okay.
So he has no money. He does live
right,
in New York.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that is a sanctum. Like, presumably someone else is paying for the sanctum.
Is he not a doctor anymore? I don't know.
You don't know.
I have no idea what's going on with him.
No idea.
Because, like, yeah, he has all his money, but he is still, like, the world's best surgeon. So, like, yeah.
Yeah. But he still can't use his hands. He can do magic, but you can't. I don't know if you can just do the portal and then take the tumor and put it through the portal. I don't know if that's allowed. For any like character that is
at the very least, we've never seen him quit his job. We've never said he quit his job, and at the end of the movie, he had his job.
Right.
So, like, at the end of the movie, he was going to do a surgery with his fucked up hands, and then said, "No, you do it." So, I don't know his hands are fucked up. I don't know what's going on with Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange is the character I am most excited for, like, an actual movie sequel to, because his movie was not done by people who could really do Doctor Strange that well.
Yeah.
And then the next 3 times he appears, Ragnarok was I haven't seen Doctor Strange, I don't know what he can do, so I'm gonna do some stuff. Tell me if I'm wrong. No one told me I was wrong. And then Infinity War and Endgame are, like, so packed, they can't put in 10 minutes of, by the way, here's how Doctor Strange works. Yeah. So I'm hoping that with the next movie, or the next, time we see him, that they can straighten some stuff out and go like, okay, this is Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Let's iron some stuff out.
You know what? I'm not sure if they should have done Doctor Strange yet. Or they should have, literally Doctor Stephen Strange. Like, maybe we should have just had the Ancient One.
Okay.
And then retire the Ancient One along with the rest of them here.
That would have been good.
Maybe, because, like, that is a little bit of my problem with Doctor Strange, is that he just is, this would have been a good place to retire him, but he has done nothing yet, so it's like, you can't, I'm not going to say that you should have, but maybe, not introduce him earlier, just introduce, instead of him, the Ancient One, maybe still have Doctor Strange in that movie, just not have the Ancient One, not have Doctor Strange do the whole fucking Dormammu thing, and become the Ancient One, have all that forced stupid shit.
Yeah.
And just have the Ancient One stay, have her, die, and like, this was the future that she was looking towards, instead of fucking Caecilius.
Because also, like, Phase 3 is, like, it's extremely escalated. And I think, part of Phase 4 is going to be, like, Quantum Mania and Multiverse of Madness. Like, it's a lot of, where do we go from here? We can't just go bigger. We have to go in other directions.
And clearly they want to do more with her. Like, they're doing more with her. They like her,
Yeah. Like, they didn't have enough time with her, but it also wasn't her movie.
Yeah.
I think they 100% could have done here's just sorcerers, or, here's a different sorcerer character, and then we're going to, like, focus on it more in the future when we are also opening up the universe more.
Yeah. Yeah. If they did that, I would hope they wouldn't have made it a white woman, though.
Yeah. But, I mean, they could have also done we know people are going to be mad if Doctor Strange is Asian, so we're going to have an Asian Sorcerer Supreme who is this character, and then don't worry, Doctor Strange is in the background, he's the sidekick, and then he'll be the main character later.
Yeah. And then having, Steven and Wong train together, after, people have got like that, and then them being, that is kind of what they feel like. Like, they don't feel like a sidekick dynamic. They feel like partners.
They do.
And I feel like that would have gotten together, that would have gotten across a lot more if he was training with him instead of Mordo.
Yeah.
Like, Mordo is nothing. They don't want to do it. Where's Mordo?
He's still killing sorcerers. He's out there.
But, it's just that was such a weird place to set up the Mordo thing.
Yeah. It is actually really interesting that...
Because there's so many sorcerers!
I mean, he's doing it, just taking some time.
It's the double whammy of there's never any sorcerers that we see, and there's also all these sorcerers, so it's like, what is Mordo doing?
But yeah, I do want to say, Wong's dynamic is so weird because, he is much more, learned than Strange.
Yeah.
And then at the end, it's not, Doctor Strange is more powerful than him.
But he uses the Time Stone.
He uses the time... True. They're about the equals... They're equals otherwise.
In this movie, I would say, is the first time we've seen Doctor Strange be, markedly way stronger than Wong.
Yeah.
But, in Infinity War, Wong and Doctor Strange were, in terms of like how Doctor Strange is the kind of person who he's like, I have all these magical powers, and it's not like I'm exerting a lot of force doing it, but I will do the thing where I'm not going to use my most powerful abilities. Yet I will continue to just wait and put them off. So that's weird, but
like even into the fight with Thanos, a lot of what Strange does, again, like because he is trying to buy time, it's a lot of like illusion stuff where I can 100% see Wong doing all of that stuff. Like it's not a raw power thing; it is a like you won't know who to hit, or I'm going to bind you with a bunch of different ropes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. It's hard to say. Like, we'd have to see more of Wong as well, because like we've only seen Wong do the normal sorcerer stuff. So I want to see Wong do more of that stuff. But like I think like the fact that Wong is always so aggressive and so like immediately launching in and doing heavy attacks and dealing a ton of damage, while Strange is kind of just whipping stuff a little bit and it definitely makes them feel like they're on the same level.
Give us Wong. We want more Wong.
Yeah.
All right. I guess that's it.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any like character that you want to go over that you think we didn't like talk about? Like, we're gonna have a whole character discussion, but like this movie specific that we didn't like touch on at all. I want to make sure that we covered everything in game.
I feel like we have. To be fair, we've gotten so long now that I'm reaching back. Like, I know we've talked about every character. I just don't know how in detail we were with every character.
Yeah, like there were some that we were definitely way more detailed with than others. Predictions for like Vision, I think he's going to stay dead. I don't think they're going to be able to get him back in any way, because clearly it doesn't seem like they're able to create more stones. I don't know why that is possible, but I'm willing to say that is the case, and I'm fine with it.
Okay.
If that is the case, who knows? But it seems like that is. Natasha, don't think we're getting her back. Again, that seems like a Soul Stone sort of thing, where the Soul Stone ain't gonna let that happen no matter what. That seems like one of the, like, this is a way where we're saying this is a permanent death.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because, especially when it's like, it's not like Clint's that retired. I mean, he's kind of retired because he's got a family and everything.
Yeah.
And I hope that is, like, keeps him retired. But it's not really like it's kept him retired before.
Right.
Like,
it's...
So. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Natasha being, like, our two, permanent deaths being Tony and Natasha. Like, like, again, it's just that it's sad. I wanted to get more of her. I wish we could have gotten way more of her. But, yeah, I don't think she's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting Black Widow, but...
Yeah, I mean, again, that's going to be a prequel. Like, especially now, like, her as the leader role in this was really interesting. Like, I have not been that interested in Black Widow. I want to be, but they have not let me, because they just don't, there's not...
Yeah.
She's just always in the background of every movie. She gets, like, 2 lines in every movie, and it's like, it's hard for me to like her when you guys don't put her on screen.
Yeah, like, I do think one of the biggest failings of the MCU was the, like... She just shows up, does a little spy stuff, wraps her legs around someone's head, and then leaves.
Yeah. And then, her role in the Winter Soldier was, like, very just weird with Cap. Like, again, that didn't go anywhere. That felt like the, most weird movie to me in terms of, like, the romance stuff. Like, Cap's romance stuff is always so weird. It's the most forced every time. We're like, I know this is going to go nowhere in the next movie, and you're just doing this for no reason. But, yeah. Other than that, I don't think I have any, like, predictions.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing I can think of.
Endgame specific,
Yeah, there's nothing Endgame specific I can think of.
Okay, we're done. We're done.
Finally done.
Free our bonds. Let us leave. I will see you guys for probably, I think, a week until Spider-Man Far From Home.
Actually, Far From Home predictions.
Boy, okay.
I forgot to do it.
Yeah, okay. Far From Home predictions.
Yes.
Oh, man. I had predictions before, but I don't remember what they were. Like, I think it was just that he was going to be lost somewhere in space. And but, like,
I believe your prediction was specifically he's going to be on the planet, maybe with, like, the other people who were snapped there, like Peter, maybe.
Yeah.
And then they'd have to get home.
Yeah. That was in my mind, like, people getting snapped, brought back, like that was the end of the movie. But, yeah, so I guess it's going to be that he's going on an adventure into space with... Far From Home makes me think space. Like, before, it wouldn't. Before, I might be like, yeah, it might be just something international. Now, I feel like, especially after Endgame, Far From Home feels like it's got to be a space thing.
All right.
But I don't know what or why. Captain Marvel, Carol, is the only thing I can think of. But I don't know. That's just going to be a weird movie, a Peter Parker and Carol movie. That's going to be weird. Other than that, Far From Home, no other idea. It's got to be space. It's got to be space. Like, it's not going to be the Guardians because they're already gone. So, that would be way more fitting, but it's got to be Carol.
Okay.
It's going to be weird, but that's my only prediction.
All right.
Still don't have a name for the third Spider-Man movie?
Nope.
Crossing my fingers for Spider-Man homosexual.
Oh.
Do it, Disney, you cowards. You don't have the balls. All right, I'll see you guys for that. Till then, get the fuck out of here.